We the future that you run from, and we're only getting louder, hitting harder than a bass drum. Now we're only getting louder. She is powerful, she got everything she needs. See her flick her hair, see her be her own queen. Never underestimate the strength you have within. You can take the win, you can take the win. We the future that you run from, hitting harder than a bass drum. And we're only getting louder, and we're only getting prouder. Lights out, lights out. Lights out, lights out. We back in it, ain't no pretending. We hit it, get it, we hit it with it. We back in it, ain't no pretending. We hit it, get it, we hit it with it. We hit it with it. We hit it with it.
Up, take them to the way beyond. All endeavors never settle when the play is on. Turning measures from a little to a major one. Boom. Activated like lacking patience, decision made it. Gymnasticated so innovative can't be debated. Flow aquatic, don't know a challenge, it been amazing. Fact of the matter, got the pattern to be the greatest.
Halo, gue fans Bigetron Red Aliens. Bisa dibilang, gue rindu banget melihat mereka juara. Gue udah ngefans sama Bigetron dari awal banget mereka muncul. Melihat determinasi mereka di kompetisi, jadi salah satu faktor kenapa gue bisa suka banget sama gameplay mereka. Selain prestasi yang mereka raih di kancah dunia, mereka juga selalu bisa bikin harum nama Indonesia. Dan ini saatnya mereka membuktikan kalau DNA juara mereka masih ada. Dengan amunisi baru, gue berharap ini adalah awal kebangkitan Bigetron Red Aliens. Meskipun Zuxi tidak bisa merasakan medali emas yang diraih Luxi, di PMWI nanti, gue berharap mereka bisa angkat piala bersama lagi.
Gue yakin kali ini kita pasti bisa.
Kalau ngomongin soal mob, bisa dibilang ini soal loyalitas. Karena gue udah support mob dari awal mereka ada. Baliknya Zai dan Frenzy, serta pemain baru lainnya, bakal bikin mob jadi tim yang akan diperhitungkan nantinya. Meskipun soal prestasi, mereka tidak sementereng tim lain. Tapi gue yakin, mereka bakal ada di titik sana nantinya. Evolusi Unlocking Mob adalah salah satu pergerakan yang sangat menarik perhatian gue.
Sabar, pelan-pelan aja, pelan-pelan, jangan ngegas.
Di PMWI nanti, bakal jadi panggung pertama dan pembuktian mob yang baru.
Tim Indonesia yang akan mendapatkan winner chicken dinner Ryzen berhasil
Sudah saatnya mob bangkit dan jadi tim yang diperhitungkan di kancah dunia.
Dua tim Indonesia sudah mendapatkan winner chicken dinner. Sabar, pelan-pelan aja, pelan-pelan, jangan ngegas. Smoke setup.
Kali ini, di depan ribuan penonton, gue buktiin gue bisa juara dan mengharumkan nama bangsa Indonesia.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. The Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرشه كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
مع التحديث الجديد لستي سي بلاي، تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي سي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
dapat yang kedua itu. For Rivals. Alamak malang. For Rivals.
Saya tidak akan membiarkan saya berada dalam zon selesa. Kerana bagi saya, setiap perlawanan adalah permulaan yang baru.
Yang menakutkan kita orang bukanlah kekalahan, tapi kehilangan yang asal dari titik permulaan.
Mereka adalah punca kekuatan saya. Sesukar manapun perjalanan ini, saya akan mengarunginya dan membawa pulang kejayaan kepada mereka.
Walaupun sudah mencapai 2 juara C Championship dan pingat gangsa sukan C, kali ini saya ingin mencabar diri di peringkat dunia. Saya percaya pada pasukan dan diri saya untuk mencapai ke tahap yang lebih tinggi.
Dah bertahun saya meninggalkan halaman kampungku demi mengejar impian saya di kota ini. Semua usaha selama ini adalah untuk membuktikan diri dan mengibarkan jalur gemilang di pentas dunia.
Kali ini kami telah bersedia.
It's now or never. Tidak kira pengakhirannya.
Kami akan buat yang terbaik
untuk mengharumkan nama Malaysia.
For Rival, play with pride.
Ladies and gentlemen, proudly presented by Saudi Airlines, the PUBG Mobile World Invitational Trophy.
سيداتي سادتي، كأس بطولة PUBG Mobile World Invitational مقدم لكم من الخطوط السعودية.
Hello and welcome to the Afterparty Showdown final. Yes, you heard me correctly. It is the final day of the PUBG Mobile World Invitational here at Gamers8. And we are coming to you live from Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia. My name is Banks and I am your host, and I am joined on the main stage by my co-host, Fancy.
حياكم الله من جديد أعزائي المشاهدين والحضور في اليوم الأخير، اليوم النهائي من بطولة الببجي موبايل وورلد انفيتيشنال الأفتر بارتي شو داون. زي ما احنا عارفين اليوم النهائي راح نعرف مين اللي بيقدر ياخذ التروفي عن منافسة جدا شديدة. ألفا 7 حتى الآن في المقدمة، لكن هل بيتغير الشيء هذا في نهاية اليوم؟ كلنا ودنا نعرف.
Yes, today the lion's share of $1 million will be claimed by just one of our teams, along with the PUBG Mobile World Invitational Afterparty Showdown Gamers8 trophy. Don't worry, it's massive, so, you know, we can fit that entire title onto the trophy, Fancy.
زي ما احنا عارفين الجائزة حتى الآن هي $1,000,000، وزي ما احنا عارفين أيضا أنه نسبة كبيرة من الجوائز هذه توزعت في اليومين الماضية عن طريقة اللعبة اللي يلعبون فيها كل فريق، لكن بنفس الوقت الشامبيون ما راح يكون أكثر من فريق، الشامبيون راح يكون فريق واحد فقط هو اللي بيقدر ياخذ التروفي في نهاية اليوم.
Yes, prepare for our teams to throw absolutely everything they've got into all of these matches today. Plenty of rewards have been claimed so far, but only one team can be crowned champion. So, let's find out who has what it takes and go over to the desk so they can break everything down and get the Afterparty Showdown finals started. Finals started, Fancy. Finals.
هل فريق فامباير اي سبورتس بيقدرون انهم يحافظون على مركزهم زي ما شفناهم بالامس؟ هل فريق الفا 7 بيقدر انه يكون في المقدمه بفارق جدا كبير عن باقي الفرق؟ اسئله كثيره ودنا نجاوبها اعزائي المشاهدين، فخلونا على طول نروح للاستديو التحليلي في بدايه اليوم الاخير معنا في بطوله PUBG موبايل وورلد انفيتيشنال الافتر بارتي شو داون.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, from the stage. We are going to be bringing you all the action in our final day of not only the PUBG Mobile World Invitational, but G8 as a whole. We've had 6 weeks of play. We've had 5 different titles, but we saved the best for last. That's why we have the best analysts on the desk. Joining me, I'm Jason Kapp, and joined by Maxman and Kalars there on the very end. No, that's not John Allen. That is indeed Kalars.
Sorry.
That's right, it's me.
Oh,
James.
I didn't realize.
That was a good callback. But gentlemen, I mean, this is the last day of play. We have a couple of different finals, though. We have 2 different ones, right? We have the duo event, which will be concluding with this next match coming up, the first match of the day. And of course, we have our Afterparty Showdown event with the 12 teams all participating in 4v4. At the moment, Alpha 7 leading currently in that section. We had Stalwart Esports leading when it comes to the duos, though it didn't look great yesterday. I can't wait to see what's going to happen today.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of changes we can still expect, especially in the main tournament, the main showdown matches that's going to be happening here. But no, especially when it comes to money, a lot of money has already been won by like sort of S2G and especially Alpha 7, right? These teams, I think that if they can get even more today, we might see a team take home 100k in prizes alone.
And for me, as you mentioned here before, Jason, it was a bit of a stab in the heart yesterday. Stalwart didn't do too much. I want to see them rise back to the occasion because I think they got 0 points in duos yesterday. They came into yesterday with 30, and they're still at 30, so but still leading. So
yeah, I was going to say, but they're still in the lead technically, right?
Yes,
it's close though, yeah. It is $15,000 as well for the #1 team, but it will break down between first and fourth of our prize pool of this one. But yeah, Stalwart Esports not having a great time, but one team we can touch on who had a fantastic day yesterday was Vampire Esports, really performing extremely well like they did day 1 of that main event.
Yeah, and it's very surprising. I was looking at their stats actually in the back room.
Yeah.
And when you look at all the teams and times they spent in the blue, like a lot of the teams are like 30 minutes, 1 hour, an hour and 30 minutes potentially. They spent 5 minutes total throughout these last 2 days in the blue zone. They're always in the circle. They're always in a really good spot. Like their macro yesterday was on point. They always get the best position. And of course, in this tournament, if you have a good spot, you get eliminations that come naturally.
Yeah, they're good at playing edge and not allowing the blue to really catch up with them. They're able to wide rotate quite happily inside the circle, which actually is quite the skill, considering that most people will dip into that blue, knowing that it's less likely people are going to be able to shoot at them from distance, etc. But yeah, Vampire, very, very precise.
Okay, well, if you guys are wondering at home, what are you guys talking about? We don't know. We just joined you for the first time. We saw the stream. We're like, hey, you know what? I'm going to go watch those handsome gentlemen. Let's take a look at the format of what's all been happening the last 2 days. And, of course, today we have 12 teams playing 18 matches and 6 matches per day. But as you do notice on the right-hand side, we're going to be having Vikendi, Karakin, and Livik as well here in the map pool. And those have been extremely exciting.
I still want a normal Vikendi game. I haven't got it yet.
That's true.
It's been 2 coastal finishes. I can't angry right now. One normal Vikendi game will be happy, but we saw some interesting things. I think that it's still really hard to adapt to this amount of maps, right, in this amount of days, and especially seeing how hard the circles have been for the teams. But some teams like Vampire, we talked about it for yesterday specifically, have found a method to the madness, and I think that if you can still crack the code, there's a way to increase your ranking.
I'm calling Vikendi right now. It's going to be a South Coast finish, South of Winery. Just
no.
None of the fields, none of the compounds, none of nothing. But yeah, so it's been cool watching these teams try to adapt to all of the scenarios that they're thrown into. I think that ultimately all of these very wild circles that we've had so far has tested them even further, because it's enough that you have to play 6 different battlegrounds across 6 matches. Never mind the constant hard shifts, the difficulty that comes with that too.
I mean, remember we talked to Sertani yesterday after the event, well, I guess after the final match, right? And he was asked by Barney and Fancy, like, have you guys been preparing for specifically these extra maps coming to the pool? And he said, no, we're just kind of, well, obviously we know Sanhok, we know Erangel, we know Miramar, we're just focused mostly on those, and we're just kind of playing it as it comes when it comes to the other 3.
If you have a good macro, right, in general, I think you can adapt to pretty much every situation that comes your way if you just got a good game plan. The map doesn't really change too much, right, at the end of the day. If you know the good spots and you know where to go depending on the circle, no issue. And as we talked already, like 5 minutes in the blue zone, it seems like they are very snappy. When they have a game plan in mind, instant execution, and it's worked out great for them yesterday. 3 chicken dinners out of those matches.
Yeah, the best way to exemplify it is the Vikendi rotate that they made. You know, just snap of a finger, 4-man straight to the compound that they wanted, paid off in the end.
Okay, well, speaking of paying off, let's take a look at the prize pool for you guys at home and see how the money does break down, because it's a little bit different than maybe what you're used to. Yes, there is $1 million on the line. However, a majority of that money does not come from placements. It is $180,000 in total for that alone. $60K for first place, $55K for second, and you can read the rest of it. But what really stands out is the match rewards. $414,000 you can technically max when, did you know this? $33,000.
I couldn't do the math. Thank you very much. I do appreciate your help on that one, yeah. 33,000 per match can be one home. And actually very interesting, looking at the stats, Alpha 7, you know they've got the potential of getting some money for like the first airdrop and also how many airdrops you get per game. They got 0.
Yeah,
they got none. They're going for limbs, they're going for the win. So that's a good strat that so far has worked perfectly for Alpha 7.
You put yourself in the theatre of combat when it comes to trying to go for those airdrops, right? Yeah. Especially if there was already incentive to get them before anyway, because they're pretty good. Never mind more incentive monetarily to go and try and challenge them. So, yeah, scary.
Yeah, we did see, was it S2G? I think it was Kelsey, was one of the last players left alive, and he's like, you know what, I'm just going to get airdrops. It was Vikendi on day 1. Yeah, I think it was day 1, maybe day 2.
I think it was Sanhok. He was swimming around, taking them, and then came in on the beach and ruined, I think it was Alpha 7's plans.
Yeah, actually, like 2 limbs, I believe, on Alpha 7, so it worked out good.
Yeah, so obviously some teams have changed up their strategies depending on how things go, because they realize the money is where it's at. You can see here the best team presentation that happened on day 1. You guys go check that out over on the VOD to see who you thought was the best. But we have the best duo for 15K, fan favorite player for 10K. A lot of money being given out. The question is, there are none of these event awards for talent, which makes me a little bit sad. If there was a best John Allen impression, Colars, you would be in the money.
I think I would. You're trying to bait it. You really want it to happen, but I'm saving it for later, you know? Saving it for later.
To be fair, Maxman has been working on his blank impression.
He has.
Maybe we'll see that later on today. I have a great video of it recorded on my phone.
Pretty good.
On my Sony Xperia 1.4.
Not to hype it up too much, but it was pretty good, guys.
We'll see if I'll do it later. I'm not sure about that one. Blank is looking at me. I got the death stare right now, so
I don't know. He's smiling.
Okay.
He's got that like smile that lets you know, like the glaring eyes, but he's got a smile. And
It's
you're
the
a
moment you
little
know
bit
an anime
confused.
protagonist is going to go crazy. It's like, So it's just, I'm in danger right now.
Don't worry, you got Clarissa to protect you, you got me to run away. Let's take a look, though, at the points and how it works, though, for all these teams who are participating. Remember, this is going to stand with us not only in the duo event, but also in the team event. 10 points for chicken dinner. And to be fair, we've actually seen this affect teams quite heavily.
That's right, especially when it comes to, I would say, in the duo portion, of course, there's less eliminations, and therefore the points gained from our overall standings matter a lot more because there's less eliminations to be able to garner from all of that. And then for teams in the squads tournament, you see, like, for example, Damwon Kia, obviously we know them to be very heavy placement, but realistically, that works better in the previous weekend of PMWI compared to now because there is a bit of a reduced point system here.
And especially with the maps we're seeing, like your Livik, like your Vikendis, right? You've seen a lot of teams go for those full-on crashes, 4v4.
Yeah.
So you've seen a lot more, like, shotguns. You've seen the DBS, you've seen yourself also the M101.
The big
like
shotgun.
to call out.
Yeah.
And
the big shotgun, yeah.
The big shotgun. And, like, it is very meta in this format of tournament. So great to see. And it seems like I would love to see if these shotguns are going to remain meta in the future. It would be fun.
I actually love how on Livik we were like, oh yeah, we'll see the P90 everywhere, but then it really was the M1014 that has constantly trounced any opportunity to see any of that.
I didn't understand. Which weapon?
The P90.
No.
Yeah,
there's an M?
The M1014.
Oh, okay.
You want me to do the
He
jingle?
doesn't
He
like
just
that
did
too.
the jingle.
That's disappointing.
I'm not going to do the jingle again.
You are,
Right.
see, what you don't realize, Clarissa, is you're our puppet. And if we ask you to do impressions,
the thing.
we ask you
That's
to do
not
the thing,
true. I
you
am
do
the
it.
jester of jingles and also the best John Allen impression. I
If
am
you
John
have-
Allen. All right?
If you at home have a John Allen impression, feel free to post it to us. and we'll
Please
make sure to get it on
do.
the show
Please,
somehow.
I'm taking the desk up. Please do that. Send them all our way. That would be brilliant.
We'll do that on social media. I can do that.
We'll repost them. We'll give you prizes. I don't know what yet. No, we might not do that bit, but yeah, be great.
And just for
John
John,
Allen statue.
Allen to know, he's not a statue of John Allen. That does that John Allen speaks out of. You push the button and it speaks. He's like, I am John Allen.
It's me, John Allen.
All right, well, let's take a look at the overalls. If you guys have missed out the last 2 days when it comes to the team event, Alpha 7 have been running away with this at 137 points. But to be honest, Vampire Esports getting 3 chicken dinners yesterday alone gets himself within striking distance of taking away that first place prize.
I'm a firm believer that we're going to see 100k being breached by Alpha 7 here today. If they just get himself another win and a few good awards, I think they can make it happen. And if they still hold on to that spot, that's an extra 60k, 160k in this event. That'll be wild.
It also feels like they really came in with a game plan, right? I mean, if you look at the stats, you're saying that they're not paying attention to airdrops. They have a focused, honed down on plan when it comes to this tournament, how they were going to approach it. And I think it's really cool considering the kind of crazy stipulations that exist here in this tournament.
You know, you make a really good point, actually, Clarissa. Very good observation.
Thank you.
Astute observation, some might say.
Of course.
The fact is, Alpha 7 did get to play in the main event, right? They didn't do too well when it came to the regional finals, regional championships, if I can speak. We saw Vivo Kid obviously come through that one. Maybe they came to show Brazil, like, we're still the #1 team. Yeah, we didn't do well in the regionals, but we are the #1 team you have to watch out for.
Yeah, you really have a team where, like, every single player can be an extremely, like, efficient fragger, right? And the addition of Mythic in particular was really, really great. So, I think out of the top 5 MVP contenders, 3 of those are from Alpha 7, and they all got, like, almost 20 eliminations.
Yeah, that's
so
the
that's
problem.
insane.
That's the problem for all the other teams, that when we show mid-game the most eliminations graphic, it may as well just be the Alpha 7 graphic. Because it's all those guys. There's nobody else doing anything here. Someone needs to catch up.
Okay, well, let's take a look at our schedule really quickly, though, so you guys get an idea of what will be coming out today. Remember, the last 2 days, we did have a show match at the start and at the end of the day. However, we're only having one show match because it is the final one of the event. So at the end of this Sanhok, we're going to be knowing who's going to be taking home that $15,000. You can see here they played out Sanhok, they played out Livik the last few days. You know, I want to say Stalwart, and to be honest, right, if you're Stalwart and you just kind of survive for some placements into the later stages of the game, you're probably securing yourself a win.
Nigma Galaxy were actually pretty close. They didn't get a single win, Nigma Galaxy, but they got a lot of eliminations.
Well, speaking of them
not
being
the best way to
close,
stand
Max,
out. Yeah.
we can actually see the overalls.
Let's do it.
We can talk about how close they actually are. If I'm not mistaken, I think they're like 2 points behind, 3 points behind. So I was mistaken.
Yeah, and that can be closed up in like one single game. So Stalwart, they can go the very passive approach, but as we already talked about, placement points, are they going to be enough? If you have a team fragging out, that could also be the difference maker. So it's anyone's game for the top.
But how much of yesterday was an anomaly for Stalwart? It was, in our minds, I think, an extreme anomaly to see Stalwart get nothing off of yesterday. So I'm expecting a reinvigorated Stalwart coming into today, even if it is just for the duos, never mind the squads that's coming up. But they should get some points here and try and push themselves to the victory for it all.
We're going on to Sanhok again, though. So, Scout? You might want to check those bushes again.
You're a fan of the foliage, I see.
You want to double check everything if you're Stalwart this time. But yeah, Top Light is still the top fragger of those duos. He's got like, what, 11 eliminations out of the 14 of his team. So there's a big chance that they can still stand on top. But there's a chance that they might fall if this game doesn't go their way.
Agreed.
Okay, well, we can see here everything has been set up perfectly. Quite a few teams which could take away that first place position of Stalwart. We are living in a world right now, in that timeline, where Alpha 7 technically could win the duos match and the team event as well.
I mean, the cool thing about the duos tournament here for even the final game is that small sample size of games, and actually even teams with like 18 points or something like that right now, kind of languishing towards the bottom of the table, could still actually push up and take this if they have a decent game here, a game size for this one. So there's still a lot to play for the duos.
Yeah, I think that though a lot of teams, talking with some of the coaches in general, like a lot of teams are not aiming for placement here. They're just trying to get as many match rewards. So, I mean, of course, one comes with the other, but if your goal is not to be in first place, then you might have a different approach to this final day.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you can see the players are starting to load in onto Sanhok, but I have to remind you about they're all playing with these fantastic devices. The Sony Xperia 1.4, which is created in collaboration with professional esports players, and Sony's Xperia is the official smartphone partner here of PUBG Mobile. Also need to give a big shout out here to Savvy Gaming Group again. 6 weeks of events, 5 different titles. Couldn't be done without these guys. And for you guys at home, we want to hear your thoughts. Give us fill out a survey here, which actually you can check out over on the Tencent social media. There's also links in chat. Let us know your feedback about the event, about the format, about the teams, maybe about who does the best John Allen impression. Well, I can tell you this. One man who I know does a fantastic John Allen impression is going to be none other than John Allen and Blank here to bring you the first match of the day.
That's right. It's me, John Allen.
I thought... yeah, that's crazy. I thought I was casting with Kalaris for a second there because you do such a good impression of Kalaris doing impression of John Allen being John Allen.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's a skill. It's quite meta, but yeah, we make it work.
Exactly. Remember, send in your John Allen impressions from home. Let us know who can do the best John Allen impression. Yes, you might not be able to get as the deep of the tones as John Allen, but you can certainly try to imitate the Kalaris.
No, there's definitely no way that they can really get that low. I don't think that range is accessible.
All right, Kratos, that's enough of that.
Boy.
This is our final match of the duo show match, so whoever wins this will be going home with a grand prize of $8,000, $4,000 for second, $2,000 for third, and $1,000 for that fourth place. So there's a lot up for grabs here in this final show match of the Afterparty Showdown, so make sure you're paying attention. We have a couple of teams at the top there. Nigma Galaxy sat with 20, I think it was R8 with 27 points, or Nigma Galaxy, Nigma Galaxy with 27 points. You have R8 with 26, and Stalwart sat right at the top with 30 points. Alpha 7, though, 23 points, definitely have a shoe-in at the end of this show match showdown. And I think, if they get that chicken dinner and Stalwart goes out early, who knows what could happen.
You know what DBS stands for this time? The Big Showdown, because we've got all of these teams going for the top spot. As we drop north to south, now can the end of the plane path. Early drop for Damwon Kier on the north side, spreading out across the way. Looks like could be a little bit of argy-bargy in paradise.
Absolutely. S2G, R8 have been fighting over this spot for a long time. It was R8 who came on top the first time. And obviously with R8, you see there, they're in third place, 26 points. They have a chance to overtake Stalwart, but first they have to contend with S2G. So see if they can get that first team elimination of the match. Let's see what they can do. SKTon and Prestige. See what they can get done here.
Also a little bit of a hot drop in Painan. Falcons on the south coast. Deadeyes Guys on the northeast side of the river. In Painan, at the moment, it's S2G getting the better end of the deal here. Silas able to get the flush on SKTon, leaving Prestige high and dry and alone.
All on his lonesome. This actually opens things up just a touch here. 7C sat in fifth place with 19 points. Yes, it's a little bit difficult to get further than 26 on R8. But if you get the right amount of eliminations, get a good placing in this match, and if Scout can bring out some of that Scout magic towards the game where he became the snake, he was one with the snake, perhaps he might just be able to get enough points for the team to sit themselves with a prize.
So the highest scoring game so far that we've seen has been an 18-point game from both Stalwart and R8 in the second and fourth rounds, respectively. And so they're going to be looking at that as really a ceiling. At the moment, you were talking about 7C, they're sat 11 points behind Stalwart in 30 points in first place. So it is achievable, right? But it is absolutely a lot to play for, and you need to be fragging out your mind.
Yeah, it is crazy right now because, yes, we've played 4 matches, but it's still very doable for some of these teams to overtake. And if you want to make sure that you find out exactly who wins that grand prize at the end of this show match, because there will be no more today, it's all going to be that after-party showdown, those match rewards, and who can take home the most money, as well as take home that first place prize just in terms of points alone. Make sure you are watching together with us of the PMWI over in the in-game esports center with your friends to win yourself some PMWI special sets, which are still available.
And if you want to look fresh while you're playing, of course, there are the gun skins and the outfits for the PMWI. PMWI packages are on sale for a limited time, and you can also win PMWI treasure crates if you play PUBG Mobile during PMWI.
I know I've been playing some PUBG Mobile during PMWI as if 8 games a day was not enough. I go home and I'm dropping right in Erangel as well. So I keep it going, and that's what it's all about. But here, right now, we are on Sanhok, the jungle. Right now, a lot of these teams feeling the humidity as they start to sweat because there is a lot of points still up for grabs. You mentioned this before. 18-point total has been a game that's been achievable, which would sit like practically down towards down one game with 17 points above Stalwart should they go out early. So there are a lot of things that have to happen before teams towards the bottom can ladder up, but there's still a chance for these guys.
Well, I mean, 18 points would see all the way down to 10th place get over Stalwart, right?
Yeah.
If they can get 18 more points than Stalwart in this game. Unfortunately for Riyadh and Bigetron, not so happy in their current scenario, but there's still time.
Yeah.
And there's still points in the lobby.
Exactly, John. There's still a chance to set the record here.
Ooh.
Additional over the 8 eliminations. So 8 eliminations is already tough as it is. Remember, we are dropping into this match with only 24 players, and already one of them have gone down from R8. We're trying to stick this one out, and why wouldn't you if you're R8? Prestige sends down towards the southwest, past Paradise Resort, to a compound alongside the road just to the east side of Boot Camp. He wants to ensure his survival because you go lower than 4th place, John, you are taking home absolutely nil. So for R8, it's all about survival at this point in time, so we'll check back in with them should they end up going down or should they survive towards the end of the game.
I'm liking the little picture-in-picture there of both of those perspectives as we swap away from the player from S2G. Keeping track of this fight, though. Bigetron, close by, I think. Neither team really making the push into that compound, and in fact, you can see S2G moving kind of away from it in this scenario. Deadeyes Guys and Team Falcons haven't jousted too much either. At the moment, no one going down, but that might be about to change as Yusuf spots the player up the top, Powerful, pushes in as well. Joker pops the nade, has the pin going. Powerful has one of his own, looks to put it over the eaves. Nicely placed, but a little too long. One sent back his way, and again, just too far. Yusuf and Powerful looking to heal.
Dipping in and out at the moment as the pitter-patter of footsteps on the roof side just alerts Team Falcons to the presence of the enemy team. Falcons currently landed on the ground, whereas it looks like the Deadeyes guys are taking to those rooftops, though. On top did drop down, so did Joker. So now playing on even footing at the moment. Dabig shotgun in hand, as well as a UMP, highly accurate when it comes to that close range. So very, very nice here where you want to hit that jiggle peak, spam a couple of shots off and then straight back into cover again. On top's even got the M4 on board as well, so a very nice loadout for him.
Powerful crawling around the sidelines here, looking for that off angle. GBZ in hand, but that's a bouncer. What a backboard dunk there coming from on top across the way. Yusuf goes down. Falcons crawling back, looking to get this res. Remember that off-angle reposition I was talking about? That's now going to leave Powerful high and dry, isolated.
This guy paid attention to the basketball explainer yesterday. He knows exactly what he's doing with those lob shots. Now just one remaining, and Powerful tries to jump it around the side, staying as stealthy as possible here. UMP back up to full ammo, as well as with the stims fully on board. Yusuf's still not down yet, so there is a chance. Nice shots here, doesn't take a lick of damage. Now on top has to send away, try to isolate this 1v1.
Causes the first aid to be stopped, to be slowed, in for the challenge, and Falcons fall. Deadeyes Guys eliminate them.
Falcons going out with 13 points there, so no money accrued for them in the duo show matches during the Afterparty Showdown, but there is still a lot more action to go here, ladies and gentlemen. We still have to find out exactly who our victor is and who will be taking home that $8,000 to add to their prize pool at the end of all this.
That's a volley and a half. A lot of noise being made by Stalwart. Action popping off the ka-chunk. And Prestige cowering in the corner.
You know, he's going to have to pull out something special here. So close to the top team from the duos. I mean, top and Action. These guys, you know, they go hand in hand. They are a pair, honestly. Two peas in a pod. And they make some absolutely wonderful stuff happen during some of their matches. I think the synergy between these guys, you know, that's already hit plus 100 in game. You know that.
Alpha 7 taking on Bigetron. In the meantime, on the hillside, already found one knock early. Clean sweep across the hillside. S2G didn't have a shout in that fight, but now they're across the way. They should have heard that go on. 2 elimination points for Alpha 7. Good news for their push to the top.
Still sitting in 4th place, though. $1,000, but like you say, 2 eliminations, 2 points found. That sends them just a little bit closer to R8. But currently, like you said, cowering in the corner. Not accruing any points so far. So Alpha 7 taking this one slow and steady. Like the Death said, it could really be Alpha 7 going home with it all in the Afterparty Showdown. Not only in the main event, but also in the duo show matches.
DBS and M4 with a suppressor on the back of Prestige. So potential to be a little sneaky snake. What? I'm not
Come
sure.
on!
Actions.
Fight us!
He's just shooting. He's just going.
Oh, he wants to alert the enemies to them. He's even taking shots over towards his teammate there. You know, practicing his aim. Why not? They've got a fairly central position too. And they know that if they want to hold on to this top spot, you know, it's not a case of just playing slow and steady. Really good off angle from Revo there, and Carrillo set that initial fight up perfectly.
Riyadh with position towards Stalwart. I mean, there's plenty of noise being made by Stalwart, our top duo currently in the lobby. So people looking their way, and you do need to be worried about your back. That's exactly what Munir is doing.
The only thing that does concern me about the desk pop going on from Stalwart at the moment is the amount of ammo that they're actually expending. I wonder how much they still have left in the tank.
Do you think Action's swapping to just weapons he's finding on the floor?
I think so. It does seem that way. He did have a Thompson before, and now he's back to the M4 and UMP. Again, that's still 45 that he's burning through. A little bit spooky.
What?
Yeah.
Sorry, it was just a bit spooky.
Next
circle, just about to come through. Mainland pretty much decided on at this stage, as we do wait for that one to tick through. There's the leaderboard on the left-hand side of your screens right now. You can see not too much shuffling going on, but that gap between Alpha 7 and R8 has closed by 2 points. Only 1 point in it now. That's a fairly hard shift and actually cuts out about 25% of the circle.
Yeah, with the river actually moving through there, it's going to be a little bit tough. Luckily, there's no teams over on that northwest island. We cut that out a long, long time ago. It wasn't likely to head up there, so we ain't got no swimmers this match, which is the good thing. No one getting too wet during this one. And honestly, you wouldn't want to. I mean, you're not going to dry off for a little while. It's only going to make things worse for you. No, come on, guys. Don't go for the heel strat. I want to see some action.
Ooh. Shots up the top of the hill. Looks like down one Kia have found their stride against Riyadh. And a clean sweep for the Korean squad. The duo, Forrest and Fabian, able to take 2.
Nice stuff found there. 2 eliminations. We said this before, Damwon Gaming, you know, they're still not out of that prize pool bracket just yet. There's still opportunity for them. That takes them up to 19 points now, tied with 7C.
Oh, Sarang spots top, and they see each other. Barrels on the mark. It's top, half HP. Popping the bandages. A lot of meds in the back. Smart to use the bandages now. Keep those 4 first aids for later.
Absolutely. Just stim up a little bit. Make it happen. Sarang, though, tapping away over towards Stalwart. Those are the fingertips of giants here with the M4 slamming some bullets into you. Feels just a little bit more hefty than a tap. Scout watching behind himself. You know, he is the scout. He is the snake, so he's very aware that there could be more snakes in the circle. You know, he understands the importance of that.
The serpent.
Yes.
From the Indian region. Proved himself against Stalwart.
That's right.
Game number 1.
Bared his fangs against them. They weren't ready for it.
Plenty venomous. Hamodi into the circle. Lord a little bit lower. Further out as well. Not quite even across the river. The circles won't quite tick hard enough to take Lord down, I don't imagine. You can see they are going to have to keep going because that blue zone will not relent.
Got 6 painkillers, 2 painkillers, 6 energy drinks, 16 first aids. You know exactly what's happening here. I don't think I have to spell it out for you guys at home. I'm sure you're smart enough.
I wonder what Lord has on board. I wonder if Lord has a different set of meds going through or trying to loot up at the back. We'll have to wait and see. Stalwart still playing that Crossroads compound prestige, hiding this whole time.
Yeah, with the DBS as well, so he's ready for anyone that tries to rock up on his shack. He'll defend it to his last breath. And it will be a fiery breath coming out the front of that DBS. S2G, though, their initial skirmish with R8, which they did win out, in fact, and it seems like they're getting better and better at that as the days go on. They took some humility, let's say, yesterday, as R8 just immediately squad wiped them.
With Bigetron and Riyadh both going down, that's the bottom 2 spots decided. With everybody else still with a shout into this one. Next circle coming on through. Southside Nigma Galaxy have made it into the circle, so they will be playing a little bit more. It centers up towards Stalwart, so it is going to be a challenge. It is going to be on the teams looking to take that top spot to take the initiative here, Blank.
Marshy down towards the southwest, so Nigma Galaxy not likely to make too many bold moves as of yet. And right in front of them, there is a ridgeline, so they're not going to be spotted by any of these teams off towards that north side just yet, and they can get some scouting done. Deadeyes Guys, though, making a long wrap around boot camp on the coastal side. They want to stay out of any kind of action for as long as possible, but it might just mean that they end up spotting the guys from Nigma Galaxy.
Hamodi under pressure now across the water. Makes it to a tree. Can he get down? Just in time, but the buggy might not be so lucky if it goes up. It might be able to take the damage needed to get that knock, but Hamodi evacuates the position, gets to the shoreline there, and should be able to heal here.
He's got plenty of meds on board, so, you know, not likely he's going to be too unhappy about that, but he has dropped them all now down to Lord. Yeah, this guy has been typically doing the healing for the rest of the team. Most of the time when they play the squad matches, the Lord's going to be out there for a while. And honestly, I don't blame them. Nigma Galaxy, 27 points. I think it is a bit of a stale thing to do in duos, but you want to make sure you can try and secure those points towards the top, because you know that Stalwart makes a fumble and you get a second place there with those 6 points. That's going to send you above Stalwart. As we head our way into 9 teams remaining, and Stalwart still having a very, very strong position in the circle. I think it's unlikely that they're going to go down early.
7C right next to Hamodi, who did manage to get some of that ground cover. Stalwart can't quite see Hamodi's position, but I tell you, probably can if they do turn their attention that way, is Vampire Esports. You can see Fluketh up the top there, with potential oversight onto Hamodi's position, but the rock he's at right now should obscure that vision. There's a couple of trees as well, with their foliage providing sanctuary.
Yeah, this is probably one of the more fun endings here on Sanhok, honestly, because there is so many compounds available, so many little bits of cover involving just hard cover as well in terms of the rocks and these wider trees as well, so you can play in this area. Still plenty of opportunity for a bit of snaking, but most teams would like to play more of this long-range gameplay with the M4 in hand, 6x, 3x's, that type of thing. Lord, though, again, just healing it out with the level 3 backpack on board with the initial stimulant of medical supplies that Hamodi did pass off over to him.
26 first aids. Doesn't even need to dip into them just yet. Still in zone 4. Can push on up. Sarang swapping out, hot swapping between the Kar98 and one of his other weapons there to just try and pop a shot, playing Peek Me in the southwestern edge of this circle. Lord moving up that little bit further. The circle goes north and cuts out Stalwart's buildings.
Yeah, this is a little bit rough, so they will have to make a jump out. Potentially they're seen on their crossing as well. There is slightly a little bit of their compound available. Top's closer to it. You can see them starting to move there on your map. Hamodi starts to creep his way in. Vampire Esports, though, they've got a long trek ahead of them over on that ridge side. Coming down from the mountain as well is going to make them very visible to a lot of these teams. You can see Ravenclaw's actually already taken a little bit of punishment on his side. But definitely one team at least knows where he is.
No shots for Scout, not just yet. Maybe spotting Flukas on the ridge line, but peeks back in. They should be visible from Vampire Esports' position. But they have to make their choice now. Out the window, Sarang. Smoke being popped by Scout as well. Allowing them to get into the buggy, accelerate away with a little bit more cover than they previously had. Vampire making their own moves as well. Looks like they're on a bike. Gonna have to be pretty heads up about where they crash into. They're making that move. Scout not so lucky on that rotation. Sarang in the buggy, across the way, low HP, and right up to the top here. 7C, they have a chance here in this game to jump up towards the money. But with Scout going down, it's only Sarang, and low HP means that Top can pick that one up into the back pocket. That's another point for Stalwart.
So now with 2 eliminations, 32 points now. It's getting a little bit harder to remove them from this game. Again, though, they're right on the edge. S2G currently hold a nice position with a fair bit of cover around them that they can play in a 360-degree angle. And next circle drops right on top of them too.
With Lord healing out in the blue, Hamodi's taking the fight forwards, but will get knocked by the play zone. Will go down here. No res is available. They are going to play that heal game outside, see how far they can go. They want Stalwart to fall so that they can jump on up. But you have to be worried about Alpha 7 going further.
Honestly, the closer Stalwart gets towards these top 5 teams, the more difficult it becomes for Alpha 7. Luckily for them, obviously the format is changed, so you get less points for that second place now by about 4. And Prestige does see Top. Ooh. Has the nade as well, but doesn't want to let his position be known just yet.
Not quite. Smoke for Top to get him a little bit further forwards in these compounds, but I don't think they know that this player is here. Down one Kira under pressure from Deadeyes Guys. In come the push down the hill for the squad. Nade could be good here for Prestige. Top seems to have one cooking. It's cooked out the window, but not going to get the damage necessary. Prestige wants the spray instead, but the nade finds it. R8 eliminated. That's the 3rd place team, and Alpha 7 looking good to push up.
Up to 5 eliminations now, 35 total, but it's Revo with an unbelievable spray transfer there, which will take Stalwart out of the game, and this might just be the chance for Alpha 7 now, looking for those 10 points. Down one Gaming.
Drop the shot there. Forrest stays alive. Down one Kia will be carrying on for now. 3 eliminations, 6 elims now for Alpha 7. 4 teams remain. Lord from Nigma Galaxy still alive as well, but with the elimination difference, that's going to be real close cut. 4 points started this game between Nigma Galaxy and Alpha 7. Their current elimination difference means that Alpha 7 will be ahead.
6 eliminations as well there, taking them to 28 points. They're looking for that window, John. A win and a couple more elimination points will see them set steady, and this is the difference between them and Nigma Galaxy. They came into this match not looking to secure a second. They wanted to take it all home with the 1st place, and now looking to deal with S2G. Nice Molotovs will prevent the pushback from S2G for the time being.
Can Lord get a backstab off here? I don't think he has the time to pop these shots until the first aid supplies run low. Had plenty before, 11 still going. So, still has quite a bit of time here to outlast Damwon Kia, to try and outlast the other two teams with 2 players.
Forrest, though, a lot of bullets in the back pocket there without needing a reload, so can go for an extended fight all on his lonesome. 3 eliminations for them. They can get to a second place. You know, they're going to be able to bump up their money somewhat.
S2G with their last shout into this lobby as well. Not going to be able to jump up too far, but still potential end of the money if things go well for them. Oh, behind the same rock, Silas unleashes a nade, but it doesn't quite get the damage they were looking for. Revo breaks out wide, straight down across the gap. No trade-off yet, but in comes Forrest. He shots down Silas on the roof. That's stolen away by Carrillo on the point. Revo's still down, though, and it's a 1v1v1 in the circle. Lord is still out there. Lord could still do something.
This is rough, but he goes down. Doesn't even try to attempt it. Carrillo all by himself now.
Against the DBS, Kelsey sends out wide, gets the flush, but the spray is good for Carrillo. Whop and swap, goes for the spray with the M4, but the shotgun is good. Kelsey takes down Alpha 7. Have they done enough? We'll have to wait and see, but Forrest is still there. Second place for Alpha 7, and I think they were just pipped to the post. The nade from Forrest, and Damwon Kia earn a bunch of points on the game as well. 14 to jump up the tables.
But is it enough, though? That's the real question. Did they make it into the top 4? We'll have to find out shortly, but what an attempt from Alpha 7. Just too little too late, with Kelsey hitting an insane headshot onto Revo as he made the cross. Smart moves overall from Alpha 7, but they just weren't able to eke out at the end. Still, second place, $4,000 in the bag, but it will be Stalwart with their deadly duo, with Top and Action, taking home the $8,000 here in our show match.
Wow. And Alpha 7, to be fair, will still get plenty of money on the game, on this duo's performance. But that's the power of the DBS. Around the side of the rock, it shut down one of the strongest players in our lobby.
It was really rough there, but we're going to head over to the match rankings presented to you by STC.
And Jason Kaplan. Wait, what? We're not even doing the match results, we're doing the overall results. All right, so Stalwart Esports taking themselves the title here of our duo tournament, 37 points, and they get themselves $15,000. Alpha 7 getting extremely close, though, to catching them. If they just held on a little bit longer, if S2G didn't knock down Carrillo, if they were able to just do things a little bit differently at the end, a little.
I mean, ultimately, I knew that coming into today, I said Stalwart, I'd been stabbed in the heart a little bit from yesterday, but there was no way they were going to have 2 bad days in a row. They started off with enough, is fair to say here, to get themselves the #1 spot. Alpha 7, though, and actually a few of these teams were hot on their heels towards the very end.
Yeah, actually, Nigma Galaxy trying to go for the heal strat, Lord trying his best, but heal strat in this format, you're not going to get too many placement points from a second place, right? If it was still like the 15.4 chicken dinner rule set, then sure, that strat would have been viable. Here, unfortunately, lacking limbs, and lacking a limbs is not going to go any further.
And I'm really glad we actually got a chance to check in with him as well, and see how many first aid kits he had, because once we see that, at least here as analysts, we know the kind of timer that he's got against him. And with a circle like that, sometimes those circles can play out quite slow. Not enough time for him to constantly be healing and keep going, but I think he missed one of the heals towards the end.
I think he missed one. He still had 3 at that time, so really he was so close to the circle too. He could have actually got to the road, so that could have been a completely different ending, but still good attempt, and unfortunately a little bit low on the side. BTR, Rad Falcons having a little bit of a tough time to really show up in these duos.
The Rad Falcons,
The Rad
The Bigetron Rad Falcons.
That's right.
The Bigetron Rad Red Falcon. I don't know.
Okay, I
anyway,
can see your
no, I mean, we do have 6 minutes, as you can see on the clock, till we get into the first match of our team's event. But congratulations to Stalwart. You know, again, they didn't get any points, I think, day 2, right? We were talking about like 30 points after the first day. Day 2, they got nothing, at least able to stay alive here when it came to the 3rd day.
Yeah, I mean, luckily they got like, 3 eliminations relatively early in that game, right? They were cleared out. Also, Prestige in a really bad spot, but they were holding that trifecta building, and the moment that circle moved away and teams were already at rocks, at trees, and like in the circle itself, it's really hard to move away from that location. So they did get a few limbs, but the final circle was not the easiest for them to deal with.
Yeah, quite uncommon actually for as many teams and players in that area that they were when we had that kind of shift move and those 3 compounds still in play. So it actually caused them a little bit of a barrier to move further in the game, considering that usually people would be more spread out across that big circle, but yeah, not bad.
Okay, well, gentlemen, we're going to take a quick look at some highlights here before we get into our MVP of the Duos tournament. And you know what's going to be coming.
What's going to be coming?
Okay, Max doesn't know what's coming, but Kalaris knows what's coming.
For the MVP?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's easy.
Okay.
No problem.
Okay, I knew that.
Max, your cogs aren't working quickly enough. You need to, Jason tries to throw these cryptic riddles.
He already talked about the MVP, so I'm like something else after MVP, but no MVP. Yeah.
When did I talk about MVP?
You said about the MVP, like see who is going to be winning.
Well, we really did justice to these highlights, guys. Good job. As, a nice little nade to finish things off for down one Kira as well, to finish off that scenario.
Yes.
Okay,
Stop.
Max. Are you ready, Max?
I'm ready.
Okay, let's see our champion stats here. It's actually not the MVP just yet, but I hope you got your predictions ready to go. Just a few. Obviously, the best duo coming through. 587 average damage and average limbs of 3.8. Not too bad.
That's actually really good. And then they had a 0-point day, right?
Yeah.
For the duos. Like 3.8, you got to say, like, day one was insane. And also, the few games they got here was great. But their first day was absolutely mental. Like 14 eliminations and 2 games total for the whole squad. Of course, like, that average is going to be extremely high.
Yeah, a great day, then a dog water day, then an okay end. Not bad.
Hey, if it gets you enough to win the whole thing and win $15,000, I wouldn't complain at all. But then you have to ask yourself, who's going to be the MVP of this? I'm going to go first. I'm going to give you guys some time here, not because I know who it's going to be.
I think we have it in mind already.
Okay, so we'll 3, 2, 1 countdown and we'll do it. So 3, 2, 1 and then we'll go, right? 3, 2, action.
Top.
Oh. No, it was like top, so I meant like go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
you were counted down like a movie slide. Action.
Exactly. No, we're all wrong.
Excuse me?
Joke's on you guys.
Wait.
How many kills, how many limbs did they get in that previous game just then?
They had 3 Stalwart in that game, I believe.
No, how many did Alpha 7 have?
I didn't see.
They had like 7, didn't they?
Okay.
So did Action just get them all and Top did nothing in this game?
If that's because Top had 11.
He had
before
11
this game,
coming
so
into today.
Oh.
Top is second, Carrillo is third.
So close.
We're all wrong.
Now, don't you two like idiots making fun of me?
Yeah, but you were definitely,
you were
way off. You were another game I don't know what you were doing.
We were all equally wrong. But
No,
Revo
we
is all right here as the secret MVP of the duos and, of course, potentially moving up the ranks when it comes to the team event. As I have a producer laughing at me in my ear. That is not appreciated. Supposed to be on my side. So thank you so much for that, Addy. But obviously with 2 minutes left to go before we do get into the main event here, the team event, I'm really excited to see what's going to happen because Vampire Esports, as we saw in the main event last week, day 1, fantastic day. 39 points in the first match.
Yeah.
Day 2, non-existent. I'm worried that because they had a fantastic day 2 yesterday, maybe they're going to fall off here in day 3. Maybe they're going to repeat the performance of last week.
That's the thing. Like, they are currently a contender for first place, but if you want to catch up to Alpha 7, not only must you have a good day like they did yesterday, you must hope Alpha 7 has a bad day. And unfortunately, from what we've seen so far, Alpha 7, they're looking hot. They had 2 great days in a row.
Yep.
I don't expect them to fall off today.
I think it's definitely a competition between the top 3. When you look at how far that they put themselves ahead, of course, as you say, Alpha 7 really looking primed. And after taking away this 2 days, it feels like they came in to this stage the most prepared, knowing kind of what game plan they wanted to go in with across all the battlegrounds, to be perfectly honest. So yeah, it bodes well for them in this final day.
Okay, well, gentlemen, we do have 1:20 left to go before we can head into this match. It is time to get things ready to go. But once again, before we do hop into this match, I'm going to give a big shout out here to Aramco, one of the sponsors of this event, to make these 6 weeks possible, as well as Saudia. Again, without these fine companies, we would not be here today watching some of the finest PUBG Mobile action the world has to offer. But speaking of finest things the world has to offer, go over to our caster duo of John Allen and Blake.
That's right. It's me, John Allen. Again, I'm going to keep doing that until it dies.
I think it's DOA already, honestly. I'm so sorry. Yeah. I think it needs to stop now.
That's not my fault.
Cease!
I didn't start it.
You know, look, looking at these teams at the moment in the Afterparty Showdown, I love Down One Kia. They're probably one of my favorite teams, okay, right? But as a European caster, I do have to support Alpha 7 now in their pursuit for glory, for victory. So I think we need to pull a 7 Worlds Gaming. Are you ready for a 7 Worlds Gaming?
I think so.
You think so?
Yeah.
Let's see if we do the same thing. You ready? On 1, 3, 2, 1. Do Brazil! There we go. Oh, it's perfect. It's perfect. We're ready for this one. We're getting into game. It's Erangel to start things off strong and steady. We'll be getting the match very, very shortly here as we do see our playing path. You can't see it quite yet, but I'm going to fill you in regardless. We're heading from Quarry all the way up to Stalwart, so we're getting that southwest up towards the northeast playing path. John.
Cutting straight across the diagonal here. Should be fairly open. Looking at what a Stalwart going to do. I mean, we've seen them basically go Novo every single time, even in these 12-team lobbies. Potential to be a little bit late on that one, but they can drop around those roads very pier, try and pick up some vehicles, head out that way. Nothing really too tricky for a lot of teams.
Yeah, this is like a very nice playing path for a lot of different teams here. If you're trying to get over towards the eastern side, let's say Milta Power, Lipovka, slightly more difficult, but there is plenty of roads here where you can pick up some of the vehicle spawns, especially even Georgia Pole. You know, if you head up towards Hospital, I think there's like 2 buggy spawns up on that side as well, so you can really pick yourself up some quick vehicles and get moving. Most eliminations swept there with 19 eliminations so far, John. That's kind of a surprising one for me, considering he's done so much here in the Afterparty Showdown. And I think, you know, because Fluketh and Stone both had such a good PMWI, he's showing up here in the Afterparty Showdown to try and earn as much as possible for his team.
Mythic there topping the tables for headshots, as well as Stoned on 4 as well. Bumping it up to 6 in this 18-game series. Oh, Revo doing so much work. I mean, these guys are the top 3 for eliminations as well as knockouts. It's really good news for them in terms of their performance. Nadalims, though, is pretty tight at the top 3, the maximum that we've seen.
Absolutely. I think, you know, Mafioso as well as Revo, you know, they're both very, very good players. You can see how high they are in the knockouts, but I think every single player on Alpha 7 does play their own particular role. You know, Carrillo's very, very good when it comes to those clutch moments. And I really do like the addition of Mythic. I think he's provided this amazing defense for the team. You know, he's not always the most flashy player in the world, but when it comes to preventing teams from wiping them or getting a quick swivel on teams that are flanking from the side, you know, that is where he absolutely does shine.
Ooh, a little bit of spice here for 7C and Bigetron as they hot drop on top of one another.
A little bit spooky for them up in Severny, but it's a nice place to start for yourself, especially with the circle. If you didn't quite catch it, or you're just joining us now, it did head up towards that northern side of the map. I would say fairly central over both the middle islands, well, towards the north of the island as well. So we don't have a huge amount of water in this one. So it provides some pretty decent rotational paths for a lot of these teams. Stalwart, on the other hand, all the way down towards Novorepnoye, they're not going anywhere. And you would know that they drop Novorepnoye every single time if you are tuning in to the PMWI. And if you watch together with us for the 2022 PMWI Watch Together, you can head over towards that in-game esports center, watch with your friends to win yourself some PMWI special sets.
You can look fresh as anything doing it as well. If you're grabbing those gun skins and outfit, the PMWI packages are on sale for a limited time, and you can also win PMWI treasure crates if you play PUBG Mobile during PMWI.
That's the key part of that one. That's the key part. Make sure you're playing during the PMWI, because we are coming to a close now. You know, we're in our first match of the main event. There's no show match at the end of the day. We already found our victor for that in Stalwart Esports. No second runner-up for them this time. They're taking it all. That's happy days for them. So as we head through the next 6 games, I'm going to say 6 games right now because we're really in just that very beginning of our angle right now. Do you think any team can start to challenge Alpha 7? Because they are ahead. But they're not by
no, I don't think.
All right.
I don't think anyone. I don't think anyone's gonna.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
It's gonna be very.
All right. Yeah. I get it. Alpha 7. They're just way ahead of anyone else right now.
To be fair, I mean, we joke around, but they are astonishingly far in the lead for the fact that they've only played 12 games, being 27 points ahead of Vampire Esports. I mean, it feels like it's going to be a really, really hard task for them to catch up that. Right, over these 6 games, you're looking at close to 5 points extra per game. for Vampire Esports over these next 6, right?
Yeah.
And a team like Alpha 7, to outperform them by that margin is very, very hard.
Absolutely. Zuxi, though, N249 blasts Erang out of Erangel there. And he'll take the first elimination reward of $2,000 going over towards the Bigetron Red Aliens, and Zuxi picking up that one.
Well, that's the thing as well, right? I don't think Alpha 7 are going to be dethroned at the top, but there are plenty of teams that could take a couple of chicken dinners and look towards out-earning them. I mean, S2G, for instance, right? A lot of money found for them.
Yeah, sneaky.
They're sat in 6th place, right, at the start of this game, but they have a lot of cash on the cards, and that's kind of the really exciting thing about this Afterparty Showdown. It's those in-game bounties.
Yeah, they love Sanhok, man, because they are able to get that first team elimination a lot of times. And, you know, it goes either way for both R8 and S2G. You know, they take their chances with one another, right? It's like either R8's going to get that $5,000 or we're going to get that $5,000. And I mean, both teams would take your chances on that. You know, you might not get the most points in that game, but you will get the first elim. You will get the first team elimination. And you know, that could add up to a total of $7,000 on the game. Just 3,000 under getting that chicken dinner.
I mean, even if you're taking a coin toss on the fight, right? 50-50, on average, you're getting $2,500 per game.
Yeah.
If you're hot dropping.
Exactly. That doesn't include the first elim either. So, you know, there is a lot to be had for S2G. And I think that drop over towards Sanhok is nice. Zuxi, though, on a tear right now with the M249. Taking it. Close quarters with 7Cs at the moment. Zuxi with the mini Uzi will just look to finish it.
And this is good news for Bigetron, right? A team that seemingly dodged the money so far in the previous 2 days' games. They pick up that 2,000 for that first elimination, and they're looking to try and take out the rest of 7C. Not so good if you're a fan from the Indian region, though, as Scout and Spray God look to defend.
Missouri takes a fair bit of damage there, but Zuxi will knock another, and Spray God now just Scout all on his lone. Has to pull something magical to make this one happen. It's very unlikely, and Zuxi, an absolute machine with the M249, and Luxi lobbing that one over the top. It's simple pickings for BTR. $7,000 earned. First match of the day.
And the first special elimination as well.
9K!
An extra 2. 9K on one fight. Incredible result for Bigetron. I think they started on, what, like 11, 17, something around that sort of mark in the teens. So nearly doubling their earnings in one fight.
What a calculated finish that was. We'll get the first elim, we'll push up, then we'll drop the nade over the top to finish the last, and we'll get all those prizes in one.
That is a $7,000 nade.
Yeah.
That one elim, the final elim on a team, the first special elim. Beautiful.
You gotta love it. They're also currently heading up most team eliminations right now. I don't know for how long, but it would be funny if they do finish it like this. We do see the nade now as it pops over the top. Luxi, cool guys don't look at explosion, just runs away.
I know I've done this. This fight's already over.
Absolutely.
You just hear the katana resheath.
Shing!
I knew you'd make the noise. I knew you'd do that. I knew it.
Oh, you know, I've been practicing for this very moment.
I can tell.
Yeah. Like, in that eventuality, I will bring out the best katana sheath that anyone's ever heard. Getting straight back to the game, though, Circle does head up a little bit further towards the north, so still very indecisive at the moment. It's at the counter, can't pick between the Peppermint and the Spearmint garments at the moment. I just don't know where this Circle's going to head. So I think, you know, these teams are also going to be in the same boat, trying to figure out where is the best position to hold. I do like Team Falcon's spot at the moment, though. Diz does actually give you a lot of opportunity to hold out teams like Riyadh coming in from Yasnaya. Even teams like Damwon Kia, should they need to move through, they'll have to head over either that eastern bridge or the bridge that's right in front of them, just the east side of Rozhok. And either way, Team Falcons should get a bead on them.
I'm just trying to figure out how much BTR could potentially earn in one game, right? Because if they get most team elims after the first team elim, that would be 10K. If they get most elims after the first elim, that would be another 17K, bringing us up to another 7, bringing us up to 17K. First and most special elims would bring us another 4, bringing us to 21K. Unfortunately, though, the first airdrop was not collected by them, which means that their maximum could be 22K on the game. With the 10K chicken dinner, make that 32.
Yeah, that would be some big earnings. However, that's also a lot of ifs right now. They have made it happen already with 3 of the awards going their way. We're still looking down towards Alpha 7 to remain strong in this match and continue to push their lead ahead of any of the others in the lobby. 137 you see there over Vampire Esports with 110. Quick check-in back with those most eliminations. Korea, Revo just working in tandem. 23 each, sharing the love. And that circle is brutal. This is where Team Falcons can start to get a little bit of work done over on that East Yaz bridge. Unfortunately, the circle doesn't head over towards them. So do they consider moving over to the western side and just giving this up for better positioning within the circles? Lots of tree lineup here as well, John. So many places to hide in this match.
With fewer teams as well, I mean, this is phase 2, right? A lot of these teams are going to be able to make that cross. Personally, if I was playing this game, I would rather this hardship now than later to decide the side of the river. Everybody knows they need to commit north, and that's the move they're going to make. Nigma Galaxy under pressure from Stalwart, but that rotation will carry on as planned for Nigma Galaxy.
This time trying to get into the circle, nice and early, but still down towards the southwest side. They're really taking their time with it. Stalwart, you can kind of understand it considering they're coming from Novorep. They're just underneath Rozhok at the moment, closer to school. Deadeyes Guys starting to move their way across that East Island bridge, but RA currently with a lineup on the bank side looking to prevent any of these rotations coming through, but they will have to deal with both Nigma Galaxy as well as Deadeyes Guys. Oh, they're coming back, in fact.
Okay, they've swung around. Turulov and Chari in the Dacia. Just going for a little cheeky spray. Fortunately, you can get through that tree. Maybe a lesson or two for Maxman. Stop driving us into trees on our games. But they won't be impeded on this roll around the sunken city. Deadeyes Guys keep themselves on the south shore, though.
I don't know if that was a new airdrop or the one that they'd looted before. So I think there's a few reasonings behind it that you can go for. Perhaps you spot R8 on the bank side. You don't want to take your rotation just yet. You wait for the next circle and then head in late. Or they were just looking for most airdrops on the game. On the other hand, Nigma Galaxy have taken a really long wrap, but it's BTR once again. Zuxi absolutely killing it this match.
All right, okay, they want more. They are looking for that 32 max earning right now. If they can pick up the most air crates, they could earn it up there. Nades pouring in over the top. Rod. They are literally in a shooting range right now.
Yeah. Zuxi's just outside with the gun with 150 bullets in it. So he's ready for a good time. Gemforce baiting some shots out. That'll give Zuxi some time to figure out where these players are hiding at. Luxi moves around the side. And they are just surrounding them.
Gemforce with the M16 has a little range to play with there. Luxi drawing that fire. Kato not quite able to land the shots you're looking for. Smoke on that fence line does help them out. And Luxi finally goes down to Munir on the off angle. Behind a rock though, so safe for now. Can't really get out of this situation to try and push this knock.
Has drawn a ton of attention though. That molly will force Kaito out, but has to be very wary of this grenade. It comes through onto Luxi's position. Doesn't hit him for too much. He's just biding his time. Tries to peek up. Just a little bit of damage. Misery starts to come round. I think he's making a wide wrap potentially to pick up Luxi here. But the more they can put them in this awkward scenario on the northern side of the circle, there's really no teams around here other than Alpha 7 off in the distance. But you can see in shooting range, this is kind of an enclosed area. Munir takes some shots from the Silence M16.
It sounded like a VSS there. I was like, hang on a minute, has he got? No, he's got the M16. I was baited. I certainly wouldn't get that one on a this or that. It was a suppressed M16. I think I'd be fooled.
You think so?
I think so.
The VSS is a little bit faster, you know.
Well, it depends how fast you're shooting it.
A bit more whistly. That's about the best way I can describe it, really. Still, nades coming through. I like this from BTR. I think they realize that, you know, if they can lock them down in these fences, it's almost like putting Rod in maximum security, with BTR being the wardens at the moment. Alpha 7, though, dangerously close to this spot.
I'll tell you what we were looking at, right? In terms of the leaderboard, is Vampire Esports trying to close that gap. Right now, Vampire, slap, bang, middle circle, heads-up rotation as always as the Falcons try and hamper these wild rides coming through from the Deadeyes guys. Yusuf is getting rolled up on. Plenty of players and a DBS to handle. I don't know if Yusuf can bear the brunt here. Cooking the nade, and it's just into the firing line. So hard to handle. 3 players jumping out in your face. Not much to do.
It's a fair attempt, though. You take the nade out, but Deadeyes guys were on top of it. Alpha 7 have lost a play here. It's S2G taking shots from below. They're holding around a compound just on the eastern side, and that's Mafioso knocked and flushed. Alpha 7 still have 1 player on knee, though. Revo will fight back just a little bit, take some shots onto Forest, and there's Zuxi once again popping up in the kill feed.
Bigetron Red Aliens, 6 eliminations now, with that flush coming through. Potentially another one as well to add on to the tally. 7. So they are really gunning for this top spot. They're gunning for the money. They've already earned themselves 9K on this game, and they want more. 7 elims, certainly the top in this current standing.
Zuxi feeling relatively motivated during this game. You know, not always in the main roster anymore either, so it's nice to see him coming in and doing some formidable work. Favian, oh my lord, that is some fancy driving.
Has to put it in reverse as he spun out with the tire, nicely finding the rock there, so somehow finding Sanctuary. A hard south shift means there's more distance to go as BTR, hang on a minute, Genfos did get knocked there. Desha at the back, out in the zone there. More team elims for Bigetron, of course, would be good. But if Alpha 7 are on the case, that's going to be all the harder. Down 1 Kia, eliminated by Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, Revo causing some serious problems for BTR at the moment as Zuxi's also knocked. I believe it is just 1 player remaining. And Desha, who wants some serious revenge on BTR, might just be able to make this happen.
Luxy getting flushed out there, leaving BTR on 3 with 1 knock. A little bit isolated. Nade from Desha, over the top, a little bit far. First aid coming through, Genfos knocked. He needs to push up. Carrillo just not letting it go. Not quite getting that knock, but Zuxi, fortunate. And the run looks to be stopping. Somehow, Desha is still alive. It looks like Alpha 7 haven't taken that fight. There's a squad elimination, so they are up to 2, but Bigetron, their run is cut down.
Still, fair amount of points in that game, just with eliminations alone, up to 9 on that match. Will have earned themselves a fair amount of money, which is all you can ask for. Silas spots action, should have been a freebie, but he's able to leap up on his feet. He's been doing his burpees this morning, and get behind the tree afterwards.
Work those quads. Try and pump it up. Stalwart getting rolled up on it. Looks like the Deadeyes guys, they tried it once before, but it's not going to work when Top's on the case. This red hair is on fire.
Can't stop Top once he starts to get it rolling. And even, again, you know, we're just in duos action. Following it on from the last match, we have Action and Top still remaining for Stalwart. Now, S2G, they've been harrying Alpha 7 for a long time so far. It's a nice shot from Ravenclaw, though, off in the distance that takes down Revo.
Putting more nades down range as well is a massive result if they're able to land them. A little bit short, a little bit right on that push, but that one's good. Kelsey, though, chiming in against Alpha 7. This is excellent news for Vampire Esports if Alpha 7 go down here. Carrillo, they played spoiler to Bigetron on the north side, but it looks like they're getting shut out themselves out in the circle. Last player for Alpha 7. Carrillo needs to heal. Shut down by Action. Raze doesn't get the off angle, and Carrillo goes down outside the play zone.
Vampire Esports still have to move down into the circle here, but S2G, they've got a good shout into this one. Vampire Esports, 0 eliminations on this game, and if they want to catch up to Alpha 7, currently at the top with 137, probably more after this game as well, they do need to get cracking on with some of those eliminations because the teams are starting to dwindle. Only 18 left alive here with 5 teams still with a gun at that chicken dinner.
At the moment, Alpha 7 at the end of that game, 143 points. Vampire Esports yet to score, which puts them 33 points behind. A blinder of the game necessary. It won't be achievable in this current lobby, I don't imagine. R8 in an engagement with Nigma Galaxy, SK Todd. Sprayed, but not taken down just yet. Not out of the mix. Freak, not so lucky. Taken down. Ralph low. R8 taking this fight and doing well so far. Amodi, nade over the top. Wants to put ID down for now. As Ralph getting rezzed. Freak as well. Needs to be picked back up for Nigma Galaxy to have power here.
Stops though. Flushes out one player from Nigma Galaxy, and R8 are just sending in the explosives. It's almost as if you've got a plane dropping over the top with the bombs on side, but it's S2G laid low and bare by grenades coming through from Vampire Esports. Another one comes through too, now just top alive behind the blooming smoke.
And there's more pressure being exerted by Vampire Esports. They laid in wait for their prey to roll on up. And speaking of rolling on up, ID rolls straight up onto Lord. Hamodi, last player for Nigma Galaxy, but he's got an M249. Not going to be able to leverage that ammo as R8 win the engagement against Nigma Galaxy, bringing themselves up to a pretty high point tally. At the moment, though, I think Bigetron Red Aliens might still have highest eliminations.
Maybe, John. Stalwart does go down as Vampire Esports start to rack up these points. A back-to-back to finish the day yesterday with 2 chicken dinners. Now, they're looking for that coveted turkey here. 30K in 3 matches, John, would be insane.
Oh, Schweppes looks for the back shot. Now they can sweep down this hillside in a line. They have every elevation covered. Prestige finds out all about it. Shots raining down towards Ravenclaw, but there's pressure from the side, and this is coordinated pushing coming through from Vampire Esports. They are on the money with these angles. SK-Ton trying to sneak it around the side, but Ravenclaw far too heads up, out in the open, gets traded, and it's all Vampire Esports all day. What a way to close it out.
3 chicken dinners, one after another. How do they do it? Here in the Afterparty Showdown, Ravenclaw swoops down the side and hits a beautiful flank. They call him Ravenclaw because he swipes. What an incredible game coming through from Vampire Esports once again, and they are looking to move up above not only Alpha 7 in terms of prize money, but including the actual points at the top of the leaderboard. Goodness me, John.
What a way to start things off. They are definitely not out of it yet, and Alpha 7 needing to put a little bit more work in to keep that gap there. They still have some buffer to work with.
They absolutely do have a little bit of a buffer to work with, but not too much. I mean, yes, I think it's around about 20 points perhaps ahead right now, roughly, of Vampire Esports. But regardless, they are really making one hell of a run to catch them up in these final moments. And Vampire Esports, you know, they are in this sprint now, John.
Absolutely. They were 33 points behind at the middle point of that game. 19 points on the game. That's an excellent margin to make up. We're going to head to a break. We'll be back with the desk.
مع التحديث الجديد لستيتي بلاي تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات. استكشف الشات والتايم لاين وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستيتي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by how.
Out of the last 5 matches, Vampire Esports have taken 4 of them with chicken dinners. That's $40,000 as a baseline for themselves to add to their tally of the $500,000 they won in the main event last week. Ridiculous stuff out of Vampire Esports. I love you guys. I'll give you my PayPal account info later on. Before we can break down this last match, though, the Sony Xperia 1-4 made in collaboration with professional players, professional esports players, professional players, only the esports ones, because that's what we care about when it comes to PUBG Mobile. And funny enough, it's actually the official smartphone partner here at PUBG. Gentlemen, let's take a look at the match rankings, though. We already know who took home the Chicken Dinny. And they got themselves 19 points. But I will say that, what's wrong with Chicken Dinny?
He did say Chicken Dinny.
You did say that, yeah.
Yeah, what's wrong with it? How's that weird?
It's pretty weird.
Yeah.
Continue.
They got 19 points.
Yes, they did. And, I mean, considering they got this many chicken dinnies in 4 out of 5 games.
All right, Max. Okay,
Still
I can handle
weird.
Colars, but,
it's obscene. Actually kind of obscene. They're playing the circles better than these other teams around them.
Yeah.
You were mentioning Ravenclaw was scouting very, very well to be able to find themselves these certain positions that they're taking mid. And nobody's crashing them. Nobody's trying to push into them. They are just holding strong, holding firm.
And the cool thing too is when Ravenclaw was scouting that one compound that was in the circle at the end, the execution was instant. He was there for like, what, 10 seconds tops. And the team was already on the move, already aiming for the compound because everyone was fighting. They were hearing all the fights up north. They're like, this is the prime time. This is the Goldilocks moment to push in that exact position. They send it, they get the win. I mean, it's the exact same rotation they do every game on Erangel. It keeps working time and time and time again. I'm going to say it. They cracked the code and no one's going to compete there.
Cracking the code. I mean, to be fair, at the very end as well, with the position they had, they could pick and choose their fights. I was talking to you about this, Colaris. They're just sitting like, we don't want to fight. We can disengage because they have the high ground. But also, at the same time, the shift we did have, I think 2 zones before that, I think even Avenger was pointing out while in the talent room we were watching.
The hard shift south?
Only like 2 teams were even near that zone, and every other team had a transition down. That was very rough.
If you're a Vampire Esports when that shift comes, there is concern because you know that there are a lot of fights going on north of you, and eventually someone should, all of those fights kind of conclude and then teams crash down in towards that compound potentially. But it was a little bit of fear from the rest of the lobby. I feel like if maybe 2 teams actually try that, maybe they displace Vampire or kind of cause them a little bit of wound. But it's difficult to just say it and be able to execute it on the battleground.
And I'm just connecting the dots right now, actually, because when you think about it, they got 4 chicken dinners out of the 5 last games, right? That's all on different battlegrounds also.
Yeah.
And we talked about how hard it is to adapt to all of these different maps. They got 4 battlegrounds already in their pocket because they just dominated on those games.
Yeah, it's the fundamentals that they're bringing to the game are just so strong. Never mind the knowledge of the map, etc., and things like that. It's the fundamentals that they bring that are head and shoulders above a lot of these teams.
You know what, Clarissa, I want you to bring up something you did say in the green room while we were watching about Empire Sports, because you were saying this wasn't a team that you went into the event that was like, okay, they're probably going to win the whole thing, or they have a good chance of winning the whole thing.
No, agreed. When we were kind of prepping things and obviously looking at how it went down, taking a look at all of these from Sanhok once again, but like the fact that Vampire in their region looked great. There's no denying that. They looked good, but then there's question marks. How are they going to approach these 18-team lobbies? Did it very well, did it very successfully. How are they now going to approach these 12-teams lobbies? They've not really changed too much from how they approach the 18-team lobbies, but now they've got even more room to work with here in the second weekend. So it's kind of, after the initial kind of small learning curve of the first day or so, now they've really, as he said, cracked the code.
I think what's impressive for them is, or not for them in general, but obviously for this event is we don't get to see a lot of these international clashes, right? So it's really hard for other regions to know who's really strong within their own region besides the fact of PMPLs. But this is a good like sporting ground to show the, the world what you have. Vampire Esports for me could be a very strong contender when it comes to PMGC if they get in.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it happen with Mongolia in the past, right, with Zeus, and now also with the likes of Stalwart. They just dominated and then just like put Mongolia on the map. We've seen a very similar thing happen here with Vampire. And for their first international tournament, not only winning, the main tournament, potentially also winning here the Afterparty Showdown back-to-back, right, is one of the most insane statements I think I've seen in a long time in PUBG Mobile Esports.
And to talk about other things we were talking about in the green room, I think a lot of the talent roster here on the English-speaking talent has said, this team has made big fans out of us across last weekend and into now this weekend because of the way they're approaching the game. So, kudos.
And to kind of show you their domination, we're actually going to dive into their stats over the course of yesterday. We're not going to include this first match today out of them, but this team, averaging 1,300 damage, but also, for me, more importantly, those limbs per match is pretty impressive. Again, considering the format of this event, where it's 10 points for chicken dinner and eliminations become a lot more powerful.
And it's even more insane when you think that they're not even hunting limbs, right? They just come to them because you have a good position. Teams are going to try and crash you, and they just prep so well against those crashes. Their position is always on point that you just can't compete against them because their team play is just so good. And Stoned in particular is always popping off when it comes to fragging. You've got Ravenclaw, the one that's breaching the compounds a lot of the time, scouting for the team. It's just they look like a well-oiled machine right now. And every single time they take a fight, it happens the same way, but they keep winning.
Yeah, it feels like there's no weak link. Oftentimes when you see teams like this, potential weak link in inverted commas in terms of elimination power is kind of the scout. Like the guy that's going out in the front and trying to find the spot, and then the rest of the team comes in because you send out the one that's, potentially most vulnerable first to try and find you the spot. However, Ravenclaw's not that. We saw him kind of with the MG3 on Vikendi yesterday, being able to kind of greet teams onto position, and other moments as well. He's just been able to do well alongside it. So no weak link here.
Well, with this victory, though, with them having 4 wins out of the last 5 matches, I think we actually need to jump into overalls just to get an idea of how close they've been able to get towards Alpha 7, because that's what everyone's chasing for, right? That's that $60,000 first place prize. They're still going to be behind, but they are getting ever so close.
They're getting there. I think it's about to happen. They overtook Alpha 7 with most money earned currently in this Afterparty Showdown, 3K above Alpha 7. Maybe the team to breach 100K first today, we'll have to see, but one more good game and they could be popping off. They could be above Alpha 7. But as we said, Alpha 7, consistent throughout day 1 and day 2. I don't think we can expect some bad results from them. I think we're still going to see potential wins from Alpha 7.
Yeah, I think right now it's definitely the battle of these top 2 teams. Falcons, an excellent team, but I don't know if they're going to be able to. Why are you laughing?
You've gone down from the best team to the excellent team.
I mean, they are an excellent team, but I don't know if they're going to be able to challenge the consistency that we're seeing from Alpha 7 as well as Vampire here, given that I feel Alpha 7 came in with a good game plan. We've already spoken about that at length, not going to go into it again. And Vampire is showing that extra consistency on top of that that's going to have to rival it, even though they didn't have huge amounts of time to prep for these exact scenarios, but they've come in so hot off the back of last weekend.
Oh man, S2G still on $61,000 in earnings alone. Again, the team that hasn't really been able to take a ton of chicken dinners, though they do have 2. They have just been racking in the bucks.
Yeah, I mean, at least I'm happy because that means the Turkish talent are not screaming as much next to us. So it's a little bit more chill in a green room currently. But yeah, I mean, the S2G did do a very big statement in the first day. Day 2 a little bit calmer, but there's still a chance they can come in swinging on this 3rd day.
Yeah, you can see we have 1 minute and 30 till we do get into our next match, but I give a big shout out yet again to STC for making this event possible, as well as Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib. Obviously, without all these sponsors, we couldn't be here for our 6 weeks of amazing action. I believe there was $15 million in prize money across every single event. That's honestly ridiculous and insane. For you guys at home, though, you're maybe not going to win the money, but you can still get some sweet rewards like a free permanent legendary set with the Vibe and Drive event currently going on within the game. You can team up with your friends to complete the missions and get yourself an unlock. Gentlemen, we're out to head into Livik here, 50 seconds. I want to get some quick predictions about who's going to win. Do you think Vampire Esports is going to go 4 in a row? The back-to-back to back-to-back?
I think it's one of the maps they haven't got a win on. So you know what? Just for the sake of supporting Vampire, yeah, let's go.
If they don't go into crabgrass, yes. I don't like crabgrass.
True. He has made it very, very vocal. Also, but you guys, by the way, for you guys at home, we do have a survey going on. You can check those out over on the official Tencent social media channels and also in the chat. Let us know your feedback about the event, what you liked, what you didn't like. Maybe it's the John Allen impression that Klaris does, but let's be honest, we all loved it indeed. Livik coming up in 20 seconds of time. We are starting to run out of matches in this after-party showdown. If Alpha 7 want to maintain their lead, they're going to need to maintain it here on map number 2. It's time to throw it on over, though, to our commentators of John Allen and Blank.
Thank you very much. Of course, as he says, it is Alpha 7 that need to maintain that lead. But if there's one thing we know, it's that these guys can do it.
That is right, John. Yesterday, though, Alpha 7 just barely missing out on that victory in their duo show match over on Livik itself versus R8 yesterday. But, you know, if they'd actually been able to get that, maybe they would have taken the show match overall. Unfortunate though, but we do know they can play this map extremely well, and that is the main thing to be watching out for. You can see the points there. Look at that. Vampire Esports close on the heels of Alpha 7. So they're going to need to start drinking some water, washing off the tiredness as they come into these final games and speed up, because they are heading towards that finish line, and you know the Vampire Esports, they're hungry for a second win.
Well, this is a very fast map, right? It is small, it's compact, it's designed for fewer teams, and with 12 teams on, we're looking at how close in proximity these teams are going to be. Let's take a look at where everyone is going to land down. Looks like Bigetron dropping out. Are they in the water there? Oh, they're in Fiskehos on that eastern coast, trying to loot up and play to the west. Midstein operated by STE right now.
Highest damage totals, Revo with an insane damage count, but the longest limb, Stone still holding on to that eagle eye. He's seen those players off in the distance, and he's taken them down before they can even spot him. Really, really good shots coming out from Stone so far. Been a very, very good anchor point for the rest of the team to really rally around this entire tournament. Not only the Afterparty Showdown, but as well as the PMWI. And we can't forget Damar on the end right now with the best smile in the biz. He does look good.
Blank the circle is the whole map.
That's right. There's really nowhere that we're confirming as of yet, which, you know, makes a lot of these teams happy. They can kind of chill out, loot up what they need to, and then get moving when that next circle does pop. You can see our official smartphone partner as well there in Xperia. I'm just going to call them out just because I can, and I have one looking very beautiful on my desk at the moment. Can also be an extremely beautiful human there at home. Obviously, I can't see you, but you can watch together with us for the 2022 PMWI Watch Together. You can watch PMWI together with us in-game over at that esports center with your friends, doing those PMWI special sets. And hopefully, Carrillo doesn't fall like this.
Traded off, though. Revo gets the frag onto Falcons. Powerful. Not going to be exhibiting that power for this round. And that's the first elimination. 2K over towards Alpha 7. And maybe with that 2K, they could head over to grab some PMWI packages because they're on sale for a limited time. And you can also win PMWI treasure crates if you guys at home are playing PUBG Mobile during PMWI.
Damar from Falcons. Let's see if he can get out of the way already. A7 bumping up their cash count. I think that, you know, they might have just actually tied with Vampire Esports. I believe they were 70k to 72. So now it's 72 apiece. So it really is neck and neck between both these teams.
There's the M1014 from Damar. Shotgun, close range. Mythic could come a cropper if he's not careful. But the nade More focused on Yusuf right now. Spots him through the top window, but Yusuf repositions. That's right onto the stairwell. Not quite going to bobble down it, though. And Yusuf stays in the mix of it for now, but Revo has the off angle. A nade over the top, gets a little bit of damage in. Spray attempting to find those shots. Mythic cuts his ankles out, low HP now, has to fall back. Maybe looking for a heal, the Molotov, but it's not going to slow Revo down. Hang on a minute, it might do just that. First aid kit being popped, and Damar can now answer into this fight. Alpha 7 in a tricky spot now. Revo pops that heal, but so does Yusuf. Mythic leads the charge, breaks the door. Yusuf with the M1014 as well, around the side, needs to come up big, around the ventilator, looks for the shots, looks for the spray, but can't find what he's looking for. Carrillo is down on the off angle, and Damar wants to find the ground floor push. Will be able to get this flush onto Carrillo, bring Alpha 7 down to 3, but the rest of the team not so lucky. Yusuf down, but not out just yet, as there's spray coming through still.
Quick flush over towards Yusuf, never alone off the distance, did actually go very low in that situation. M4 spray comes in. There's M4 of their own on Mythic, so he'll be able to lock down Never Alone. But A7, their smokes are so good, so critical at times when they're needed most. Reaver, though, knows that there's a player in here. Korea will have fed back that information before he did fall in this match. It's the question of the medical equipment, though. You see, Revo's got absolutely nothing left. So this fight is getting real rough. And with Nigma Galaxy off at the distance, actually approaching. Freak spots Never Alone.
Ooh, Lord with the crossfire as well. Not quite able to hit the shots. Never Alone hit the deck first. Has that tree trunk as cover. And will look to get the heal off. I think he's laid out in the open, though. No smoke cover there from Freak. Maybe he's just not spotting it. Has to reload on the dinner plate.
It's unfortunate for Freak that we definitely saw him in those moments of what they did. That's Revo, in fact, with a DP of his own, coming in from the side swipe. Does not want to give up this first team elimination. Now just Damar left. They're looking to pick up that $5,000. You know, the 2K into the 5K, it's worth it in a match like this, even if you do go out early. So that's probably the main objective for Alpha 7. They'll take it. Mythic brings home the 5K.
7K now, as you say. No Nader limbs just yet, so no special limb prize for the first. Still potentially on the cards for Nigma Galaxy. Of course, Alpha 7 losing a player brings them into a 3 versus 4 off the back of an engagement. Revo needs to heal. Mafioso as well. Low HP. That'll have expended resources, and Nigma Galaxy could look to take this.
It's lucky they were able to get the finish on Damar, because now they start focusing on the next fight. And it's the Lord of Nades that sends him through the window, and another! Dear me, he's on target. The arc is good.
2 for 2. Lord wants to push up over the wall. Now Mafioso in the same situation as Damar. P90 and DP. That's bad for your health. Stepping up towards the window, but does fade away. Flush is coming through. Another nade from Lord. Is this one good as well? Is he dunking it down? Oh my God, Lord. 3 Nader limbs. Those are special.
That's the triple coming off the back of it. Lord finishes that fight in a firework display that no one anticipated at the beginning of this game, with the circle being so favorable to everyone. A 3-way fight there. And the fight is over in an instant as soon as Lord packs a punch into that one.
Not only that, Alpha 7 go down early. Vampire Esports, where you at?
This is now a real good opportunity for them. Start racking up those points. Yes, they might be just a little bit behind, but if they can find another chicken dinner, which no longer seems so unlikely to get a 4th in a row here, we might just be setting records here in the Afterparty Showdown.
Trying to get away, R8. Squeaking it through. Just about surviving there. All 4 of them are still trucking. The heals might need to come on in. Prestige doesn't want to bear the brunt of that explosion. Pops it up himself.
Damon Kia. Very leisurely team here on Livik. They don't like to make too much happen towards the beginning. They like to hold a compound, wait for the enemy to come to them. You know, it's very, very difficult. Seems like they get themselves like a little compound buff in a lot of these situations. Here's that nade. It's just so perfectly done. And Lord was just absolutely loving it in that time. And after he hit the second one, You know, he's got that adrenaline pumping through him. He's like, I'm going for the third, boys.
And he hits it. I think it was 3 for 3 on Lord's nades in that engagement. That is absolutely incredible. I mean, normally you throw maybe 3, you get a knock. You get 1 knock, right? But those were perfect. He read them like a book. He's not seeing numbers anymore.
No, absolutely not. I think Lord at this point needs to grab himself a couple of donuts because he was dunking them in those final moments. All right, though, still down towards that south side. Vampire Esports yet to move too much. But Nigma Galaxy coming off the back of that game. You know, some very, very decent stuff that they're able to achieve there. And it's going to give them most of the northwest side to themselves.
All right, with plenty of fans in our audience, of course, the home team. And they start young, but according to that picture-in-picture, nice stuff. Seeing those shots come through has got to be good. Seeing R8 survive even longer, all the better. Fortunately, one of their players is down right now. Shift.
Ooh, Stalwart. Looking strong there. They are in a slight valley, though, so a little bit difficult. Kalash will be glad to know that Crabgrass is slowly receding away from this game. Still just a little bit in at the moment.
So does take a knee. Rod on the warpath as well. Towards Hamodi, who isn't down just yet, but there's a real quick timer burning away, certainly in Freak's mind. Needs to pop that smoke, needs to reposition. Deadeyes guys are pretty close. Hamodi, I think Ralph's going for it in the vehicle, looking to pop that res. Drops out. Are they going to save him? I think he's on the res. Hopefully looking to try and stick that one and keep them all going for Nigma Galaxy.
All right, we'll finish out at least one player from down 1 Kia, giving them 1 point total. Just underneath Nigma Galaxy at the top with 4 eliminations, the teams that still are in the game. Alpha 7 obviously leaving this match with 3 elims, which will give them the 3-pointer. Now it's time for Vampire Esports to start making their way up the ladder. Obviously, they won't know that Alpha 7's out of the game as of yet, and I imagine they're going to continue to play this one out very, very slowly. I think they've done it most games, waiting to strike towards the end from the shadows.
Ooh. Not quite landing the spray onto R8 there. Although R8 are suffering, Sung has gone down in this engagement already. At the start of this game, Blank, the point difference between Vampire Esports and Alpha 7, 13. That will have stretched out to 16 with the 3 limbs that Alpha 7 have earned themselves so far. But from this point on, it's all gravy for Vampire Esports.
7C coming in from the East Port. Oh my God, this is going to cause me problems till the end of time, I already know.
That's right.
Yeah, always trying to call it esports. I think that's fair. We're an esports tournament, so it's okay. All right. Just about to get all their players back up on their feet, but they are taking damage. The blue so close to them and trying to get across this open ground is going to be hard. Scout spots all of Ra jumping out of the vehicle. This could be a really good moment for him, but it looks like there's more eyes on this fight than just him.
Scout doesn't have time to stand and deliver on the spray there. The blue zone pushing them in. 7C very, very close by. A nice cheeky little bobble nade, not quite making the distance there. Scout's still out in the blue. It's not ticking too hard, and Spray God's up the top to try and put some suppression onto Ra's position. You can see one of them already down. Can Scout get out of this position?
It'll be tough from underneath the bridge. Has to invest himself. Quick first aid, but Spray God is good on the nade. Looking for another one.
Scout gets across behind that smoke. Sarang drops down all the way to the wall there. Desha low and maybe looking to try and finish this one off. A nade from Spray God, maybe looking to pop itself into that smoke. Spots Munir, but has the shotgun out first. Needs to swap and it's not quite quick enough. Kaito has a nade cooking, potentially popping it right out that door, right onto Sarang, but another nade turned over the top. Munir takes a knee. Beautiful nades coming through. It looks like all of these teams are trying to rack up these special limbs, and Sarang finds the final frag. Rad full and 4 alive for 7C. Another
Finish
engagement.
them off quick. Yeah, oh my lord.
It's already all over for that side of the engagement. Nigma Galaxy, Deadeyes guys, right at it on the northern side here, just south of Cronus, on that Crossroads compound. 2 players alive for Nigma Galaxy, 3 for Deadeyes guys, but Hamodi trying to channel Lord, try to pobble it around the side. Can it get the damage? Not quite. Turulov stays alive.
Lord did start this fight out pretty strong with a couple of nades of his own. There's another. Everyone's taking an absolute leaf out of the book that Lord wrote on the bandolier of grenades here.
Not too sure how 7C went down there, but they do go down nonetheless. 2 auto shotguns around the side. Only Turulov as he hops around the side, but Hamodi's on the swivel. The drop shot's good. And Deadeyes Guys eliminated. Nigma Galaxy take the dub.
Down 1 Kia. Lose a couple of players. This is the beginning of the fight. It is so hectic. The M1014, everyone's loving using this weapon in the game. It sounds so good. It feels so satisfying. Why wouldn't you use it? Now, Vampire Esports need to start making their way into the circle. Obviously, Stalwart, a very, very good team, will be in their way. BTR, unfortunately, will take the worst end of things, though.
R8 on the back right of Vampire Esports' route of ingress. Nades flying, not really too much found. This could be good if it's on the money. Absolutely perfect onto ID77. And that's going to slow R8 down, but S2G going at it with Stalwart right now. It's going every which way, but S2G bearing massive amounts of damage right now. Can't quite find what they're looking for, and they might just go out here. Eliminated Stalwart, only Scry falls down. That's going to be a real quick revive, but down 1 Kia don't want to give them that space.
Huge amount of casualties there for S2G in a very short amount of time, and top action Pika don't take any kind of damage in that fight. Scry was the only one standing in front of the team like a meat shield, but with this circle centering right up towards the middle, everybody has to push in. So it's anybody's game, but Vampire Esports still in this one. 4 teams alive, still remaining, and 12 in the lobby.
Vampire Esports have the freedom of already being outside. They have this high ground position over these 2 compounds. I feel it's looking quite good. Could it be the back-to-back, back-to-back?
We'll have to wait and see, John. It will be one hell of a moment if they're able to make it happen. Nigma Galaxy, you can see them off in the distance just with their 2. Down 1 Kia, extremely close to Stalwart, but there are shots been taken down towards Pika. Smoke trains sent out. But now they've got to go against the Korean shotgun meta, which seems to have been adapted by...
Choo-choo chews them up on the crossing. Down 1 Kia shuts down to Stalwart Esports to start things off, but they have got the numbers advantage. They leverage it, and they turn things around. Nigma Galaxy had the off angle with 2, but in the meantime, Vampire Esports swarm the hill.
Looking to close it out for Nigma Galaxy. With 2 players still on a split here, looking down towards Stalwart. There's nades coming through. Pika's taken down. Ralph's looking to finish off top. This is looking so good for Vampire Esports now.
Just Scry pushing out for Stalwart, up towards the Vampire Esports position. Hamodi finds the sidelines. Ravenclaw, a pivotal player for Vampire Esports on those off angles, is curtailed. 3 players on the hillside, and they have to move towards Nigma Galaxy.
They have the information, but like you say, the northwest shift up towards Nigma Galaxy, anything can still happen, but they're really lacking of cover, and should they need to move in just a little bit further, it might be tough, but still, Stalwart with 2 players, getting one back up on their feet, another nade gets sent through. I think that's through the window, John.
Oh, is it going to go? Not quite. Not quite getting the damage. Stalwart back up to 2 players, alive and kicking. Fragging as well, if they can help it. Action. Around the side, Scry still alive as well. The nade potentially there, but Ralph wants to slow down Stalwart's push as well. Close, right up and in their grill. Ralph wants to pop that nade. Hamodi wants to take the fight with Vampire Esports. Scry spotted by Schweppes. Vampire Esports sweep down towards Stalwart. Ralph now on the rock. They'll see this position, and Nigma Galaxy are split up. Hamodi takes the shots over the top of the hill, but 3 players strong for Vampire Esports. They swing it out wide. Ralph tries to pop the nade in, and not quite finding the knocks, not quite getting it done. There's one from Hamodi. Looks to shut down the push from Vampire Esports. Around the side of the rock, M1014 in hand, but a sliver of HP to play with. Stops, pushes around the side. There's the spray, and it is back-to-back, 4 in a row. The Vampires dominating here.
Dracula riding strong, but we've got to change that right around because it is back-to-back. Call this team a la carte. They are not stopping here. 18 points already. An unreal performance from Vampire Esports. How do you stop them?
Nosferatu, Vlad the Impaler, Dracula, Alucard, as you said, and now Vampire Esports. These guys draining the points from this lobby.
I don't know what you do at this point. If you're Alpha 7, you are terrified of this team.
Absolutely beautiful stuff. And with that performance, Alpha 7 knocked off the top spot. Could it be the two-time, the back-to-back tournaments? The match standings brought to you by STC.
What is going on here? Vampire Esports are taking on the whole lobby and showing no remorse. 18 points for this team as they take the lead over Alpha 7 to get one step closer to locking down, as John Allen said, the back-to-back events.
I mean, even if they're not playing center circle here, they just have the 2-2 split. They just keep pushing, just leapfrogging the edge of the circle. And once they have access to that high ground position, we were pretty much saying in agreement, right, Kalaris, it's game over. It's GG. It's going to go the way of Vampire. And you just can't escape it. The only way they could have potentially not won that game is if, as you talked about it earlier, if the two other teams work together. But that just didn't happen there.
Yeah, sort of wild. You're in this kind of weird stalemate for as Nigma Galaxy as well as Stalwart. It's like, yeah, okay, we kind of want as many points as possible, but realistically speaking, there's not a whole hope for us to even win this game and get that extra 10k if we start eliminating one another. In those moments, I sometimes feel to myself in a lobby like that, the two teams on the south side, on the downhill, could try and displace the team on the north and work together almost, but of course it's extremely risky here given the scenario.
And you're seeing, though, Alpha 7, they're not on its top page. We said it, this is the prime opportunity for them to reach top 1, is to have a great day, which they've been doing so far, and Alpha 7 struggling to perform. And so far, Alpha 7 has not been present in these 2 games. This could be a complete change-up in the leaderboards.
Vampire Esports are just sucking this tournament dry of money. They are picking up every single piece, every coin on the ground, meticulous as ever. The question is, will someone ever stop this team? We're going to take a look at some highlights here as we just look at Vampire constantly dominating their opponents. I had a question, right? Day 1 of the main event performed well. Day 2, they fell off. I looked at this as like day 1 or day 2, they performed really well. Will they fall off in day 3? And without even like specifically preparing for any of these additional maps we have in this or additional battlegrounds, they just don't lose.
The problem for everyone else is they're on another level right now. They are on another level, and it's going to be difficult for any of the teams here to be able to catch up. Yes, Alpha 7 looked great before. Yes, they were putting up what was almost a career-defining performance here in kind of this tournament specifically, but right now they're being topped in every single way because Vampire is looking so strong.
Let's take a look at the match rewards, though, from this last one and see if they got any additional money. We can see your Alpha 7, even though they didn't too well. Yeah, they got themselves an extra 7k as Nigma Galaxy and Damn 1 Kia there on top of things. Let's take a look, though, at the other two. I mean, we got to see Vampire in there, I'd assume, right? Only one.
Yeah, only one.
But 15k for that victory.
It makes sense, too, because of how many teams, like, they got a bunch of solos. I think they got Aura eliminated. They got also Nigma Galaxy. You got yourself other side of Stalwart. Like, that does explain why they get a position like that. You're going to get the most squad wipes.
And realistically, I mean, given the place that they were playing and slowly moving up with the way the circles were playing, there weren't really many teams around them. And now they're 1 point ahead with 88k on the board.
Okay, Alpha 7, they need to start, like, getting points in, like, right now. right now. Otherwise, they're going to be falling down into irrelevancy. I mean, this is still second place, and they're still great, but Vampire Esports, the thing is that they're just not going to slow down. They found a strategy, and it works on every battleground.
How have you overshadowed Alpha 7 here, given this tournament? We saw in the first moments of this tournament that they looked brilliant. We were watching Alpha 7 being like, oh my days, they look so good. Vampire Esports has turned into this massive bat and actually blotted out the sun above Alpha 7. They are taking away all of their shine based on what we've just seen in the back-to-back.
Yeah. And what I almost want to say is I want to see them play in PMGC after this, right? Like,
yeah,
they have the chops to play in PMWI. Like, PMGC, they could be a real contender for what could be a complete change-up in the international stage.
I'm sure Nova's sitting there like, all right, okay, fine, you're doing well at PMWI. You're talking about back-to-back here, but we're back-to-back PMGC champions. But for me, I'm just so happy to see like events like this really allowing teams to make such a big name for themselves. To do it once to win $500,000, that's already amazing. But to do the second part of the event like this and have 5 chicken dinners out of their last 6 matches, by the way, for you guys at home, That is almost unheard of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is like one of the biggest performances, like on a day-per-day basis in international play. I think we've never seen something remotely close to this before.
Yeah, you brought up an interesting point, of course, Jason, with that as well, because, yeah, if you've got your eyes on PMGC, even PEL going on right now, Nova was #1, LGD was also having a good day as well, as I was watching those games through the night. But, like, the fact that Vampire on this international stage across 2 weekends has just looked so spectacular. That's got to, have some little concerns here and there for some of the other teams. Yeah.
I think it's crazy, though, thinking back to Sertani yesterday, saying they're just kind of relaxed, just doing whatever they want. They don't have necessarily set strategies that they're trying to accomplish in each match, just playing it out and having fun. And they can be this dominating. I think that should strike fear into every team out there in the world.
I think they really want those houses. they want the full. They want the full package. They want the full gaming house.
They want
right
more
now.
than full houses.
Exactly. They want a mansion right now. And the thing is a team that doesn't have pressure, right, can be sometimes a little bit more scary because without that pressure, they're just going to do what they do best. And so far, what they do best is they do every game almost with those rotations.
What
how
they do
take
best
the
is
fights.
winning.
Pretty much, yeah.
They're pretty good at winning. There you go.
Good point.
Well, you can see here about to load into our next map, and that will be over on Vikendi. We'll see if we have some nice zones going our way. But before we can get to that, got to give a shout out here to Spotify and Razer. And to be fair, I think Vampire Esports should be definitely thanking them because they're winning all the money the sponsors have been giving to the event. They're getting it all in their pockets, and they're already $500,000 richer and looking to potentially go up to plus 600,000 in 2 weeks. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time to head into Vikendi. Let's throw it on over to John on and Blank once again.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm so ready for this. I mean, what a hype game coming through from Vampire Esports. Excellent performance. This is the team that really shone for us last week. We're looking forward to more on the rest of the day. But Alpha 7, they are really good. We just haven't seen it in these first 2 games.
Absolutely, John. I couldn't agree with you more. I think Alpha 7 still have it in them. But Vampire Esports, we've praised them so much in the PMWI main tournament. Here in the Afterparty Showdown, looks like they haven't slowed down whatsoever. And honestly, after that last game, I was shaking. So I don't know how. Sertani's like, yeah, we're relaxed, man. We're relaxed. The team's chill. It's absolutely fine. But I'm glad we're heading over towards cold Vikendi. Because I certainly need to freeze these nerves of mine because, goodness me, I don't think I could take another chicken dinner coming through from Vampire Esports, and neither can any of these other teams.
Certainly not. I mean, I think this is the first time we've seen 4 in a row on games. Will we see 5 in a row? Ooh, maybe.
That's the question. I think 4 in a row was done a while back. I think it was in one of the PMPL CIS regions. However, now we're heading into here. I mean, 5 would be an incredible landmark. And I don't think we've seen many times where, you finish a day with 2 chicken dinners and then you have that mental reset, right? You have that mental reset coming to the next day. And not often can you transfer momentum from the final game on the last day into the next day coming. So really well done. Schweppes now starting to catch up with Revo, who so far for Alpha 7 has been absolutely a linchpin for the team to actually be able to, make everything happen for them. He is very good.
Drops coming through for these teams. Coal mine down to Milner. There's everyone finding their spot. Potential for an Abbey conflict on the south side of proceedings between, I believe, Damwon Kia and R8. Could be even going out towards Volnova on that drop.
Mavatra currently 7 Cs and Falcons going at it. Okay.
Vikendi Circle.
Vikendi Circle. However, Vampire Esports, once again, as well as Alpha 7, yesterday's, I think it was the first day's Vikendi, was extremely good for both these teams. And realistically, it can be again. This one's not so heavy on the coastal side, though, so there's not really all that opportunity to control the roads if it does start to shift downwards. But Cosmodrome currently controlled by Alpha 7 with Vampire Esports over towards Sabava. Now, I'm going to put it this way. I've said it before, but if you are not watching the 2022 PMWI Watch Together with us, you're missing out. You're missing out big style. So send your messages to your friends to get cracking. Open up the in-game esports center and watch together with us, because this is some historic moments being made right now in the Afterparty Showdown. And you could also win some PMWI special sets, but I don't know. I'm getting a 50-50 split right now. Those PMWI special sets do look insanely good, John. But right now, the esports competition also insanely good.
Well, you never know, but I'll tell you what, you can look good. Looking towards either, try to look good. Powerful shuts down this push with 1, with 2. Beautiful sprays coming through. Falcons with plenty of off angles. They tried to play this last round and didn't go so well. In their engagement that they had, they went down pretty early, but this time around, it's working out. Dunked over the top. Can hear the Turkish Charlotte next door. Go wild for Spray God. I've got pretty wild for him too.
Aladdin looking up towards Never Alone at the moment. 2 players down for them. Yusuf also on bended knee. Taking a nap in the snow at the moment. Can't be too comfortable for him, but they have to wake him up sooner or later. They do manage to get 1 player up from 7 Seas. In the meantime, R8, they do take a knock. Let's see if Damwon Kia can secure themselves the first elimination of the map, but it's going back and forth, it seems.
Ooh, another nade right over the top from Spray God, getting that flush and that knock. 7C pushing on forwards. More eliminations, special eliminations coming through for 7C, earning that money. Can they put that final nail in the Falcons' coffin?
$4,000 accumulated just there, right then. And Spray God, who's been incredibly good for the Indian roster so far, moves around the side. DBS cuts him apart. Splinters left in the body.
Last player alive yet again, it's Damar against 7C. Spray God gets taken down with a swift little headshot from the AKM and forces back Aladdin as well. Low HP from a lot of these players, and Aladdin, the last player in a 1 versus 1. 7C will fall, and the Falcons will fly, staying alive with the first team elimination. $5,000 for the home team.
You'll take that one. Damar blows away the 7C team with that dazzling smile of his. They just couldn't handle the blinding lights. 7C's unfortunately washed away by the Falcons, and now we're heading back over to Damwon Kia, who are currently in this engagement with R8. A little bit of a struggle for them so far in Volnova. Very awkward terrain to play in with so much high ground available to you. You get on all tops of these rooftops. I've seen players do this before. It's good fun. You can see Forrest already in a cheeky position, but I think SK-Ton, he has a similar idea of where this player is hiding.
You need to be so careful, as you say. Players can be anywhere. And seemingly, for a lot of them, they can do anything. Trying to get out onto the roof side. R8 want those high ground positions as well. Forrest might spot SK-Ton on that little window there, right by the door. I think he knows. The nade in hand. Forrest trying to thread the needle. Not quite getting it in just yet.
I'm getting cuteness overload juxtaposed by the fight going on between Damwon Kia with the R8 fans. It's really, really nice to see the turnout here at the PMWI. Even moving over towards the Afterparty Showdown as well. So many people coming to support their teams. What a bobble, though. Bounces off several different objects. You know, the trigonometry was not good from Forrest there.
Not quite able to get those angles right. Prestige very close to Onba. As we get a little replay. SK-Ton getting knocked and a nade over the top. Fabian traded off, maybe? Not entirely sure what happened here for Damwon Kia. Yeah, okay, there's backup, and they did get that res. As we tune back in with the fight live, and Damwon Kia still trying to get something done. Unfortunately, R8 take that knock in response. Onba won out that DBS trade.
Yeah, felt bad for his teammate Fabian, who got a bunch of shells right to the back there. Sent him flying forwards, face planting. Stalwart spots out Riyadh, moving up.
A lot of teams still in that south side. Early doors, so the zone won't tick. And these maneuvers have to be made fast. The thing about Vikendi Blank is that there's quite a lot of buildings, right? There's quite a lot of closely packed compounds, so a lot of teams can exist fairly centrally in these circles. But what that also means is that rotations in these circles become all the more dangerous, because you're always going to have those teams looking out your way. With less teams, maybe a little bit easier, but Vikendi still very treacherous. A land shift on the circle means that we won't have any further Vikendi circles. I might have spoken too soon, though. If there's a hard north shift, okay, sure, but...
I think this would be classed as a Vikendi circle, honestly. Those coastal circles, kind of atypical to what you normally see on Vikendi, considering, you know, there is one team that has a great position, but it does feel like when you start to get these central spots where there's so many compounds still involved, so that's going to be very difficult to determine where the best spot to be is. Stalwart passing by the Vampires at the moment. No shots taken as of yet. And Carrillo, as well as Alpha 7, move down to compound further towards the center. Vampire Esports still hedging their bets over towards that western side.
This play for late game has been really working out for the Vampires so far. We've seen them able to just fend off engagements, stay out of the mix, and then come in swinging late. Over these last 2 games today, it has proven to be highly, highly effective. And similarly, in last week's games, a little replay onto the crash from Riyadh. 1, 2, 3, and there's the 4th going down over towards Desha. Raze did take a tumble, but that's resable for S2G.
Yeah, S2G were having none of that crash from Riyadh, which I think has become one of their weak points in this tournament, which is just some crazy crashes. Every single player getting taken down in the first couple of moments, or at least a couple of knocks. It just makes the recovery so difficult. Nigma Galaxy down 1, and R8 still at it. Down towards the south side of Volnova. That's still a ways to go to get back into the circle here on Vikendi. Playing a completely different game at TDM at the moment.
The blue zone, zone 2, is manageable. Zone 3, it'll start to get inconvenient. Zone 4, you got to get out of there.
That is unbearable at that point in time, yeah. Hamodi, honestly, has had a really, really bloody good run here in the Afterparty Showdown. A lot of eliminations, very skilled player. Came into the scene and made a good splash, but the sound of that will send him packing.
That's a real big splash right there. DBS. It's in the meta. It's going to be seen so much more. You can imagine, especially in this urban compound-based play here in Vikendi.
Nigma Galaxy decides to leave Damwon Kia as well as R8 to it. And that little 1 versus 1 match down here. Ralph already left. Heads up towards Podvosto, just underneath Mount Krejnik at the moment. The rest of the teams, Alpha 7, Deadeyes Guys, S2G, Stalwart, Vampires, BTR, they're all still within the circle, though. BTR just about making their way in from Trevno, so they're right on the edge side. Might be a little bit difficult to move through Cosmodrome, especially with A7 watching out for a lot of these things. And the depth of Cosmodrome as well provides a big problem, because you're stuck in there if you do have to end up crossing.
Vampires said they wanted a place to coal mine, and they take the western shore in coal mine.
That's pretty good.
That was pretty good. I'm happy with that. You can congratulate me later on the fantastic pun work going on. But the next circle just about to shift in. It's a coal mine shift towards the Vampires.
I did not know what's happening with Vampire Esports, but someone on that team, they have the DeLorean, dude. I'm telling you. They do have the DeLorean. Someone is heading over 5 minutes in the future, figuring out what's going on, and then coming straight back into it. But their placements, even in this circle here, there's still a massive opportunity for them to actually get back into the circle, even if it shifts over towards Yeez on fire!
Oh no! R8 cut down as they try and leave Onba's sightlines. Fortunately for Onba, doesn't have any meds, and this is Zone 3, where we said it's going to get inconvenient. I don't think this guy gets out of this. It would be a miracle. With no stims, no meds, this guy's ticking. He's not going to make it to the crates. He's going to get knocked. Resable until Zone 4 hits.
Now all these teams trying to make their way over. You can see Vampire Esports sat comfortably within the tree line at the moment, peeking out maybe now and again, but this area, it really does make it difficult for a lot of these engagements long distance to happen, just because of all these trees are creating the fair obstacle in the pathways of sightlines. Nigma Galaxy, though, this works in their favor, able to covertly make their way in to the circle itself. Lord just looking out. They still have Freak as well off in the back.
Nigma Galaxy with 3, making their way in on the southeast side. There's S2G taking a little bit of an engagement there against the Vampire Esports team. First time they've seen action properly so far this game. Can they bear the brunt of it? At the moment, I don't think S2G are looking to crash.
No, this is the difficulty now with the compounds in this area, is that sure, you might be able to get some shots across, but really all you're looking to do is to get the claws into the vests, put holes in the helmets, and make it just that little bit easier when it comes to those late game engagements here on Vikendi, because it's very unlikely that you do get a supply drop with even more loot towards your position. To get those level 3s on board, you're kind of good with what you've got, and you have to stick around until someone crashes into you, and you have to win that engagement and then pick up their supplies after.
Alpha Stefan's still alive for now. I don't want to jinx them too much, but they have got 4 players still in this. They crossed from Cosmodrome. They are across that river now. They're by the roadside on the northeastern edge. The next zone just about to come in. Looks like Omba did manage to get back up 4 down 1 Kia. They are playing with 2. You could see them just passing Villa now.
Yeah, trying to zoom in towards the circle. It is very, very close to being the next. And see where he does head off to. Vampire Esports very central at the moment. And this supports the big hitters right now. S2G, Alpha 7, and Vampire Esports. Stalwart a little bit out of the way up towards that northern side. Will have to make their way down from Zabava and leave that heavy compound area, the city. I'm sure a lot of teams will be looking their way.
Bigetron with shots over towards Nigma Galaxy. Lord, the nade man, the bombardier of the squad. The push cut short just a little bit. Deadeyes Guys, potential for a third party here. Freak might want to regroup. Genfos has the angle though, has the oversight, and there's more spray coming through from Luxy with the G36. Freak not quite able to get an answer just yet.
Still impressive that Nigma Galaxy were able to get up here. Saying hello to the Alpha 7 fans towards the top of the audience. Giving us a good wave there. Happy to see it. Supporting them through these tremulous times, to be honest with you. 147 points apiece, though, for Alpha 7. Omba not able to make it in with Ralph with the oversight, and that's down 1 Kia out.
Eliminated. 2 players were left, but they managed to pick that one up. Lord still in the sightlines of Genfos with that M16. Pops the 4X and lands what he's looking for. 2 players now for Nigma Galaxy as they need yet another res. They've had a tough time of it. On the southeastern side, they'll need to get a little bit closer to this circle.
Coal mine. Will be Deadeyes Guys coming up from that area. Just trying to pull out the pickaxe and just dig away at any kind of movements they can make up towards the northern side. See if they can strike gold, but it's looking a little bit unlikely as they will have to pass over some treacherous terrain soon.
Over the lip, all 3 in a vehicle. Dangerous at the best of times, but when there's so many compounds occupied close by, Nigma Galaxy trying to get inside the building, get to cover. Freak takes a peppering. Might feel a little bit salty about that as Lord takes a tumble too.
Good timing to get out of that vehicle as well. I think they knew exactly what was coming their way. They couldn't have gone any further than that, and they're right down towards that southeast edge. Next circle coming very shortly our way. East side supports Alpha 7. West supports Vampire Esports, who currently have both Stalwart and Falcons on their back, but it's Stalwart, in fact, who gets the circle here. S2G still in, and now Vampire Esports might need to make a quick getaway here, but it will be between them and 2 4-man teams, and Falcons can always backstab from behind.
2 players for Falcons, Damar and Powerful, but they look to skirt around, potentially running straight into Stalwart if they make this move too early. Instead, they drop out of the vehicle. Vampire will know that there's players out this area now. With those vehicle noises coming through, they will have scouted this. You can see they are on the swivel for this direction. They're closer to the circle, and Falcons will need to move first.
Vampire Esports close to the ridge edge, though. Like you said, definitely will have heard Falcons, so can try and get rid of them. Luckily for the Falcons, though, luckily for Vampire Esports, sorry, with the Falcons so much out in the open, they might even get taken down by an enemy team, but with Vampire Esports being up the hill and Falcons even further, this is a case where they do have oversights on the retreat from Vampire Esports into the circle itself.
Damar looking for that opening. The circle pushing them now. Damar will have to leave. The nade's not really in range to get too much done. Vehicle is available. Looks like they might push for that. Alpha 7 taking the fight on the north side with Bigetron as well. This is across the way on the northeastern side of conflict. Things are going to start to pop off. Things are going to get a little bit spicy in these next couple of minutes.
Nade's been sent in by Falcons at the moment. Immediately, Vampire Esports, they reposition over to a spot where they may not know that they're here. Not where at least that first grenade did take a bit of damage. And Vampire Esports looking to just move now. Stalwart, though, in front of them, that will be the big obstacle.
If they can keep themselves covered from Alpha 7's angle, the Deadeyes guys can be handled at their back. Spray over towards Chari, who's staying alive behind a rock. Turulov has a brilliant lineup here if he can land this spray. Look at that position. Step up, get that spray. That's what you're looking for. But teams are starting to fall like flies. Nigma Galaxy going down to just one. Lord still alive. Vampire Esports getting punished from the top rope. And now
Finally.
Chari, last player alive. Vampire Esports still have 4 going if they can get those reses. But they need to push. They are out of the zone. And they do not have a lot to play with here. Lord may get a taste of his own medicine. Takes a little bit of the nade. And there's the DBS around the side. Switch to the G36. But Lord's on the floor. Will put him down. And S2G stay alive.
S2G still going strong here. Stalwart now moving slightly out, down towards Vampire Esports' position. They still have 4 alive, though. That is the main thing. Falcons, they move up top side, so now they have eyes on down towards Stalwart instead. Alpha 7 looking to deal with them, but a nade flies backwards into their face. And it's Revo, though, with a good one.
Another one coming down from the top rope from Bigetron, though. Genfos needs to get res. They don't have a lot of time to do so. A beautiful nade from Revo will find 2 players from Bigetron. In comes the push. Alpha 7 looking to sweep here, challenge the Vampires, and Stalwart on the far side. Bigetron suffering. They cannot stand the might of Alpha 7. Brazil reigning on the north side.
Revo just went for the full squad wide with Carrillo getting the last elimination there. Revo, you cannot say he has not been a fantastic member. Top just underneath, though. This is dangerous for Vampire Esports.
How do they make that cross? Stone stays alive, stops as well. Getting sprayed down on the corner, stops falling. Schweppes getting sprayed down as well. Top wants this angle, wants this fight. Stops crawling in. There's Stone getting taken down on the off. 2 players for the Vampire Esports. Will this reign of terror be brought short by Stalwart on the south side? Ravenclaw still there, but Schweppes is burning. Stakes flying back and forth all the way and finding time and time again the hearts of the Vampires. Stone getting flushed. S2G want a part of this pie, but I don't think this is something that you want to be chowing down on. Stops, naded out on the backline as Top leads the charge. Coming in for Stalwart with the micro Uzi, and somehow the reses are coming through. Vampire Esports revive themselves. 2 players on the inside. Scry, action, Top, circling around now. 3 alive for Stalwart.
The fire comes in, the brunt of the sun trying to take down the Vampires, and S2G coming at a crucial moment. Carrillo finds way into this one, and then Ravenclaw will go down. The Molotovs are too strong. And now A7 looking to pick up the pieces.
At this crucial juncture, with it so close at the top, Alpha 7 stay alive. 4 players, they have the outside angle. Damar down the bottom might be able to pick off 1 or 2, but what can Stalwart do from inside this compound?
Stalwart looking to regain a little bit of composure here, but Revo has just not stopped this entire after-party showdown. He's looking to show the entire world what he's made of here on an international stage.
They know where Damar is, seemingly. You can see Revo scoping in on location. Stalwart back to 4. Pitched battle between 2 Titans.
Damar from Falcons surprisingly still in this game. 1 goes down, unfortunately, and that will be powerful out. And Falcons will leave just as quick as I mentioned them. Just 1 player still remaining now.
Revo on the roof. Pika spotted. Repositions. Stays alive. Scry not taking damage there as well. Discipline.
Revo is just so quick with it. And the circle moves away from them. So both teams in an engagement that does not really favor anyone. Nades are being held by the entirety of Alpha 7. Damar gets taken down from afar. Alpha 7 leaves no rock unturned.
We said this is a team that knew what they were doing. Alpha 7, a pretty poor start to the day. But they are turning up the heat here on Vikendi. Stalwart, though, not going to be easy to take down by any stretch of the imagination. Nades, utility, pouring on in towards the backline. Pika looks for the spray. Mafioso caught short. Pika opens up with one. Over towards Mafioso. Cuts him down out in the open. Carrillo steps out wide and is forced back by the sprays pouring on in from Stalwart.
Stalwart just need to hold strong at the moment, but the nades are just coming thick and fast from Alpha 7. Revo still holds on to this high ground position, John.
Brazil looking to try and push through here. Stay strong at the top. They didn't like being second fiddle. And this time around, they will have their retribution. Vampire having already fallen means that top spot will go the way of Alpha 7 no matter the outcome of this fight. But that chicken dinner is worth $10,000 with a nade over towards action. It brings them 3v3.
Evening things out, but Revo will have to leave this high ground, and Pika steps just shy of the Molotov. Will move back out again. That nade goes off the side, does a little bit of damage, but it's not quite enough. The smokes are absolutely everywhere. This kind of warfare is just blind shooting.
Ooh, Revo caught on the drop there. A beautiful spray from top around the side. Not going to get the flush. Not just yet. Mythic is there for the res if it's there. And Carrillo sprays through the window, but he can't make it work. Top needs to find more, but finally he's taken down. It's just Mythic. 1 versus 2 for Alpha 7 to take home the chicken dinner in this Vikendi match. But the spray from the back is just too much. It is Stalwart.
Unable to take home that 10K, but the points they put up there will see them very steady, looking at that 60K in first place. They are now fairly ahead of Vampire Esports. Again, even off the back of 4 wins in a row, Alpha 7 still make up the difference. And it's getting very, very difficult. 3 more matches to go now, John, for Vampire Esports to try and get a lead, but I don't know where they're going to find it.
It's going to be so close. Those 2 games with Alpha 7 not performing in the first 2 games of the day leave such a great question to be answered in these last games as we find these final moments. Vampire, again, in the conversation to be tournament champs.
Yeah, it is ridiculous at the moment. Winner chicken dinner coming through, 1,800 damage here on Vikendi. I mean, they were really putting in the work, John.
They absolutely were. What a performance from Stalwart Esports. They absolutely took that fight in their stride, top on the inside of that building. What a way to close it out for them. Finding that last frag as well. Beautiful stuff. What coordination. But Alpha 7, they take that top spot back under their control.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك الصين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرش كل المجال حبايبي. بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري. اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Welcome back, everyone, to PMWI, the Afterparty Showdown. As unfortunately, the Vampire Esports streak has been stopped. They've been put back in their coffins to rest, at least for one match. Just capping your host here. We got to break things down, gentlemen, as we have seen Stalwart Esports finally pick themselves up a win.
Yeah, it was good to see finally able to get himself a good finish there. Playing with the DBS, it was actually Scribe that did a lot in that finishing fight. So a little shimmy over there. But yeah, it was very interesting to see coming out from Stalwart at the end of the day. But the circle, they didn't move too much in the late game, right? And they just were making sure a lot of teams could not enter from the southern side, and then it was pretty much done and dusted.
Yeah, the game kind of came to them. Of course, they did have a lot of threats looming as the circles came their way, of course. Not last but not least, of course, Vampires was there to try and deal with them. But it wasn't enough. Stalwart showing why they can hold down locations. It got a little bit sketchy. I was kind of concerned that maybe Pika moved too early to that east, I guess, northern flank up against Alpha 7, because they're really coming back into the fight now here for this Vikendi. But it was enough as they shut them down.
Yeah, though we are seeing Alpha 7 actually get himself a few points, and we're seeing Vampire a little bit lower. So there's still that current fight for the first place between those two squads that is unfolding. But at the end of the day, a lot of the top teams that have already shown themselves consistently on top of this tournament are here once again. So there's some consistency.
Yeah, shown themselves. Very good.
Yeah, well, it was a very awkward fight and very funny fight, actually. I really enjoyed it between Vampire, STE, and then S2G actually potentially came to be the saviors of Vampire Esports. If we thought about it.
They mollied themselves.
Oh, we don't talk about that, Molly. I thought vampires were immune to fire. No, maybe not immune to fire.
No, they hate fire.
They hate fire.
They actually hate fire.
You know who also hates fire?
John Allen?
That's not where I was going with it.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure he hates fire as well.
Probably, yeah.
Take a look
I don't know
at
where you were going. So I was like, oh, I'll revert back to an old meme.
What was your answer you were going with?
I didn't know where I was going with that. That's the problem. So I'm glad someone broke the silence.
I've saved you. I've saved you. Thank you. It's fine.
Yeah. If that's
Here
exactly.
it is.
There's the volley that we're talking about. Alpha 7.
Himself.
Keep in mind, Alpha 7 were 1 point behind Vampire Esports, and with them getting, was it the 11 eliminations, super important game for them to show up, considering that lead was slipping away. They already had a 30-point plus lead. Like going into day 2, even into day 3, they were still around that marker. So now they're like, all right, well, you put the ball on our court, Vampire Esports. Well, here, have the ball back.
I think especially the moment they saw that Vampire was eliminated, they knew this is our time to get back into the league, create a little bit of a buffer for ourselves, because they didn't have a great start of the day. The 2 first games are a little bit invisible, so at least they are present a little bit more. But Vampire, there's still a chance they're going to come back swinging. So I think it's going to come down to the last game to see who between those 2 teams will be taking the trophy at the end.
No, definitely. I could only agree.
Okay, well, what about our match rewards? Let's see how much money the teams were able to secure, at least the rewards in particular for some of these teams. Because, again, that is what it's about, the money on the line. And 7C, all right. We get on the board here. Don't worry, we'll see some 7 in a little bit, but 7C getting some 4,000 bucks.
They got the first elimination and got the special elimination with good nades and stuff like that, but they did lose that engagement towards the end. Falcon just squeaking that one out, being able to survive it all with 2 alive, but of course it leaves you a little bit wounded towards the later stages. And Alpha 7 fighting back.
If they got the win there, that could have been a 22k game right there for them. They would have been almost at the 100k margin, but you know what? Still getting himself 12k in this game alone. Alpha 7, they're still here. They don't want to be overtaken by the other team. So I mean, Alpha 7 are here to play, and as you already said many times, Jason, they came in prepared, and really the preparation they've made before the event is really paying off.
Yeah, it's such an awesome battle though between these 2 teams, going head to head. I mean,
back and forth.
Obviously, it could have been Alpha 7 just struggled. They get in their own heads, and their mentality is completely broken. But for them to bounce back and then pretty much just say to Vampire Esports, we're not going to go quietly here. We're going to still fight for the number 1 position. I think we're seeing probably one of the sickest rivalries we could potentially have developed now in the rest of 2022.
Oh, yeah. Alpha 7's clearly proficient at Vikendi as well. If you think about them getting the win that they got, I think it was day 1 on Vikendi, correct?
Day 1. It was won by Vampire yesterday, actually.
Yeah, and then Vampire, and now Alpha 7 almost being able to eke out against Stalwart. But again, I've said a billion times on these desks over the last 2 weekends that Stalwart's an excellent team. So it's no kind of disrespect to them for losing out against Stalwart that were playing this compound and defending it for so long. So they were very warmed up early in this game about the angles that they need to defend, especially when Alpha 7 had kind of gone for that sweep around. And then they once again, these were the angles that were potentially giving us a little bit of problems earlier in this game. These are the angles that were benefiting us in this game. So they approached it very nicely.
And you were talking about it during that game also. They did leave 1 building of their compound open, and I think actually it was maybe not that bad of an idea, because that building there in particular is very easy to nade. If you want one team to crash there, you know exactly what 2 spots to nade in particular. So if that was the game plan, you can easily at least eliminate 2-3 players, which is what they did there versus Vampire.
And also, on reflection, to be like, was it the right thing to leave it open? If you do commit 1 to that, then you're a little bit too spread across that compound.
It's hard to get back.
So I'm kind of, I was questioning myself there, and I think that's probably the best play.
Okay. Well, you normally look at overalls, which obviously is extremely important when it comes to points. But what about when it comes to money earned so far within this event? Alpha 7, I imagine, should be first. Actually, okay. Well, that was from, I guess, this match. No, that's completely wrong. So we'll just ignore that. We're not going to look at this anymore because it doesn't matter. But we did talk about how Alpha 7 approached that 100K mark. Vampire Esports were around 80 to 90K last time we checked in with them. So we're having some teams approach or already surpassed the amount of money you can win for just being first place alone.
Yeah, exactly. There's what, like 414K total, plus the Chicken Diddy's got like an extra 118K, 180K, should I say. So like, they might be able to actually get close to half of that money in particular coming their way, which is insane between 2 teams. So
I mean,
it
Vampire,
could happen.
They're close to $750,000 from 2 weeks alone.
I think that's one of the highest earnings in like one tournament alone in PUBG Mobile Esports. Like, they're catching up. I think the top winning out of PUBG Mobile Esports as a whole is Nova, was like 5 million total. Like, they're getting close to $1 million here with this event alone.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Crazy indeed. Okay, well, so looking obviously into our next match of the day, we do have Karakin coming up next. I'm curious if you guys have... Okay, no, we're actually going to go to the match rankings, reward rankings for this one. But look at this, only 1,000 difference between these 2 teams, our top 2 teams.
Jeez. I mean, we already saw, you were expected potentially Alpha 7 to break that 100K mark. I have a question for you, I suppose, then, Max. Did you expect maybe Vampire to do it? Because I didn't expect them to get to 100K, but it's very feasible now.
It is definitely like, how many matches do we have left now? Like 3 currently remaining. So, okay, even Avengers time, 3 are remaining. So, very doable for both teams to reach that one. Of course, you need to get some good games in these 3 last
Never mind
matches,
the standings money.
Exactly. Like, definitely, you're aiming for that one. And on top of it, you've got that battle for 60K for the first place. But that's clearly not the goal here. Here's to get as much money in these games. And so far, these 2 teams are dominating.
Well, S2G, I find it interesting. Well, I was taking a second to think, letting the room breathe.
That's fine.
There's no rush. We got 5.5 minutes.
You. I was fully on board with you.
Yeah.
I think one thing that stands out for me as well.
Bigetron?
No. I think one thing that stands out for me as well is the fact that Stalwart, this is their first win here, technically, when it comes to the Afterparty Showdown. So I expected this to come in a bit earlier, if I'm totally honest, given their credentials. But it's nice to have it on the board now. 41K, not bad at all.
Important for 7C. I believe they're bottom of the table when it comes to our overalls in points, but they're 9th place when it comes to money. And that just shows, again, it doesn't really matter necessarily about where you place in the matches. There's all of those rewards you can get within that match, which amounts to, well, technically 33,000 every single match. So great job by them to build a little bit of extra money. Again, it's not quite Claris's day rate, but we'll get there. But you know what they can do with that money? You know what they can do with that money, Claris?
What can they do with that money,
They
Joyce?
can easily buy themselves a Sony Xperia 1.4, which is actually made a collaboration with professional esports players. You can actually see it here on our desk. We cut back to that. It's also the official smartphone partner here of PUBG Mobile Esports. So great to have them on board here, and great to have all the players as well showing what they can do on these devices. Here you go, right here. Oh. Remember, they have security tags on these. So
the phone is so good, the security is really tight. So I tried every single day. Yeah,
what you guys can't see is actually on the other side of the cameras, we do have 7 giant bodyguards staring us down.
It's 3 snipers.
And then we have a John Allen off to the side.
Yeah, and 7.
Yeah, but I mean, can't really. So it's like 7.
It won't stop us.
And then the bodyguards.
Yeah. Just reach over. Just let.
Okay, so gentlemen, let's take a look at overalls when it comes to points then, right? We saw Vampire Esports were 1 point ahead of Alpha 7. Where do these teams currently stand now, though, after that last result? And it's a 12-point difference. It is still Vampire Esports in striking range to take that lead back.
But the fight back is definitely real for Alpha 7, and it's great to see, considering that I think that after we'd seen the beginning of today, we were all very much on the Vampire hype train. It's definitely true. Alpha 7, though, good fight back, and they've not looked bad when it comes to the next 3 maps that are coming up as well. So, yeah, the fight will definitely continue.
Yeah, exactly. The main issue is going to be for one of these 2 teams. If one performs and the other doesn't, that's when a real buffer is going to start to be created in these last 3 matches. And the question is, do you still have time to make up for that little bit of a deficit if you fall back? You don't have a lot of time, only 3 matches, as you said there, James. So it's down to the wire for these 2 teams.
That's right, Max.
S2G on 61K. Bigetron, I want to say this, and I know almost every single event I ever work with Bigetron at the event, I generally have always been saying they've been underwhelming. But I think it's the only reason I really say that is because I think back to 2 years ago, or a year and a half, 2 years ago, when they were the most dominating team in PUBG Mobile Esports.
Yeah.
Maybe this is a rebuilding phase. I mean, there's obviously a lot of speculation around. They've had roster swaps constantly. I would love to see them, pop off yet again, potentially get into PMGC and restore the greatness that is the name BTR.
It's very difficult to stay at the top in any esport, never mind PUBG Mobile, where the competition is hyper competitive as a whole.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're at the top, one, you always have a target on your back, which Bigetron Red Aliens did have for a long time. And two, you need to keep innovating. And in a game that's slowly getting more and more figured out, of course there's changes here and there and stuff like that, that then also becomes more difficult as the rest of the world catches up around you. So it's difficult to stay at the top.
And I think it's clear to say also when you're looking at BTR, right, they're already set for life when it comes to their past esports career, when it comes to their content
Well,
creation.
Luxy and Zuxy are set for life.
Exactly, they're set for life, right? But the fact that they're still present says to me at least that there's still something they wish to achieve. They want to be back to their glory days. So I don't think we're going to be seeing a...
I'd like to see it.
I think we'll see BTR back to their glory days eventually. It just takes time with these roster changes to get to that point.
I mean, they are the OGs of PUBG Mobile Esports if you think about it. Like them, Scout. Thing is, we have so many new players come into the scene that can compete against these old guards and surpass them when it comes to skill. It's fantastic to see them be able to stick around at the top level for so long, to be completely fair. But as we can see, we have 1 minute and 20 left until we do hop into Karakin here. We're going to have to bring in new commentators. But before then, we remind you guys about MasterCard and Saudi Investment Bank, making sure this event is possible. If you guys haven't tuned in the last 6 weeks, well, where have you guys been? At least you tuned in now here for the best title of the event with PUBG Mobile. Also, if you guys at home, make sure to be taking screenshots of your favorite PMWI moments. And you can post them up with the hashtag PMWI Best Shot. And you guys can win a cool PUBG Mobile statue, though it is not John Allen, unfortunately. Also, we still have a survey going on for you guys to make sure to check out in chat, also through Tencent social medias, and let us know about what you like, dislike about the show. All the information is going to be there. So thank you guys so much in advance for filling that out. 40 seconds to go, though, as we do have Alpha 7 striking back at Vampire Esports now. The ball's in their court to say if they can take that lead back. But we got to throw it over to our commentators, which have been low-key fire so far in this event. 7 Worlds Gaming and Avenger.
We definitely have it. I mean, with Bigetron, they were talking about it. That's a team that has been, maybe they haven't been at the top, right? But they have been consistent for the past 3 years. And I think what Jason was hinting at is when they were really dominant back in Malaysia almost 3 years ago, that team was just winning. I was actually getting a chance earlier to talk about that with Zuxy, saying how long they've been doing this and how they still want to continue to do this. So honestly, I think the team might be just, it might just not be their style with the current settings that we might have.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what I really love, what we've been seeing, because we've been seeing them consistently at these events, right? And that's the most important thing, is that they're here and they're able to compete with the teams in the very top. Not winning as much as they used to, but let's see how they're going to fare against everyone else here. It is, as you see, and as you've been seeing on the leaderboard, it's extremely close in our middle pack. We have 2 teams that have been absolutely dominating the Afterparty Showdown so far, Alpha 7 and Vampire Esports. And we're going to jumping into the most action-packed map of them all, Karakin, one of your favorite ones. And the question is, where do all the team drops?
And we have been seeing some crazy hot drops in here too, and we have been seeing some even crazier third parties with those teams going to Al Habar, and then they even end up going a little bit more to the south. But the things that you have to worry is that when you're having to rotate out of those urban areas, there's teams that are just going to be set up, especially with the rage lines that Karakin is able to provide. Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, I think Vampire Esports actually ended up having a great performance in one of the Karakins that we have played. And guess what? In regards to top players, no surprise there to see Revo and Carrillo, 32, 26 apiece, and now we're starting to see some of the Vampire Esports players coming in.
It's crazy that they've been able to maintain as much as they have, but that's also why they are still on top in terms of match rewards. They have been getting so many eliminations, and now another standoff with Falcon and Riyadh. Munir goes down to Powerful. Can they turn it around, or is Falcons taking this one home early on? So many fights on Karakin so far in the Afterparty Showdown.
Yeah, and even though we do have the battle there at the top for first place, keep in mind we are still going to have those match rewards that all of these teams are going to be trying to get. First elimination is going to be 2K. Who's going to be able to get it here between Rod and Team Falcons? Team Falcons, if I'm not mistaken, they have gotten some of those match rewards in the past. Can they get it here as well? I know the crowd is going to love it, and here goes the push from Team Falcon. Powerful, able to spot a player there from Rod. He's going to be the push.
Oh. That was close. Really
that
nice
was very
drop.
close. a lot of damage too.
Trying to reload. Kaito's really low. Just on 30 HP currently. Powerful. Reloading with a really good advantage on that corner. Can he push and make something happen here? DPS in hand from Munir though. Really good push from Powerful. Takes one down. Kaito really low. He has an idea where he is. He's going to push him.
There was a bit of a disconnection there from Team Riyadh. I think they were trying to bait him out, and ultimately they ended up losing those players. And guess what? It is going to actually be Deadeyes that ends up getting the first elimination. Team Falcon took a little bit too long, and now they're going to have to worry because Deadeyes is going to be making a push here towards them. This is what I was talking. The third parties in this map are just insane. And then while we're at it, 7Cs is also making their way up. True love. And as I say, 7Cs being able to knock one of the players there from Falcons. Deadeyes, Sharice getting knocked. Can't use it, clutch it up. We have seen him being able to clutch it up before for his team. He's able to spot one of the players there from 7Cs. Backs them up a little bit.
Crazy to see that. Let's see Deadeye guys here. Oh, Sarang goes down. Yusuf also gone down, and that is Team Falcons out in 12th place. 7C actually managed to get that team elimination there. That's really good to see here. So.
And that's what Jason was talking about earlier. Even though the team is currently last in the standings, they are definitely not last when it comes to the prize pool. This team has been able to collect so much of those match rewards, which, I mean, it's great to see, but I am hoping that somehow they can pull it off and at least climb up the leaderboard a little bit. It's going to be impossible for them to get all the way to the top, but at least, you know, save some face. And by the way, for everybody watching, make sure you watch PMWI together in-game sports center with your friends to win PMWI special sets. And don't forget the PMWI packages are on sale for a limited time, and you can also win PMWI treasure crates if you play PUBG Mobile during PMWI.
Black Zone starts again here. Some of the teams might have to move out of it. Let's see what happens with this fight though. Deadeyes guys at 7C has not expected his Turlov here with the Saiga comes out. Surprise! There's no helmet and only with one helmet, so level one vest, no helmet at all for him.
But the players there from Deadeyes actually trying to rotate some of the C4s that are going to be coming out in that rotation there. But Deadeyes guys is going to be working perfect as they're able to catch 7Cs by surprise. Now it's only going to be just one player standing from 7Cs. They have gotten some match awards. Look at that, sir. Just being able to lock into people. It doesn't matter who it is. Rod losing another player. They were trying to be sneaky. They were trying to third party that fight. It ended up backfiring for them. And now it's only Saran from 7Cs being alive. And Deadeyes, you best believe they're going to be hunting him down.
Super impressive there by Shifu. Being able to do that. Oh, it's just crazy. Turlov now. The Deadeyes guys are pushing, trying to finish off 7C. It is one more elimination that would give them another full team vibe. In that case, that would be huge for them. Also, Desha in the distance, kind of disengaged from that fight. Sarang trying to move around, really hunting him. And there's this point here, Turlov leading the charge.
See all the players right there. Sarang trying to save at least some points, trying to see if he can maybe go for some other type of match reward, which is going to be really hard because he's going to be cornered right now. You can see him pushing one of the players from Deadeyes. He's going to be able to knock one. Can he reload in time and knock some of the other ones? He's able to knock another one. Can he get the third one? He might be possible to clutch up the 1v3, and he is able to clutch up the 1v3. 7C Sarang adding that to the highlight clip.
I cannot believe he managed to clutch a 1 versus 3 situation like that. And remember, they got another team wipe, so they have 2 already. That is huge for 7C. And also managing to get the first one here. Bigetron replay for that case. Nice push and bait there for Genfos. Great play from him. Now we have Damonkia on screen with the Alpha 7 in the distance now. AR8 is pushing Rat, and Rat Desha here is going to be taken down in 10th place. And that is R8 putting a team elimination on their board, but only 1 elim point for them. Bigetron now here with the somewhat standoff for S2G. Silas there, you can see him silently jumping in the distance, trying to get back to Hamsi.
Bigetron continuing to change the roster. You can see actually Lux is not there. This is going to be huge for Vampire Esports if they do end up losing a player this early on. Luckily for him, he was able to find a rock and just...
Why did they go for that? Is it because they saw the fight with S2G and Bigetron, I assume, and they wanted to third-party it? Bigetron was just 4 guys strong, so it kind of turned around for them. They have to use some smokes. In this case, is stoned out in the water.
This could be really bad for Vampire Esports. They have already actually lost one player. Are they going to end up losing another player? Sarang does end up getting eliminated, but keep in mind, you said it earlier, 7Cs did end up eliminating at least 2 teams. Can anybody else catch up to them? If not, it will be another 5K for 17s, and I mean, that's not bad at all. 10K for being eliminated so early on. I would be happy with that. And talking about it, Vampire Esports does end up getting one of the players knocked. Bigetron currently trying to figure out how they're going to make the push here for Vampire Esports. There's only 2 Vampire Esports players alive. And if Vampire Esports got eliminated right now, that would be huge for the standings, Avenger.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see how far they can take this one.
Well, we're seeing this fight, actually. One of the players from Alpha 7 just got knocked, and I think he's going to end up getting eliminated by Damwon Kia.
That's not what we want to see. Information is coming out from Shreps' high ground position here, but the case of Bigetron potentially trying to push. And you see Misery here. Well, 1 helmet, 2 vest is pushing aggressively on Shreps' location. Now we see Sarang with that 1 versus 3 again, super well executed. Even with a DPS and Saiga push, Deadeyes Guys could simply not withstand the power of Sarang and his well-timed movements there. Now back to Misery. What can he get out of this push? Can he maybe surprise Shreps in this situation? Rest of the Bigetron guys also pushing in. Liquid, Genfos coming into this location. Sox in the back. Scar in hand, UMP, and MP5. So somewhat short-range shots are coming in now. 336 for Shreps. He found them now. He knows he has to disengage from that location.
And I think Bigetron is going to get caught by surprise with that damage that the Vampire Esports player was able to cause. Slow down a little bit, and they need to be careful because Fluke might be able to get an angle here on them. Does have a 3-time on that M4, and we know how deadly the M4 can be. He's going to aim down. Can he knock anybody? He took too long to cause any type of damage, and I think that might have been the best choice. That way he can try to make it to his other teammate. I was going to say...
A lot of support for R8, you could hear in the stadium. It's crazy. Wants to get some of those knocks and eliminations there. You can definitely hear the crowd going crazy for them and clapping.
Yeah, I was going to mention with the 7C Esports, I know they've been already eliminated. I wish this is why they would be a little bit more aggressive. We have seen at least 2 of their players being able to clutch up big plays. I wish they were just a little bit more aggressive, as we do see a fight here between Stalwart Esports and R8. R8 going to have the big ground advantage. They are going to have 2 players knocked from Stalwart Esports. We've seen what Pika and Top can do action coming in, being able to cause some damage. Can Pika get the angle? He's not able to. He's going to be able to get a knock. And guess what? Bigetron is trying to third party all of this, and they are going to end up third partying all of that.
I cannot believe it.
Bigetron, 6 eliminations. They eliminate R8, and on top of that, they eliminate Stalwart Esports. That is going to be huge for Bigetron, trying to get the most teams eliminated.
Yeah, that is crazy. I did not expect and see that happening in that case for sure. Now, Alpha 7 has not spotted Fluke. Vampire Esports, 2 players left. Shreps and Fluke here is completely disengaged from each other. Fluke might as well just try to sneak in behind Alpha 7 and could surprise them, especially now that he knows it's them. If he can damage them, then it would be good, but they are right now fighting head-to-head. Alpha 7, 12 points ahead. Let's see the replay here with Misery. The guys from Bigetron completely annihilating both Stalwart and R8 in that case. That's insane. All right, so here Fluke, really, really clever plays in this case. He's going to sweep the other direction that Alpha 7 does. He might have an idea that it is Alpha 7. They have lost Mafioso, and they're down to 3 players.
They have it. I think Fluke has played that perfectly because now he's going to be able to make his way towards the circle and not have to worry about getting into a fight outside of the zone. You see Nigma Galaxy would know, Lord, if somebody gets close to him, we know the type of nades that he's able to throw. I'm kind of actually looking forward to it. And here we have an airdrop. If I'm not mistaken, that might be the first airdrop. That's going to be a match reward if any of the Nigma Galaxy players are going to be able to collect it. And as I said, that Lord is going to go for it. That's going to be if that was the first airdrop, that's going to be the easiest 1K of his life right there.
For sure. Circle closing in, and let's see the next one. It could go to Al Halaba, and we could see potentially an urban ending, but I'm seeing a high ground ending or close to S2G potentially, or Nigma Galaxy in that case. That would be pretty cool as well. We have some interesting buildings that we saw multiple fights. We're actually going to go northwest in this case, so it's good for Bigetron, which are going to be fighting Alpha 7 eventually with that, and Bigetron actually has that high ground that we see on screen right now, fighting S2G a little bit, poking at each other. Bigetron is definitely going to be holding Alpha 7 out. We see some shots already. Karelia going really low. And now he has to heal. Liquid kind of close already.
Liquid
a sticky
super,
bomb.
super close, actually.
Sticky bomb thrown by Liquid to maybe to try to deny that. See Genfons on the low ground, potentially pushing in there, Seven. What do you think is going to happen here in this case? Is Bigetron going to aggress on them, or is
I think
Alpha 7 going to play a little bit more passive in this case?
with the way Bigetron has been playing, I think they are going to be trying to be a little bit more aggressive. They need to be careful, though, because Revo is going to be holding off this angle. It's going to come down to who gets that
So
first
much
knock.
information he gets from that stone and that rock position there. That's really crazy.
Yep, and then on top of that, with this fight, you got to keep an eye out for Vampire Esports, because if for some reason the other two Bigetron players decide to push towards where the fight is going to be with Alpha 7, Vampire Esports might actually have a great angle from those buildings to kind of third party and get some easy points for themselves.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
Alpha 7 decided to back off, though. They were like, you know what, let's not take this fight. They're currently going to have the upper hand on every way.
They have to move now as well, right? Because Circle is closing. They're going to have to sweep on that northern side, try to get in on that high ground angle that Bigetron is currently holding right now. So I really like that play from them. The question is, are they going to have enough time to do it? And does Bigetron spot them going into that valley that they currently have two players on either side of? So that's really interesting to follow later on. Nigma Galaxy here on screen. They're holding one of the high ground big compounds that we saw, currently inside the circle. Bigetron there in the distance. Shots are coming in. I see Bigetron's players sucks in Misery taking a little bit of damage. Alpha 7 is going to lose one to Genfos. Genfos saw that push coming. It's kind of the only push they could do in that case. And now Carillo gone down. 7 eliminations already. They defeated 7. That's crazy to see already in this stage of the game. Revo's going to try to hold out a little bit now. Misery on the high ground still.
Yeah, and I think Bigetron is just going to set themselves up now just to gatekeep this. And this is going to be huge for Vampire Esports because they're already in the zone. They're not going to have to worry about rotating anytime soon. And they're going to be hoping that Bigetron is just able to fully flush out Alpha 7. Alpha 7, I'm surprised they weren't a little bit more careful. I think they were just so focused thinking that, hey, I think Bigetron has already decided to rotate as well. He ended up backfiring. Guess what? S2G getting 2 knocks on Nigma Galaxy. And we've seen what S2G can do as well. They're going to be super aggressive. Here comes the push. Can they get there before both of the revives go in? Are they going to have enough time, Nigma Galaxy, to actually heal up? Great Molotovs right there from Hamsi.
Let's see the push. What's going to happen? Freak trying to deny this push here from S2G. Really good amount of utility used in this case here. Silas trying to silent move around this corner. He's going to be able to Saiga in hand and force swap back to Saiga. Lord trying to defend. Oh, that's a good shot.
Silas.
Pushes Freak now. Oh my god, great push from Silas here. Super well executed by S2G. And that's another elimination for them. Revo sitting in blue. He's going to try to have to survive for as long as possible. Bigetron still holding on. And Bigetron is now the only team with 4 players left alive. This could be the game. With this Western shift we just had for them, this could be the first game that they're potentially going to be able to win here at the Afterparty Showdown here at PMWI.
Yeah, they're going to be looking forward to. You can see this is actually going to benefit a little bit more because now Bigetron is deciding to push off from where Alpha 7 was. Revo might actually have enough time to just make that rotation into the circle. It comes down to how many heals does he have, as he is the last player for Alpha 7. What it looked like at some point, it was going to be a great game for Alpha 7 with Vampire Esports losing 2 players at the start. It has now completely backfired, and even though Bigetron has rotated a little bit from where they were, they can still see that line of sight straight where Alpha 7 is going to need to rotate.
And the interesting part is, that right now Vampire is not going to have an amazing game.
Yep.
But Alpha 7 was 12 points ahead. So if they just have a little bit of a better game, our last 2 games are going to be so tight. It potentially could come down to some of the last fights in the last game to see who's going to be the winner of the Afterparty Showdown.
I'm going to be looking for all of that, and I'm more than likely going to end up losing my voice. I'm really looking forward to that we have a very, very close. And, I mean, that's just yeah, that's just the fights for first place and second place. If Bigetron has a great game here, they're gonna be pushing from 5th place also to 3rd place and trying to fight Team Falcons and Stalwart Esports. So we can see a lot of changes here on the leaderboard. And as we're talking about changes on the leaderboard, guess what? Them 1 Kia currently having Sung, one of the players, out healing. S2G keeping an eye on it, and this is what happens when you're in Karakin. If you don't make early rotations, you are gonna get caught off guard. But can they connect on this? Fluke actually being able to connect with that, the M4, and I think he's going to be able to get that elimination as well.
No way. No way. That is an insane spray down from that distance. Fluke from Vampire Esports coming out of Thailand to show us how they are playing. So dominant they've been so far. It's crazy how mechanically gifted these guys are. MC trying to defend this push potentially from Damwon-Kia. They have Song pinned out in the blue right now, but the other guys obviously want to push this angle so they can get him back.
Yeah.
Oh, they're trying to crawl up silently. Oh, that's a shot. That is not good.
They just pulled a Jason Kaplan. They accidentally shot right there.
DPS
Sadly
in hand,
for
though.
them.
DPS in hand. What?
Oh!
Countered with the Saiga. DNBR. What's going to happen? He's trying to pre-fire the corner. The jump. Oh, more shots. 4 more left. He's going to find him. Oh, my God. That is perfect. Super important clutch for Damwon-Kia in this case here. They can push in and take that high ground.
MC tried to get a little bit too much flare there. I think he was trying to go for the jump shotgun shot. It didn't end up working out. Damwon-Kia, now as you mentioned, soon is going to be able to make that push towards this circle. And guess what? Bigetron, with the 4 players that they currently have, are going to be able to be the only team inside the new circle. Vampire Esports making the rotation, and this is why I've been so impressed. We've been talking about it in the back room when we've been watching these games from Vampire Esports. That composure that team has is just absolutely great. Rebel actually taking on some shots here to Liquid, and he's going to be able to get the knock. He's going to have to get off that heal off very fast, and I think he might be able to convert this elimination, or at least an extra point for his team. That's going to be great for Alpha 7, at least saving a little bit of points. And honestly, that elimination right there, that extra point, could make the difference if you're going to be the champion or not.
And also, they've survived so far for this long. 4th place now guaranteed for them. That's 4 points from placement, plus the eliminations they've gotten as well. Guaranteed 6 points at this 6 points total at this point is going to be very important for them. Smokes are coming out. He could swing up on that, and this is going to delay Bigetron for a long time, and that could actually give the upper hand to Damwon-Kia in this case. 2 eliminations and 4th place guarantees. Bigetron have to delay this. They're going to prioritize going into the circle, I think. You can see them moving there in the distance. 2 more first hits only for Revo, and he has to use the bandages to try to heal up back now, right now. And next circle's going to pop. It's going to do even more damage. He's going to be forced to be using the first hits. Shreps and Fluke still alive and doing well, but the circle has gone west, as you saw there on the top right minimap. With Bigetron, 3 guys alive, it's looking really good. Revo's going to be found by Genfos. Pops out, finds Genfos. That is crazy. Plus, he put a little bit of damage towards him. The question is, are we going to see an elimination more going their way? Or is this going to be the opening that Vampire or potentially Damwon-Kia needed?
Yeah, and that's exactly the opening that Vampire Esports, you can see as soon as that knock went down, they started to move up, and they started to position themselves a little bit better here for the fight that's going to happen with Damwon-Kia. Damwon-Kia still has 3 players. Come down if Fluke can use this cover that he has to at least get a knock, being able to connect with some shots. He is going to be able to knock one of the players there from Damwon-Kia. Does he have any extra utilities that he can throw? He's not going to have any. Can he get any other knock? And you can see the other Vampire Esports player is just going to be laying down. He's going to be able to see somebody there from Junie. Junie, he also is able to knock Junie. Can he also knock soon? Here comes the 1v1. He's not going to be able to, but at least he was able to knock 2 players there from Damwon. Yeah, this is going to be huge for Bigetron. Bigetron is going to end up pushing the action here, and it's going to be looking like a Bigetron win.
Yeah, Bigetron with 9 eliminations so far. 2 more to potentially be picked up. But I think Song is just going to deny this case here. That he doesn't want to give up the points for this situation. So it could be the very first Bigetron Red Aliens win here for the PMWI Afterparty Showdown. That is great. Good to see here for these guys to redeem themselves. And obviously they've had somewhat of a rough run, but now, as you were talking about, they could be pushing themselves up to 3rd place, 7.
Yeah, they definitely had a super rough run. I think from the chance that I got to talk with Suxy earlier today, he was telling me that they've been getting very unlucky with certain rotations that they've been having to do. Also, they haven't really been blessed by the circles as much as some of the other teams have been blessed. Good to see that they're able to get the win. And as I was saying, yes, we're talking about Vampire Esports, we're talking about Alpha 7 fighting for that 1-2. But I mean, I think Bigetron might be pushing for the 3rd place.
Yeah, for sure. And we're going to see more about that once we go to the match standing, sponsored by STC and presented by our fantastic desk with our failed captain, Jason Kaplan.
Thank you, Russian Arnold Schwarzenegger. Bigetron Red Aliens, 19 points for themselves. Finally, as you said, getting themselves a victory. The question is it coming too late? First place is going to be out of their reach. However, some extra money could be going their way as they over double, I believe, their earnings in that last match alone. Damwon Kia coming in big, though, with 9 points, and Vampire Esports with 8. Keep in mind, there's a 2-point difference between Vampire and Alpha 7, so not going to quite claw away at that lead, but at least making it a little bit closer.
Yeah, just making it closer. I'm telling you, it's going to be down to that last game between Vampire Esports and Alpha 7 on Miramar. Is going to be exactly happening that way. I believe, at least we'll have to see. But, I mean, BTR, I was a little bit scared that game, James, because we were seeing them have this massive split for the longest time. Like, if a team decides to crash on one of their locations, it could get a little bit dicey. But luckily enough, at the end, they regroup, they get the win.
Yeah, pretty steady pace for them to approach the circle and hold down many of the angles. I think they also benefited from the fact that a lot of the teams coming in from the east as well as the west side from them came in pretty wounded again, like kind of 2 members of each squad as they kind of was the bleed off. And of course in this game there was a massive cluster of teams fighting out from the very word go in the northeast, which makes it even easier to move through Karakin here.
Yeah, making it easier to move through Karakin, but again, obviously as we do progress through, we're going back to a little bit of normality here for the teams. We have Sanhok and Miramar to come up next, so none of the newer maps can be coming in. Sanhok's going to be quite interesting as well because we did have Vampire win the last 2 matches of yesterday, but we've seen Alpha 7 be extremely strong as well in those maps in our prior days. But this was a nice little shot at BTR. Again, I feel like every single global event we ever do, they always do have that like one pop-up game. They always at least get one chicken dinner throughout the event.
Yeah, I think we can expect that to happen in these last 2 games potentially. We'll have to see. But in this game in particular, what we saw again, we're seeing the shotguns come into play. We saw some DBS, we saw some Saiga. I feel like this tournament's got a meta of its own with the shotguns, it seems. And
I feel like it's been one of my favorite developments in kind of current meta as it does stand, the fact that shotguns have become quite prevalent. I'm hoping that we see it more on the next stages. And next stages, of course, teams like Damwon Kia are always going to bring it into those big tournaments. But I think it could, continue to kind of roll through a lot of these teams to at least have 1 or 2 on your team.
Exactly, like there's no downside to having at least 1 or 2 on your side. And if you're fighting against an AR and you get in the right range, and you hit your shot, the shotgun wins like pretty much 100% of the time, if you hit the shots, of course.
Especially because in a loadout, in a full loadout, the M4 is so versatile. A lot of the teams will navigate back to the M4, right? And just have that for their close range, even the long range, 6x sprays, etc., and things like that. So having a shotgun is very nice for the close range.
Question comes, when or will it be potentially nerfed someday in the future once people see in competitive play it starts to work extremely well, at least at this level of play, because there's a lot of close proximity fights.
Yeah. In normal play, it leaves you a little bit vulnerable sometimes, right? Like you're not quite as well adapted, and adept as these pro players. So obviously they know exactly when to be switching out. If you've got a shotgun and you're running through certain areas and stuff like that, you are vulnerable to still kind of those mid-range weapons that are going to vastly out-superior the position of those shotguns. So
yeah, I mean, I play the M4. If they nerf it, and I already struggle to hit my shots right now, it's going to be even worse. So I just leave it like that. It's fine.
Arguably the best gun, the M4. So
I mean, at our level, as you're saying, it's a... I mean, some of us could use it. I mean, 7, he could probably use it pretty well. The rest of us are just like, we can't hit the broadside of a barn with a shotgun. Let's take a look, though, at our overalls here so far in the event. Actually, to be fair, Kalaris definitely could if you've seen him play.
Thank you.
I'll give you the credit. We already know what Max Fen can do when it came to PMCOs, but Alpha 7, 10 points in the lead, though, with 2 matches left. Very possible here for Vampire Esports to take over the lead, but Alpha 7, I'm not really taking the lead in first place. They've also taken the money lead.
But what a huge jump for Bigetron Red Aliens, right? I mean, of course, they were in a position where they didn't have much money, didn't really have a win on the board, but still had quite a lot of points. This has rocketed them up on Karakin of all maps to be able to have this big jump up. Very impressive.
Yeah, exactly. Even though we know it's still like a competition between only Vampire and Alpha 7 for the trophy this time around, it is still pretty decent prize pool in 3rd place, right? So BTR definitely a big step up, and it's good to see Indonesia potentially able to get himself on the podium at the end.
Yeah, honestly, I think for the region as well, we think back to Morph, right? Last week in the main event, didn't fare too well, unfortunately. Obviously, Indonesia is a massive supporter of BTR, and they have a lot of pressure. I think, to be honest, almost out of any region in the world except maybe China, I think Indonesia has the most pressure when it comes to their teams to perform. When you do well, they love you. When you don't do well, they don't love you quite as much.
And especially Nunda, you're going to have the finals of PMGC in Indonesia too. That's going to be an extra layer of pressure, right? So that's if BTR make it there, I mean, I'm telling you, the fans are going to go wild.
Or the
so
fifth
many
man.
good teams. All right.
I was going to go in a shot just because you couldn't see it. We can see, though, a minute 30 left to go until we do head into Sanhok. Now, I haven't done predictions with you gentlemen just yet, but I want to ask the predictions now here. Maybe not in the last match. Who do you have taking Sanhok?
For this game, I'd like to see S2G. No, they dominate when it comes to Paradise versus RA. I want to see them come back in this third day. So S2G, there you go.
The Bootcamp Boys, Stalwart. Let's do it.
Oh.
There's no team called the Bootcamp Boys, Max.
I was like, wait a minute. No.
There could be. Maybe that's what we can rename our group to instead of what we currently are named.
No, Soccer Crowd is the best.
Yeah, definitely. Big shout out here to Savvy Gaming Group for being one of the big sponsors here at this event. Again, without them, this would not all be possible. Also, for you guys at home, whether you can't, well, obviously you can't win the money here, but you can get a free permanent legendary set during the Vibe and Drive event currently going on within PUBG Mobile. Make sure you get your friends together, complete the missions, and collect your rewards. And my reward for having a fantastic desk segment here is to be able to listen to our two commentators, the Seven Worlds Gaming and Avenger.
Oh, that's so nice. I can't wait to carry you later on today with PUBG Mobile when we end up playing. But we are going to be casting Sanhok. And you know what? The desk was talking about predictions, Avenger. And I'm going to ask you for your prediction, but not for who's going to be winning or who's going to be doing well. I'm going to be talking about just the points at the top, first place and second place. Do you think the gap is going to be less than 10 points after this match?
So simple yes or no question. That's the kind of predictions I like. The 50-50% chance, the coin flip, the type of prediction I do the best at. I think that we're going to see Vampire close the gap and have less than 10 points up to Alpha 7 in this game. That'd be nice, because in that way, we would have a really, really, really close last game. That'd be crazy. Obviously, on Sanhok for the second to last, or as James loves to say, the penultimate game of the day. It's Sanhok here at PMWI Afterparty Showdown. Let's see what this brings. It's your favorite map. You love it.
It is. I'm glad I've been able to cast this map many, many times, especially over PMWI. And I was going to say, I think Alpha 7 is still going to be leading, but I think they're only going to be leading by 7 points. So I am going to
I
think it's going to be less
Alpha
than 10 points.
7 predictions. Yeah, that would be crazy. Your favorite number is obviously also 7.
Yeah.
What else is 7? You have 7 kids too, and what all? 7 ex-wives?
Working my way up there in kids, not about the ex-wives though.
the kids you're working your way up there. Revo 34 eliminations now after being able to close a few ones out on Karakin. Kirillio 26 and Shrebs really closely knitted after on 25. Damage as well, nearly 1,000 damage more than Action from Stalwart. Quite impressive to see Action up there. He's obviously one of the top dogs. And Mythic with 7 headshots. You like that?
Yeah, I mean, Rebel 2, 5, and then Silas from S2G. And we're actually already having a fight that we've been seeing over and over again here in Paradise. S2G, they love landing here. Are they going to be able to back off RA? And is any of these teams going to end up losing one of their players? And I was going to say, I'm with you. It's so surprising to see Action from Stalwart Esports there at the top, at least within the top 3 of the damage, because Stalwart Esports, to me at least, has been a little bit disappointing. I was really hoping that that would be one team that was going to be fighting for at least first place.
Look at this movement.
It hasn't worked. Yeah.
Working really well right now for S2G. They could be wrapping up and have that high ground on this roof. That would be really good. Of course, thanks to Sony Xperia for sponsoring here and being our official smartphone sponsor for the PMWI and Gamers8.
And for everybody watching, don't forget to watch PMWI together in-game esports center with your friends to win PMWI special sets. As we do see the fight ensuing here, Team Falcons is going to be going after them. Don't forget the PMWI packages are on sale for a limited time, and you can also win PMWI treasure crates if you play PUBG Mobile during PMWI. Suxy currently on the defense, backing up big time. Liquid actually being able to get a little bit of an angle there on one of the players from Team Falcons. And guess what? The team that is currently in last place in regards to points, 7 C's, adds another match reward to their tally. I think it was somewhere around 30K. Oh, yeah, you can see it right here. 30K after this match with that, if they don't end up getting any more. 32K. You kind of start questioning yourself. Do you really mind being in last place?
If you're winning some of the most money?
Yeah, when you actually have more money than the teams that are above you.
Yeah, all right, looks this. The 10 points difference for Alpha 7 down to Vampire is crucial, but Bigetron on 114 all the way down to 103 points on S2G. That is 5 teams within 11 points. Our middle pack is fighting for a huge chunk of change, and the difference there is $10,000, $20,000 difference if you're able to fight your way further up there. So really good for, look at this, Aladdin taking out Juni with a surprise attack. Damonkia losing one player early on. That's of course unfortunate, but good again for 7C being able to take some of those early eliminations.
7C is just being sneaky like they have been throughout this whole tournament, whether it's the duos, whether it's this kind of matches. It does not matter. They're going to continue to be sneaky. And I said it earlier, I kind of want to see more aggression out of this team. They have shown us some great, amazing plays. I mean, the visual skills, and they just haven't showed it. But guess what? In the visual skills, Ida from R8 being able to get 2 knocks right there. That's going to be an extra 2 points for R8 Esports, and Rad. It's not gonna be. It's not looking good for Rod so far, at least here at the start of Sanhok. And as we're seeing some rotations in the map, I'm actually starting to see Bigetron get a little bit closer to Bootcamp, getting way too close to Stalwart Esports. I wonder if they're gonna want to engage. I know sometimes with this kind of players from Bigetron too, they're going to be able to carry some momentum. They're going to be feeling hype after that last match, especially after getting a win. They might want to continue on getting into fights and seeing if they can actually win them and continue to boost their confidence. Really intrigued to see if that's going to happen. Damwon Kia does have some players that are trying to third party. They heard those shots from Ida, from R8 Esports. I think Forrest not able to spot anybody right away, so he's going to do the right thing and just back off.
Yeah, clever play. Coherent play style in that case. R8 Esports on screen. 1 elimination so far for them. They have had a decent showing so far, but still not in our middle pack within that striking distance of that top 3 place right now. 12 teams still remaining. Damonkia lost 1. Rat. Forrest finds ID7 and goes down 2.
What a great rotation right there from Forrest. I thought he was going to be backing off. He decided to just actually re-angle himself, being able to find the perfect angle, getting some shots there on that team. What a play. And guess what? S2G trying to third-party some of the R8 players there. You can see CR7 as well. R8 not looking in a good spot. They are currently only going to have 1 player alive. CR7 trying to get some shots there, I believe, is on Kalsi. Didn't cost enough damage, and now what is CR7 going to be able to do? He does throw down some mollies. I think that was from S2G. S2G is starting to get some of the angles. That is going to be it for R8 Esports. And guess what? S2G does get the first team elimination and $5,000.
That is good. I like that. The first team is just so insane. We're pouring money over these teams here, and we're loving seeing their efforts to try to go even further. Money in the bank is what these guys are here for. Let's see what these guys can do, though. Bigetron, as you see right now, on Bootcamp. The question is, where are we going to be ending up? We do have a far northwestern circle, and there's a chance that we might ending up on the Alpha Island. And right now, Vampire has a really good hold on to that island, so we could be seeing them closing that 10-point gap as we were talking about. Stalwart on screen. I was impressed with how good they were, especially at the main tournament, and also been impressed with their entrance. I really like Stalwart's entrance. That was really nice, starting with their backs to the camera. And now we saw, I think it was Sarang before we saw that, get the first airdrop. Kaito is in this compound. I think he's alone trying to defend it. Desha might be further down. Damonkia is aggressing.
Kaito gonna just be cooking up that grenade. Can he actually confirm on this? Any types of knocks, he is gonna be able to cause some damage though. But now more than likely, Damwon Kia is gonna realize where he's at. And yep, that shot is just a little bit of the south of him on a different building.
I think they have covered each other. Like there's some like line of sights that they could be taking advantage of. Yeah. So if they push from that southern side in the compound that Damwon Kia currently has, then they have kind of a cross angle on each other. Next circle has popped, and it's looking very likely that we could be ending up on Camp Alpha. And Vampire has that high ground ruin on the top, and that could be crucial for a win or a lot of points in this game. Deadeyes Guys, southwest, Nigma Galaxy outside in the blue, and Alpha 7 on a huge rotation coming in from the northeast. Now Kaito trying to defend this. taking some more damage. He's taking actually quite low, nearly, even further low. He's going to go down, actually. Super unfortunate for
Stalwart Esports?
Riyadh.
Are they the ones that currently third party in this?
I think it's multiple angles. It's both Stalwart, but also S2G that is doing this. But definitely Stalwart's just on screen in that case. Desha is going to disengage from the fight completely, just try to run away. But he could be running straight towards the S2G guys.
Somehow being able to survive on that. But yeah, it's straight running into the S2G guys. The S2G guys not being able to confirm. And Desha just barely. No, just get in there. What are you doing?
Hide. Run!
I was going to mention, though, if Damwon took too long within this fight, S2G was going to be able to third party, and that's exactly what they're looking to do. And a team that I was not expecting to even get close to third party, Stalwart Esports, definitely slowed down a lot more what Damwon was trying to do. And Damwon, you can see, being aware now of the possible third party from Stalwart Esports, putting down some of that smoke, trying to cover their 6 and seeing what S2G and possibly the last player standing from Riyadh are going to end up doing.
Desha just passively playing this one out. He's on the wrong side of that bridge, though, if it goes west. C has a lot of information on Damwon right now. Oh! Peekaboo finds one. Can he get first down 2? Gets first down to half HP. Sung first. Last 2 players from Damwon gets taken down by Colsey on an off angle. Super well played and executed by S2G. It's just down to Sung in this case. He's going to have to try to use some utility. They don't really know exactly where he is right now. As you can see, the utility is being used somewhere else. Sung with the third-party peek in this case. Could potentially surprise 1 or 2 of the guys from S2G, but it definitely looks like they're going to be taking this compound over completely.
And Sung now keeping an eye here on where Silas is going to be going. Hamsi is able to knock some doors. He is going to realize where the last player from Damwon is going to be. The DBS, can he end up connecting? He is actually end up getting knocked and soon clutch up here and end up knocking another of the players. Surprisingly that he actually doesn't have any DBS by himself. He is going to continue to make the push here for Ray C. I think Stalwart Esports is still helping out in this fight, trying to cause some mayhem themselves by third party from very far away. Ray C with the DBS very close. He's going to lay down some Molotovs and try to control where Sung is going to end up going from Damwon Kia. Meanwhile, they're going to be able to slow it down a little bit, heal, and figure out what their next move is going to be. And if I'm S2G, yeah, that's exactly right. Just back off a little bit, see if you can maybe pick up your players and reset.
Definitely want to try to convert this one here. Shots are coming in on Sung again. Sung taking half HP again. He has to heal constantly. Soon we're going to be seeing a circle pop in 30 seconds or so, or even earlier. So I'm going to use some utility. Nade into that corner could be great. Could be hitting 1 or 2 of the players from S2G. That's a great nade. It's going to take potentially 1 down. No, it is not. It's going to bounce in and stay inside rather than go out the door that he was hoping for. That could have taken both of them down if it actually bounced out the door. Molotov used as well. He's limiting some movement for S2G. They cannot just run into this house in this case. QB set in hand.
Luckily for him, they aren't going to have to rotate anytime soon. They are still within that circle. But if they do, whichever team ends up surviving this, they better watch out because all those other teams that are on the other island are going to be waiting. Now you can see S2G trying to make that push again. Are they going to be, can the Damwon Kia player, Sung, can he hold them off? The DBS is going to be coming out again. And there you go, Racy able to get the finish on Damwon Kia. But Stalwart Esports making sure that they let their presence be known as they do end up knocking Racy.
Colsey just in the distance trying to hold an off angle, some information. Maybe it's because they know that Desha is still there, that they're trying to hold him out. Nigma Galaxy in the blue still. I'm expecting a heal situation. I see 8 first aids in this case. Definitely expecting that to be happening. Let's see how many they get. And a 3 backpack as well. He could be dropping bullets. He could be dropping other utility. Just give him 25 first and let's see how long he can survive for that case. Now, Vampire here, we'll talk about the high ground, is actually not going to come into that hard of an effect in this case here, because you can see as on the top right, the blue zone has moved north and has a lot of the river inside, and the bridge is still inside with our tin too. Stalwart actually sitting in this center compound with Bigetron lurking on that south side.
S2G starting to make a push here on the last player from Riyadh. They have already eliminated Damwon Kia. This is going to be feel real good if they're able to eliminate the last player from Riyadh, and they're going to do so right there.
Nice.
And it's Alpha 7 now starting to third party fights from S2G. So many third parties going on. I'm kind of enjoying the split currently that Alpha 7 is going to be doing, but I feel like if the circle does end up going to the West Island, it's going to be a super hard rotation for Alpha 7, especially if Vampire Esports is somehow able to realign themselves, where you can actually see where the bridge, where people are going to be rotating. On top of that, you're going to have 7Cs, Stalwart Esports, and what is Bigetron going to end up doing?
You know what I would love to see? An actual bridge ending where everyone is just forced to be fighting on the bridge for the control. That would be crazy to see. I don't see it happening. It's kind of rare that we have those endings, but still it would be an absolute pleasure to see. Potentially, if Bigetron is able to fight and get to be one of the last teams and then fight, there would be Alpha 7 versus Bigetron fighting for that bridge control there, and then that would be crazy. But let's see what happens here. S2G, those 7 eliminations so far, the vast majority of the eliminations in the game so far. Actually, they have half of all the eliminations so far in this game here. That's kind of crazy to see. 48 total players. 34 only remaining.
Carrillo getting spotted there by the S2G players, making the back off a little bit. They know that Alpha 7 is currently lurking. Circle is starting to close in. Where will this circle go? Is it going to be a super toxic one? Bridge. I'm actually thinking about the little island right there. Okay, I know that's
okay. That's crazy.
If you're thinking bridge is toxic, yeah, my toxic trait is going to definitely come out and think the little island. Please, let's see what kind of mayhem these teams are going to be able to cause. And look at the longest ilm, 397.
Oh, bridge! I can't believe it, bro. That is insane. Holy, okay. So the question is really now, how many teams are going to be fighting on that west side? Because that is where the vast majority is right now. Alpha 7 is just going to be trying to get as many eliminations they can on that east side of the bridge. We have so many of the teams still in the west. Could Bigetron consider going back right now, actually going back to the bootcamp side and trying to swing in behind S2G? I would really love seeing that. Vampire going to be focusing on trying to get some of those eliminations that they know are coming in from the blue right now on that western side. See still Deadeyes Guys, 4 players from Deadeyes Guys currently trying to get in, and Vampire is going to be trying to check for that.
I'm actually hoping Bigetron decides to full send it to Stalwart Esports. That's going to be in front of them. I'm hoping they don't decide to go for that sweep that you were talking about. I think it's going to leave them exposed way too much, especially with S2G having the high ground there. And we already seen what Stalwart Esports can do from that range. So I'm just hoping Bigetron fully sends it to where Stalwart Esports is. And hopefully they do it soon, because if Vampire Esports is able to position themselves here, I mean, they might end up getting some angles for that team. And Deadeyes is also going to start sneaking up. So if they are going to make a push, if they are going to make a decision, it needs to happen soon. As we do see here, Nigma Lord currently getting some shots out. And guess what? You were talking about it earlier. That man has 27 medkits. So I think he's going to definitely be going for that heal off. Meanwhile, we're having a fight there between Team Falcons and 7Cs. 7Cs hasn't really had to rotate at all. Falcons has, as they were in the, I believe they were in the southeast for a very, very long time. So I'm surprised they're currently here in Hattin. 7Cs though, trying to figure out what Team Falcons is going to be doing. They are going to be able to get this revive just in time, and 7Cs is actually going to become a little bit more aggressive, trying to figure out where the Team Falcon players, Never Alone, and the player that's currently knocked are currently at.
7C still trying to just get inside Hattin's edge here. Maybe potentially try to control it from Falcons. They must have an idea at this point where they're going to be moving, and that's really the question, is how they're going to try to do that. It's a 2-2 split for them, or a 2-1 split for them right now.
Vampire Esports, there you go, going with the position that I was talking about. Vampire Esports might actually be able to pick up a lot of ilms from that position, especially if Bigetron is definitely now going to have to push or Stalwart Esports. Interesting, though. Genfos is making a bit of a rotation in trying to get behind Vampire Esports. If this ends up working out, he might be able to surprise him, but he needs to watch out for Schwepp from Vampire Esports, because he is covering that angle. All right, let's see. You think West? I'm going to think East.
I hope West.
West, okay.
For the sake of the last game being absolutely insane, I really hope West. Because if it goes East, Alpha 7 could close this game out and secure themselves. Really, look at that. They could secure themselves a huge game. But now they're going to have to cross the bridge. I don't see them swimming. Like, there's too many teams close to the water. So I would really like to see them fight for that bridge control over S2G. Because also, it is kind of a high ground situation for them now that Vampire doesn't have the really high ground now, with the circle being pushing them off now. 11 more first aids. Already using a lot, so it's really taking hard here compared to what we used to. Suxy, last player. Gonna try to get Misery up right now. Ooh,
This is what I was talking about. Oh, Bigetron just took way too long to make that rotation, allow Vampire to position themselves, and on top of that, Deadeyes making their way up just way too much. They should have made that push a little bit earlier there to Stalwart Esports before the other teams were able to position themselves. And now, the big question mark here is how is Vampire Esports going to end up rotating from this height advantage that they have, considering that Stalwart Esports is right next to them. And the longer they end up taking, Deadeyes is just going to start sneaking up on them. You can see Team Falcons currently set up. And I think Alpha 7 is going to go for a bit of a swim here. I love that they ended up setting up Mafioso there for a little bit of a distraction. So hopefully they don't hear the players swimming under. You can see Aladdin covering the bridge. And some of the other teams are currently just focused on all the 5. Vampire Esports, I was talking about how are they going to end up making that rotation.
No.
It doesn't end up working out. One of the players does end up getting knocked. Can Top get the other knock on Vampire Esports? They are. Vampire Esports ends up losing 3 players on that rotation, and it was just such a tough rotation. And guess what? While all of that was happening, Alpha 7 does end up losing some players as well.
Yeah, that's kind of important for our last match to be really close here. If Alpha 7 end up being the winner of this game, it would be rough. Ravenclaw trying to survive a little bit. Shots are coming out towards him already. That is not good. Hit's going to hit the ground and go out. Alpha 7's going to be happy for that, but they have their own problems right now. Vampire going out in 8th place by Team Falcons. Impressive to see. Now Stalwart is going to be pushing into this circle here and try to take control of that bridge. S2G go down.
This circle is going to definitely benefit Alpha 7 as they're going to have the control of that bottom bridge. And then you have S2G now pushing up. Aladdin from 7Cs, holding it back too. They currently still have all of their 4 players alive. And somehow Nigma Lore, slowly but surely, making their way up as well with Deadeyes. Alpha 7 Mythic is going to end up getting knocked. Rebel being able to pick up Carrillo. Here comes the push from Stalwart Esports. This is going to be huge. 7C is actually being able to spot there the push from Stalwart Esports, and they're going to be able to stop it. Nigma Galaxy actually being able to stop that push, as well as S2G. This is such a huge benefit right now for Alpha 7, being able to reset themselves, recover the players that were knocked, trying to figure out what they're going to do if the circle does end up moving not in their favor.
Look at that.
The AWM coming out.
Big boy gun right there. Ray's gone down. 7C's going to have an elimination. They are looking really strong right now in this case and from this angle, coming in from the north. A lot of control. 4 players alive as the only team. S2G, though, they go out and they have 10 points total. That's going to be important for them. Nigma Galaxy, 3 players alive. Alpha 7, 3 players alive. And Falcons. Ooh, that's good shots here from Sprayguard. Could connect onto Revo. Does not get him down, though. Hamodi does get Carrillo down. And Alpha 7 is in a world of trouble in this case here. They have only also gotten 1 elimination so far, and the blue zone is pushing them 7.
Rio getting knocked there. Nigma Galaxy is going to spot one of the players there. Aladdin from 7Cs. And guess what? Raouf is going to continue to make this push. Is he going to be able to convert? Oh, Revo misses the shots there with the DPS. And somehow Nigma Galaxy doesn't want to take a fight with bullets. They actually want to take a fight with all of this utility. They're going to go for the special eliminations. Can they actually confirm on this special elimination?
Good nades.
Being able to knock
Mythic
players. Mythic somehow being able to survive, and he ends up getting eliminated. Now Nigma Galaxy continuing to make their push through. 7Cs trying to defend this, trying to actually recover Aladdin that's currently knocked, and somehow Nigma Galaxy still has utilities after all of that.
That is crazy. The fight now is going to be between Nigma Galaxy and 7C Esports. Can Nigma Galaxy make a huge clutch in this moment here? They're getting 1 player down right now. Ooh, Spray got jumped down in perfect timing. So Erangel is going to deny that push under the bridge. So it's going to be forced to be a fight across the bridge. And they're going to be having to... Oh, that's a really good Molotov. Raouf standing in it. He's on fire. He's going to be going down to that. Potentially, Hamadi finds 1, though. They have to turn this around now. Really good nade. Takes Raouf down. Spray guard on point with the utility.
Something that we're not keeping an eye on here. Yes, this fight's currently going on, but guess what? There is still 1 player alive from Nigma Galaxy, and if Lori can somehow find an angle and connect some shots with the players there from 7Cs before they start going down, that could be a huge difference. You can see him right there. He's currently setting himself up. Can he convert on some knocks? It is going to be 3 players. It's going to be super hard, but ultimately 7Cs, guess what? The team on last place, coming up and continuing to add up that tally in regards to match rewards, adding another 10K to their tally. I know that's going to feel good for them. And interesting for 7Cs, they actually went back to the original roster. I didn't think I see Scout or PUBG there, so wonder if they were actually just wanted to use them yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. And crazy game here in Sanhok. We were hoping for the bridge. We ended up ending just west of it and became complete mayhem. But unfortunately, it did end up being a little bit more points for Alpha 7 than it did for Vampire. So they're going to extend that lead a little bit. So our last game, Alpha 7 is going to have a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, I think our prediction was definitely way off, and I'm pretty sure, regardless though, that next match is going to be super close. But you know what? I think the Des is going to be looking to break this down with the match ranking brought to you by STC.
He's 7. He's gaming. He's 7 Worlds Gaming. But 7C Esports, the ones that take the chicken dinner. 18 points for them, 10,000 bucks in their pocket as well. Remember I said before they might have been bottom on points, but they weren't bottom when it came to money. Well, now they're definitely not going to be bottom on points. And Nigma Galaxy as well gave themselves 11. But the real focus is here down towards the bottom. Alpha 7, 5 points for themselves. And unfortunately, Vampires will not be on this front page. It's all going to come down to the final match here, gentlemen, between those two teams of who will take first place in this event.
Are going to be required if you want to have that fight, and who's going to be taking home first place. It's going to be a close one on Miramar, and we have seen already a Vampire dominate over on Miramar, so it's still anyone's game when it comes to taking that first place.
You would think Vampires wouldn't dominate Miramar because it's so sunny and there's not a lot of shade.
And that's the end of the analysis segment. Thank you very much, Jason, for that one.
I'm here all day.
Yeah, that's right. I think they may have been sweating buckets, though, when it came to Sanhok, and considering that Alpha 7 was going out quite late in this game, but really didn't convert too many points, right? So there was an opportunity here for Alpha 7 to kind of get a little bit more of a lead. It didn't really materialize, but they have still, I think it's like a 13-point lead or something like that.
Double digits,
yeah, I think
Well, don't worry. We'll know exactly how many points when we get into our overalls in a little bit. In the meantime, we're going to get into our highlights brought to you by Sony. And again, Shotguns doing so much work here. And we did get to see the drop at boot camp, but I feel like we didn't get the action we were expecting between, was that Stalwart and S2G?
Yeah, I mean, we did have the... No, it was S2G versus R8 that keeps on happening every time. It's like the battle for 7K, who's going to get the first blood, who's going to get the first team squad wipeout. And S2G did come out on top of it most of the time. R8 were not really willing to take the fight, but at the end, that spot, very nadeable. And 7C had some really, really good nades. Prop to them on that one. Their utility was on point and really did get the better of the side of Nigma.
Yeah, their split actually across Hartin as well as the bridge is kind of interesting because it's very clear that they are always keeping one on that bridge, which kind of actually stops people from moving across the bridge. And they worked out pretty well here once again. So kudos to them for being able to pull that off, considering it's a bit more of an unconventional split.
Okay, let's take a look at our match rewards here in this last one. See how much money some teams picked up. 7C, there we go. Another 3K alone added on top of their 10K. Not to mention potentially any other money they won on the second side of this. But S2G, again, another 5K for them. They're really not that high up when it comes to overall rankings, but in terms of money rankings, I think they're like 3rd place.
Yeah, I think they could potentially also get really I don't think they can breach 100K, but I think they could get at least really close if they convert a win in this last game.
I think they would breach 100K at the end, potentially.
With also the prize pool added to it.
Yes, I feel 100%. Like they got 15K for free here on Sanhok, all things considered. They were good in Paradise Resort,
oh my
gosh.
You know? Look at this.
Oh, wow,
airdrop, special limbs and limbs. That was a big game.
Yeah, the airdrops are actually pretty lucky because they're barely moved from Hatim, right? So it's just like, whoop, right on top of them. Easy 1K. I mean, can't complain.
Yep. They won over 20K that game. They definitely doubled their money up. Actually, yeah, they definitely doubled their money. I think they were like maybe 22, so maybe just under doubling.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. Again, from one match, ladies and gentlemen, they just went up from like 22 to like $40,000.
Yeah, the match before that they won was a duos, right? So you don't get that extra 10K for the chicken dinner. So they're definitely making bank on that game. Yeah, I mean, I think we expected to see potentially this a little bit more from 7C. But you know what? They find some success, and it's still, India slowly coming back in the competitive scene, in these kind of tournaments.
It would have been interesting on Sanhok to see what they would have to have done if they had to move away from a decent chunk of Hartin, because of course the last two Sanhoks we kind of ended up around this location for them anyway. They didn't win the previous Sanhok, if I recall correctly, but because I think it was Vampires at the very end. But I mean, they were still very high up in the Sanhok, for sure.
Okay, let's take a look actually when it comes to our overalls with money, how much each team has won and where they currently stand. 89K for Alpha 7, 88K for Vampire. Look at this, 7C on the 6th position now.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it does. Like, one big game, and you can definitely try and climb up the rankings in terms of money alone. BTR did exactly the same thing before that game over on Karakin, so no big surprise. Can still see a big leap forward from Damwon and Stalwart if they can close it off, but as you said, this last game, big focus on Alpha 7 and Vampire.
And besides Vampire doing what they did at the beginning of today, there has been a far more varied day compared to our previous 2 days. Of course, we saw multiple chicken dinners from multiple teams in the previous ones, but today, this time around, new winners, good opportunities.
Yeah. Always happy to see that coming on through for some of these guys. Down at the bottom, though, anyone can still potentially take home like 15, 20k. No, R8 Esports, Rad, Deadeyes Guys, not the best presence in this event so far. But if you can get a little check for 20k on the one game alone, it will be fantastic to see.
Yeah, it would be, and we are going into the last game of the day as well. So if you want to have any chance to pick up any extra moolah, it's got to happen right now. It's got to happen over to Miramar, which maybe we should turn our eyes towards, but not before taking a look actually at Vampires and guess who?
Alpha 7.
Alpha 7 in their head-to-head across this entire event in terms of totals here. And you can see Alpha 7 definitely winning when it comes to eliminations and the damage. But the thing is, Vampire Esports, they've been putting themselves in those positions to win games much more often than Alpha 7.
Yeah, and I think we also saw, especially at the start of the day, that in terms of damage, a lot of that coming from the utility. They threw like, what, 40, 50 more grenades in second place at one point at the start of the day. Like, their utility game is on point. If you breach them, they're always going to have nades available, and that is why a lot of their breaches work out, is because they have that utility from the start until the very end of the game.
Yeah, you're right, actually, now that you make me recall that, because I think at the start of today, I think it was 136 grenades thrown. And that doesn't even count smokes, which was 100 and some as well, where Alpha 7 have been using them very effectively to make crosses on roads, etc., and things like that, as Jason drops his pen in the distance, and we continue on here. But Vampire, as Jason astutely said before, they have been looking far more to find a location to stage their game from, where Alpha 7 has fought into some of these situations very, very well.
Yeah, and we need to dive actually into our overall stands. You can see we have 2 minutes and 25 seconds left, and we need to show this because we need to remind you guys at home how close it is right now between first and second place. 13 points. Vampire Esports, I mean, they need to get to the late stage. They have to depend on that. The question maybe for me is, will they potentially hot drop Alpha 7 to, you know, control their fate, or they hope some other team takes them down?
That's the thing, right? You sort of need Alpha 7 to go out relatively early or really not convert on many eliminations and get... It's going to be difficult.
That's the thing, like a Vampire, even if they get a win and Alpha 7 get nothing, they're still not going to be able to overtake that position. So they need to have a big conversion game in terms of eliminations. If you're a hot dropper team that has not been able to find early fight success, you can do that. Some teams have been doing it in the past few games, but it's going to require a big performance from Vampire and also a bad performance from Alpha 7.
You know, looking down, though, towards the bottom teams, right, Riyadh and R8, in terms of money, what stops them from hot dropping one of these top teams just to mess with them? Because for them, realistically, moving up the leaderboards isn't going to make you as much money as getting some of these match rewards for your team. And that's what you should be focused on right now if you're one of those two teams. So potentially dropping in on one of them, potentially dropping in on a weaker team that they perceive, they can make some extra moolah.
Yeah, I don't know. I would not expect a team to go for a hot drop to try and mess with one of the top teams, right? I think you want to maybe make sure you can get the win and get... I think those Chicken Dinners 10k is very appealing. So I would think that teams will mostly focus on that instead of trying to ruin a chance for Vampire or Alpha 7.
I mean, you're not wrong, but we haven't seen them even really get close that many times, if any at all, of getting a chicken dinner here. But with 50 seconds left to go, I'm going to remind you guys once again, Aramco, Saudia, Dr. Suleiman Al Habib, all big sponsors here to make this event possible for us, as well as a Savvy Gaming Group. Because without them, this would not be possible. These teams, or Alpha 7 in particular, would not be able to make over $100,000 for just one tournament. Vampire Esports would have been possible to make over $600,000 from one tournament. Well, technically, yeah, it's technically one tournament, but two little events inside of it. Right. But it is time to head into our final match of the day. But really quickly, you have one match left to get your favorite moment screenshotted and posted with the hashtag PMWI shots and potentially win yourself a PUBG mobile statue. So Avenger 7 Worlds Gaming for the last time today, take us away.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to come down to the last match. It's not the 10-point gap or less that we're talking about or predicting, but it's still possible, okay? As they were saying, if Alpha 7 goes off early and Vampire Esports goes to having a great game, as we have seen over and over again from this team in the past 2 weeks, I think Vampire Esports might be able to pull it off. But the question becomes, Martin, is anybody going to hot drop Alpha 7 or Vampire Esports?
Yeah, that's a big question, but with all those things you just said, the only thing going on in my mind was just this, and it's just this annoying jingle we've had, and it's 7. He's gaming. It's 7 Worlds Gaming. He's 7. He's gaming. It's 7 Worlds Gaming. We are here on Miramar, though, for the last game of the Afterparty Showdown. But the most important thing I want to point out here is 3rd place and down to 8th place is 12 points difference. And that is going to be huge in terms of how many placement points you can get out of this game and how many elimination points you get out of this game, because that is going to jump you up potentially $25,000 if you're able to skip over 5 teams, or 4 teams for that matter. And that's a really huge one. But of course, the fight at the top is interesting. And I think there's more to it than just the match elimination and match rewards you're going to be able to get. Being able to get a win in a tournament size like this here with $1 million on board, I think that is the prestige of it, the pride of it is bigger than the money they're able to pick out of just last game here. So I definitely think our 2 top teams is going to be looking at fighting out to the very end. But for me, the most important thing is obviously that fight at the top. But those 5 teams in our mid-pack within 12 points difference is huge. And another thing that's huge is that huge circle super far east that only has right now a team and a half inside.
A lot of water on that circle, and I'm glad you mentioned that too, right? It's not just about getting first place, it's about the prestige of being able to win an event like this. And from me being able to talk with Alpha7 Esports, this is something that they've been looking forward to do, just getting their first global LAN under their belt. They have felt like it's a curse for the longest time. I know Carrillo's looking to just establish himself as this dominant feature. He wants to be, just compare a little bit with Paraboy, at least the Paraboy of the Americas, you could call Carrillo. So it's going to be interesting if they are going to be able to do it. But you know what? This is the last match. Don't forget, watch PMWI together in-game esports center with your friends to win PMWI special sets. And while you're at it, PMWI packages are on sale for a limited time. And you can also win PMWI treasure crates if you play PUBG Mobile during PMWI. And talking about match rewards, I think Team Falcons, never alone, going to be looking to collect that 2K. And he's going to be able to do just that. He is able to eliminate one of the players there from R8 Esports. But with Alpha7, what happened before is like, I felt like they were just so cursed in global events. I mean, it's not over. It's still, it could still happen to this team. I'm not hoping it does. And you can see the way they're going to be playing, they're currently doing a big rotation from the south. Going to be trying to make it all the way up to Impala. And ultimately, where is the circle going to end up heading?
That's a big question. I obviously love this map for all the macro that it has, but this is going to be really rough. A lot of pressures coming in from that west side. But right now on Falcons and R8 fighting each other. Damar, Yusuf setting them up for this push onto ID7. He's going to try to isolate one fight here on Damar. Damar does not take the bait, and Yusuf is coming in for the help. Damar takes the fight in his own hands with a beautiful barrel push. And now the BM comes in, and Falcons takes down an R8 player.
And while we had that fight going on, Bigetron does end up losing one of their players to 7C. 7C is feeling a little bit confident there after that last match. They are currently in Picado. Bigetron hindering their chances there. Keep in mind, they were able to jump up to 3rd place after that last match, though. They are currently in 4th place. And you were talking about how close, I mean, honestly, how close it is from 3rd place all the way down, you could say, to 7th and 8th place. Having a good game here can definitely change it. I'm looking at them, one Kia. They're currently sitting in 7th place with 109 points.
Yeah.
I could see them possibly surprise Team Falcons. And I mean, going from 6th to 3rd, you know they're going to love that, and they're going to be able to put it on their Twitter bio.
Yeah, exactly. That's the big thing, right? The Twitter bio. The trophies that you're able to put in the bios is the most important thing.
It's flex.
Now, yeah, it's the flex, the good flex. 7C. Really love what I've been seeing with the comeback here, especially today with the amount of prize pool that we're able to snatch out of the match rewards. That's beautiful. And here you see the Afterparty Showdown points, as we were talking about again and again and again. Alpha7 and Vampire in the very top with Falcons, Bigetron, S2G, Stalwart, Damonkia, and Nigma Galaxy fighting for that huge middle pack. And again, we're talking $25,000 price pool difference. It is huge if some of these teams are able to have a big last game here.
Yeah, it is, and I'm pretty sure with the last game, a lot of these other teams are going to be looking to get at least some of those match rewards. It's not as important as the fight currently going on at the top, but, I mean, it looks Vampire Esports is going to be a little bit towards the center there of the circle that we currently have. Alpha7's already in the circle, and looking at the rotation, if for some reason the next circle does end up going a little bit towards the north, they might end up running into Deadeyes, and depending on where Bigetron is going to end up rotating here, it could be a bit of a hard rotation for Alpha 7. We'll have to wait and see. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here, trying to figure out what all these teams are going to be doing. It's going to definitely be a nail-biter, and I'm glad to be here with you, Avenger.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge game. Happy to be here as well with you, my friend. And we're going to be seeing some absolutely insane fights here for the next couple of minutes. So you guys just hold out and hold on to your horses. Let's see how this one ends up being wrapped together. A lot of teams are prioritizing the loot right now outside the zone. Not that many teams trying to get into the first zone because it doesn't matter too much. The third zone is where it's at. That is the important one, especially for the settings we're playing here. The players are not as used to these circle sizes as the Arsenal one. As they has been adjusted, now they're only playing 12 teams, so they are faster, they're smaller, and they do more damage when they're staying in blue for too long. Nigma Galaxy inside El Paso, one of my favorite places to loot. There's so much loot in there. You get absolutely stacked to the teeth with everything you want and need. 4 smokes, 4 grenades, and 1 Molotov here for Hamodi. Full level 2. He didn't find any level 3 key, unfortunately. But still, most preference setup here is definitely in hand on him already.
Nigma Galaxy definitely one of those teams that can make the push to the top 3 as they are sitting in 8th place with 109 points, tied with M1 Kia. And now let's see what this circle is going to end up going. I was talking about it earlier. Alpha 7 making a rotation north. They're going to end up running into Deadeyes.
East,
freak to see if they're going to end up fighting.
Into the water, into
or
the water,
Alpha 7.
into the water, into the water.
Oh,
Further east.
You're the one that's being toxic now? Okay, I'm with it. I'm with it. Let's see if we actually end up getting an east. Oh, and we do!
Oh, look at that.
We might end up getting an Impala finish, which for this, I mean, that's going to be wild.
Yeah, and with Alpha 7 already in there, you know, Jason, he wanted to give them the trophy already on one of the first days. I believe the second day when they continued to win. I really love what we've been seeing from Vampire, them being able to jump back into things, being able to try to take another trophy, and that would be insane for them to do. But right now, it's definitely looking like an Alpha 7 advantage. 13 points ahead with Circle center advantage for Alpha 7. Vampire sitting on the west side of Impala, so if the circle goes a little bit slight further to the northwest, they would have a huge compound here to be able to play.
And Alpha 7 actually deciding to kind of back off from Impala. I think they might have heard Deadeyes there.
Or they're afraid that it goes to the islands underwater.
Yes, that, or they might be afraid too that it might go down to Puerto Paraíso. So they're currently positioning themselves between those 2 cities and also right next to those islands. And guess what? I was talking about it earlier. Bigetron is going to position themselves now between Alpha 7 and Deadeyes. Deadeyes currently just looting everything going around. You can see Vampire Esports a little bit outside of Impala, trying to figure out who's currently in Impala and if they can maybe try to take that city, try to take some buildings, try to take that advantage, because if they are for some reason able to take Impala and the circle ends up there, it's going to benefit them in a big way. And I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that we do see Vampire Esports making some of those moves, or as well getting lucky with the zone in that kind of way.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Bigetron, what can you do here? Can you secure that 3rd place? That'll be huge for you guys to be able to redeem yourself in this case. Definitely a huge setup for Alpha 7 on this longhouse building with some high ground control on Mafioso and Revo too.
Oh.
Kaito goes down, he gets knocked. I'm pretty sure he's going to be able to be picked up quite safely over by Minas Gerais. It's a 3x on an M16, not the most optimal setup, but Mythic has a 3 helmet and a 3 vest. That is 55% damage reduction from incoming bullets compared to the 40% that the level 2 offers and 30% that the level 1 offers.
Yeah, with the M16, I mean, you can do the burst or you can do the single fire. I personally prefer the single fire, yeah, just because my aim is not like that. But if I'm Mythic, I'm pretty sure he does have the burst as that. It might not be optimal, but it can definitely knock people. And we do have a crate there going towards the water and the circle closing in. This is going to be huge for these teams. Yes. Who is this circle going to bless? And are we going to be getting those islands? I kind of want to see the islands now, okay? We've been hyping it up. We have had a crazy past 2 weeks. Why not? Final match. Throw it to the islands, please.
That would be insane. If it goes east. No. Oh, perfect island. This is okay. This could not be better in terms of competition.
Yep.
Right now, Vampire is chasing Alpha 7's outside the zone, and Vampire is holding on to two of the best compounds in this current circle here. And you see on the map, there's so much pressure coming in from that east side and from that west side, but still a lot of the compounds in the centers open for business.
They are going to be open for business, and they are going to have to be careful because Deadeyes now is going to try to make a little bit of a push towards the south buildings of Impala, and you can see Bigetron starting to relook at themselves. RA Esports, there is a lot of the teams still alive. We haven't lost any teams yet. We have lost a couple players. You see Team Falcons there taking on some shots on RA Esports. Interesting to see what's going to happen. See Rod trying to figure out if they're maybe going to go for the compounds of where Vampire Esports is at. You can see Bigetron a little bit towards the east of where Vampire Esports is at, and then Alpha 7 now getting themselves into the zone, playing it super, super slow. For Alpha 7, all you have to do is just worry about that placement points, but I know Alpha 7, at some point, they're going to want to get into that action. RA Prestige getting some shots on himself, and I think he might have been able to spot one of the players there from Bigetron. Is he going to try to take some shots? And actually, Vampire Esports being able to take some shots to the Bigetron player, Genfoss, and this is going to be huge. Another point there for Vampire Esports. And if they continue like this could be even bigger. They might end up seeing a lot of teams rotating around, trying to get those cheeky points from some of the other teams rotating, and it could change a lot of what happened here, and then Alpha 7 is going to be just forced to be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, this is interesting. 13-point lead still, as you see on the very top. Not sure if it's fully updated yet, but I definitely think that's what we started on. The question is, how many points have both the teams gotten so far? Doesn't look like they were able to confirm that point, but let's see that when we check in with them later. I do like the compound that they decided to stick with. 4 guys strong, dead center, super strong situation for Vampire. If they get another string towards them, they're going to be happy. And as you see from our fantastic stage here, a lot of Falcon supporters in the crowd.
A lot of Falcon supporters and a lot of RA supporters as well. I got a chance to see it yesterday, and everybody was going crazy when they ended up getting that win in the final show match. Alpha 7 now starting to do a 2-2 split, trying to figure out where they're going to end up rotating after this circle closes. And you can see Deadeyes decided to just fully abandon Impala, getting a bit of a compound. They are going to be positioning themselves a little bit better, closer to the center of this current circle. Most eliminations, Revo 34, Carrillo 27, and Schweppes 26. And what's impressive, I'll say it again, I said it earlier, Action. Being able to maintain himself. He was the MVP last week. Guess what? He was trying to hunt that that trophy down again because he's currently second in regards to damage output.
Ooh, this is a huge one. Okay, so Rod with that center compound in the field, and it's a really, really big compound. So you can breach it quite easily, but you have to have one of your edges safe for that. So you have to play slowly into the compound from that western side. Nigma Galaxy moving Rauf really low. Damonkia putting a lot of pressure onto these teams for this high ground spot.
Some tires getting popped there from the buggy of Nigma Galaxy. S2G trying to figure out what all the commotion was there between Nigma Galaxy and Dam 1 Kia. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 is going to try to do a rotation a little bit towards the west, but they're going to have to be careful because there is 2 teams there. As we can see, Omba, I think, getting some full damage on himself. Team Falcons, defense, trying to make the push. Even though they might not be able to get that first place, they want to maintain the top 3 once again here in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh PMWI After Showdown Party. This has been just an amazing tournament, and it's going to be even a better finish. Alpha 7 positioning themselves now where they're going to be able to look at S2G, who's going to be able to get the first knock. It is going to be a huge engagement. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports trying to relocate themselves a little bit more towards the center of the circle and a little bit towards the north. And then you can see Luxy right here in the middle of everything, trying to use those hay bales, trying to use his buggy for his advantage. He is going to have to move around. I think he was spotted by some of the other teams. Luxy and Suxy, the twins. We have seen them clutch it before when it's just them 2. And I'm pretty sure Vampire Esports and Alpha 7s, the ones that are currently fighting for that top spot, are going to be looking at this. Luxy not being able to currently find a spot where he's just fully covering. I think Alpha 7 is becoming a little bit impatient here. They are going to try to find a way to get inside that circle. Taking out some shots, and Bigetron getting eliminated by Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, that's huge because they're defending that 4th place from all the other teams, just a few points from them, so they could be falling down super far with that. if we see S2G, Stalwart, or Kia, or Nigma Galaxy even have a big game, then they could take over that spot from Bigetron. Shot from Vampire. Might have an idea that this could be Alpha 7, so they're focused on that. Alpha 7 fighting with S2G now for this terrain. It's important.
Huge fight right here. Mephisto was being able to hold the off angle earlier when S2G was trying to just knock Korea. They weren't able to. Is Mephisto going to be able to survive this? You can see Vampire Esports trying to figure out, are we going to third party this? Are we going to go for the extra points? And they might be thinking about it because they're going to go up this ledge. Alpha 7 trying to be careful here, getting some shots. Revo almost getting knocked. S2G is going to have a bit of an advantage, and the grenades are going to start raining down. Revo getting knocked by S2G, and they're going to be looking to confirm that Ilum. Ray C, can he connect with this other nade? I don't think he's going to be able to. Mythic also getting knocked from now Damn1 Kia. Alpha 7 finding themselves in a horrible spot. All the players from Alpha 7 currently going down. Alpha 7 sitting with 0 points. There you go. Kasi being able to get the finish. Vampire Esports is looking promising as Alpha 7. All of the players continue to go down.
Vampire, they are lurking. Alpha 7 was ready with the wooden stick to pump it straight into the heart of Vampire. They're saying no. They want to finish this off and try to go for the win. Shrebs gets a Revo knock, or the finish I think it was, yeah. Helio, Mythic, last two players. Can they finish this one out?
That smoke is about to go away. 2 players now alive from Alpha 7. Can they defend this push from Vampire Esports? They're also getting third party, but Damn1 Kia, S2G, still on the horizon too. And the circle starting to close in, which is going to make Vampire Esports back off a little bit. Is going to force Damn1 Kia to also go down from that mountain that they were on. This might be the opening that Alpha 7 is looking to have. You can see Carrillo trying to get some shots, and S2G just waiting patiently. Alpha 7 making a push on a buggy. Mythic, the only player alive from Alpha 7. Is he going to be able to survive this? I don't think he's going to be able to survive this. Currently 5 HP for him. The car is smoking. He needs to get out of that vehicle and find a place. Alpha 7 gets eliminated with 0 points. Vampire Esports, this is your game to win. The only problem is with that was how much time they took to see what was going on with that fight. Now they're going to have to push onto this circle, and it's going to be very difficult because Damn1 Kia is going to have some angles on their rotation as well.
Oh, Stone gets knocked, and this is exactly what you're talking about here. This delay could mean that Vampire does not have the time to do so. Hams is trying to do everything he can to do this off. Let's see what happens with this case. Fluke trying to defend this angle here, in this case here. Let's see what happens. Vampire with 3 eliminations so far.
Vampire Esports, 3 eliminations, and they need 13 points. So that's something that we're going to be looking at very, very closely. Can they confirm on that? Can they somehow be able to make 13 points? I mean, 3 right now. If they're able to get some kind of chicken dinner, they might be able to. We see some of the other fights going on. Damn1 Kia, Nigma Galaxy. This is going to be huge for Vampire Esports. On by coming in late. Schwepp trying to throw down some smoke. Ravenclaw as well. Looking to third party anything here. Then able to actually collect another Ilum. Vampire Esports continues on, and now they're going to have to make another push towards the circle. They've been blessed with the zone many times, and guess what? Right now, it's not blessing them. 7Cs, a team that got a chicken dinner earlier today. They're trying to continue on that hot streak. They're trying to continue to add those match rewards.
Sweps go down. That is huge. Sweps goes down. Vampire Esports trying to recoup from this rough situation on that southwestern side. Stalwart out in 8th place, and now the placement point starts coming in here. We see a little bit of replay while the rest of the fights are coming in. It is Deadeyes Guys on Riyadh in a huge fight with a lot of utility being spent. Sadat with a good push from that replay. Now really the fight here with Riyadh. Munir is the last player alive. Falcons trying to push, he's trying to defend. He finds one, but he gets taken down. And that's gonna be Riyadh taken down. This could be the game that Vampire is able to close out and win the PMWI Afterparty Showdown. 3 players alive, 5 eliminations, and there's only 4 teams left. That means they have 9 points total so far.
Vampire Esports trying to get those 13 points that they need. Can they clutch it out? They were able to reset. They were able to pick up that player that was knocked. and take advantage of the fight that was going on earlier between all of the other teams. You can see Team Falcons there using that pickup ability to relocate the player. Vampire Esports trying to find a way. They are now at least on the edge of the circle here, trying to get some shots into people. 7C's now making their way up. Vampire Esports, the composure. Are they going to be able to keep it here when it matters the most?
They have 5 players points inside the
already.
circle.
Yep.
2 players inside the new circle here. This could be insane for them. While all the other teams trying to fight for that northern side terrain, they're just holding on. Ravenclaw also has a bus that he could potentially be...
Ravenclaw going to actually make a little bit of a push there with the bus. They need to be careful. 7C's is very close. Meanwhile, some fights between RA and Falcons. This is going to benefit in a big way for Vampire Esports. I'm pretty sure they're looking to see what's going to happen with that fight. And if they can somehow possibly third-party this, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing here with Shweb. Looking to third-party this. He's able to spot the Mar. Can he get the knock on the Mar? That's going to be an extra point if he's able to knock him and confirm on that too. Yusuf gets knocked by the play zone.
The Mar last player.
Prestige. Sarang getting knocked there. Yusuf getting eliminated. Vampire Esports getting closer and closer to that first place, ladies and gentlemen. Vampire Esports getting even more elims. Now in third place, at least third place guaranteed. 13 points. Remember, that's what they need. 13 points to be able to take first place away from Alpha 7. Can it happen here? Can they win week 1 of PMWI? And can they win week 2 at the Afterparty Showdown? RA Esports now going up against 7C's. Second place. Can Vampire Esports win this game?
They need to win. They need to win this game for them to win the whole thing. Can they do it? They only have 6 eliminations. It's second place. It's 12 points total. They need 2 more eliminations all the way. They find one. Ravenclaw finds Spray God here with a huge knock and a headshot.
Ravenclaw being able to get a knock right there. Salmon is going to be by the ankles. He's actually going to end up knocking Ravenclaw. Now it's going to end up at 2v2, and here comes a push.
Oh, he finds
Luke
him.
getting a knock on 7C's. Now they're going to make a full push here to 7C's. Can Vampire Esports close it out with the win? You can see them trying to actually confirm that elimination. Schwab, Fluke, Ravenclaw is currently down. Can Vampire Esports connect this? It's going to come down to a 2v2. Here comes the utility from 7C's. Ooh, connecting barely there with Schwab. You can hear the crowd going crazy. We're going crazy here. 7C's is going to end up getting pushed by the circle here. Vampire Esports is going to have a bit of an advantage. You can see Fluke looking around, making sure he evades all of that utility right now by 7C's.
Ravenclaw still knocked. It's a 2 versus 2 effectively, and utilities coming out here. Fluke and Shrep both on half HP. Sarang and Spraygard is trying to make this clutch happen, but if they can confirm... Oh,
Ravenclaw getting knocked there by Spraygard. It's now going to be Schweb. Can Schweb clutch this up? We've seen some 1v2s before being clutched up. He's spotted. He's going to get knocked down. Fluke actually being able to get one knock. It's Vampire Esports, ladies and gentlemen, being able to get the win. The final match of PMWI Afterparty Showdown. They clutch it up. They show why they are the champions of week 1 and now the champions of week 2. Vampire Esports absolutely shocking. Alpha 7.
Amazing scenes. I cannot believe they're able to make this dream run happen on the very last situation. Vampire Esports back-to-back PMWI main event and Afterparty Showdown winners.
I can't wait to see what the desk is gonna have to say. It's been a pleasure to be here casting this last game. Jason, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, Vampire Esports have won the main event with $500,000, and they've won the Afterparty Showdown They are your all-star PMWI champions.
Actually unbelievable what we saw here in this final game, as well as they raised the trophy. This was a performance of a lifetime from weekend to weekend, and in this last game as well, tense moments were able to provide them the victory with all of this. We were screaming in the back room here. They just technically needed that one last flush, even if they didn't get the win, but still they went for all the marbles. Absolutely amazing.
I have never felt this much pressure in one single match of PUBG Mobile Esports in a long time. And for Team, we didn't know how they would perform on this international stage. They get the 2 trophies back to back, and they put their region on the map when it comes to international play.
Vampire Esports, congratulations. You are the PMWI Afterparty Showdown champions here at Gamers8. First of all, I have to say, an incredible story to come back from 27 points down at the beginning of the day to now the victory of the entire competition. I have to ask you, what does this mean to you and your team?
มันมีความหมายกับเรายังไง
ก็สำหรับถ้วยนี้คือหรือว่ารายการเนี้ยมันรายการของผมครับผมพวกผมคือพูดกับตัวเองเสมอครับถ้วยนี้จะไม่ให้ใครทีมหรือว่าทีมไหนได้ไปแน่นอนครับ
So he said this tournament is our tournament so this trophy belong to us so we don't give anyone else except us
ألف مبروك الفريق فامباير اي سبورت. زي ما احنا عارفين هم كانوا الفائزين معنا في بطولة البي ام دبليو اي الأساسية، والآن مرة ثانية كانوا هم الفائزين معنا في الأفتر بارتي شو داون. سألناهم السؤال الأول، قدرتوا ترجعون من 27 نقطة إلى المركز الأول وقدرتوا تاخذون الكأس المرة الثانية، وش الشيء هذا يعني لفريقكم؟ جوابهم كان بيتركز على نقطة إنه احنا بالعكس التروفي هذا ينتمي لنا احنا وما حد غيرنا بياخذه، ما بنسمح لأحد غيرنا ياخذه، وفعلا قدرنا نسويها مرة ثانية.
I think I speak for all of us and for the casters and everyone who's worked on this show for the last 2 weeks, how impressive this display of PUBG Mobile has been. You've not only won the Afterparty Showdown, but you also won the main tournament last week. What is your secret?
ความลับของทีมเราอะไรที่ทำให้แบบได้แชมป์2รายการ
ส่วนหนึ่งเลยคือเงินครับผมมันนี่ก็ส่วนที่2คือความมั่นใจครับแล้วความเชื่อใจความไว้ใจคนในทีมครับ
First thing is as he said is about the money because we have a lot of big supply pool and also it's about the team confidence and the last thing is the trustworthy of the team. They trust each other. They play with the confidence in on the same chemicals, so that's why it's improved the team confidence and also the moral of the team, and we just play for fun, so that's all.
سألنا فريق فامباير اي سبورت السؤال الثاني اللي هو قدرتوا تفوزون البي ام دبليو اي الاساسيه وايضا بطوله الافتر بارتي شو داون مرتين على التوالي، ايش السر حقكم انكم تكونون مستمرين لهالدرجه بالفوزات؟ كان الجواب حقهم انه احنا دائما نوثق ببعض وقت ما احنا نلعب المباراه، والتيم كونفدنس اللي موجوده عندهم ما بين بعض جدا جدا عاليه، وهذا هو سرهم الاساسي، وايضا الجائزه مبلغها كبير فكان حافز كبير انهم يقدرون يفوزون البطوله.
Well, Vampire Esports, you have earned the lion's share of $1 million. The PMWI trophy once again, and you've also cemented your names in, the history of Gamers8. What an incredible performance. Is there anything that you would like to say to your fans who have supported you throughout this entire tournament for the past 2 weeks?
ก็ก่อนอื่นเลยครับผมขอบคุณซาอุดิอาระเบียครับผมที่จัดงาน PMWI แบบนี้แล้วก็ขอบคุณแฟนๆทุกคนครับผมที่แบบว่าคอยเชียร์คอยให้กำลังใจครับผมครับ
So first thing, thank you the crowd of the Saudi Arabia to warmly welcome us. Everything is good, like greatest country ever seen, and also the good food. Thank you so much for support us, and also the fan all around the world. We are the new team in the global stage, but we did it 2 wins in a row for the champion of PMWI. So thank you so much for support, and see you next time. Thank you.
حبينا نسألهم السؤال الأخير إنه إيش يعني لكم الشيء هذا وإيش الشيء اللي ودكم توصلون للجمهور حقكم سواء هنا في المملكة العربية السعودية معنا في الرياض أو حتى في الجمهور العالمي. كان جوابهم إنه أول شيء إحنا نبغى نشكر الجمهور ونبغى نشكر السعودية وجيمرز 8 على الضيافة الرهيبة اللي إحنا شفناها وأيضا الأكل الرهيب اللي إحنا أكلناه مع بعض. زيادة على كذا يبغون يشكرون الكل الناس اللي اشتغلوا معنا في الإيفنت، وأيضا يقولون إحنا أثبتنا أنفسنا في ستيج عالمي للمرة الثانية على التوالي بعد ما فازوا البطولة الأولى، فألف مبروك لهم.
Now, you know what we've said, congratulations so many times already, but you know what? it doesn't help to do it one more time. If you are at home watching, or if you are in the Gamers8 arena, everyone, please put your hands together for your PMWI champions, Vampire Esports. What an incredible showing. Back-to-back competitions, congratulations. From all of us here at Gamers8 and from the main stage, from myself and Fancy, it has been an incredible 6 weeks of competition. We've had 5 esports titles that we've gone through, and we've given out $15 million worth of prize money. So I guess the only thing that we can say is thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you next year.
شكرا لكم اعزائنا الحضور والمشاهدين على تواجدكم معنا. زي ما احنا عارفين بطولة PUBG موبايل كانت هي البطولة الأخيرة اللي معنا في بطولة جيمرز 8. $15 مليون على 5 ألعاب قدرنا نوزعها خلال ال6 أسابيع الماضية، وكانت فعلا أشياء كثيرة تحققت فيها البطولة هذه، وأيضا حلم الكثير من المعجبين في الإي سبورتس معنا في المنطقة. فشكرا لكم على تواجدكم معنا، شكرا لكل الناس اللي اشتغلوا معنا في الإيفنت، وهذه الكلمة الأخيرة لنا أنا وبانكس على المسرح، فعلى طول نخليها للاستديو التحليلي.
Thank you. Thank you.
New team on the global stage, but they have made their mark. Vampire Esports showing up big, making fans out of all of us and all of you around the world. I cannot wait to see what they do when they're having fun at PMGC.
If they make it into PMGC, man, I think they are a very clear contender. And I tell you, like, Nova Esports shivering in their boots right now, a little bit spooked after that performance. But, like, I think that, and you said it earlier, right, and I think that this is true not only for us on the desk and casters, but also everyone around the world. I think that they've got a lot more new fans now after this kind of performance.
Absolutely.
Like, this has never been seen before, this level of dominance. 2 tournaments in a row like this. And I think that they're going to be seen as clear favorites in the next event.
I mean, when you see them on the stage there as well, their uniform, their clothes are embellished in gold, and that's all they produce throughout the 2 weekends, just gold after gold after gold. And especially what we saw from them the latter half of yesterday, as well as coming into the start for today, just constant gold, constant gold. It's amazing to watch them play here on a stage when they're going up against, arguably, some of the world's best.
Yeah, and the best part of it was it came down to that last match, and we need to check in with our overall standings so you guys at home get an idea of how close it was. Remember, Alpha 7 had a 13-point lead going into that final match. We were watching, John Allen was running the numbers, the statistics man himself, trying to figure out every possible situation of how they could win. And I want to know, how close was it in the end?
Well, considering they got the win, when they only needed a second place as well as 1 point, it was definitely enough with the win as well as the eliminations that they were able to get from this. 180 points, being able to take out Alpha 7 here towards the bottom.
Yeah.
Well, by the way, Max, just to point out really quickly, it's not just 107K, it's 167,000 added on to the 500,000 they got before, because we can't forget about that 60K for first place.
That's what I was going to say.
600. Oh, well, you know what? I took it. I'm the number man here now.
But yeah, okay, and we said it. They wanted the mansion. Their dream has come true. Their mansion, they got it right now, okay? They definitely got the money for it.
The Vampire Esports training facility, brand new, brought to you by their PUBG Mobile division.
You'll be there in February. Like, it's not.
In my head, I have. In my head, I have like they all get summoned from the corners of the city. Oh, the vampire signal's up in the air, and they all kind of flock towards the vampire complex. There you go.
Oh man, I mean, Alpha 7 also, we got to say they had an amazing run, right? They clearly came into this event fully prepared. They knew exactly what their game plan was, and they played down to a T. But they got pinched, I believe, between who was it actually? It was between S2G and also Vampire.
Yeah,
I think from there on out, this is where everything starts to roll out of control for them.
Yeah, actually just a terrifying situation for Alpha 7 because there was almost no way out of it. Unless you somehow try and bail back into the blue, which is also extremely scary, there's no way to be able to get out of where they were. So tough stuff for Alpha 7 in the last game.
Well, credit here to S2G as well, able to rise through the ranks, able to put up 71K of their own earnings, not including the money they get for their placements. But Team Falcons, we're talking about teams here. Yeah, Team Falcons didn't fare too well. Oh, I mean, let's be honest, they fared extremely well here again. This is the first time playing on a global stage, out of land with international events. They did exceptionally well when it came to the main tournament. They did fairly fantastically here in 3rd place overall in terms of points. Like, this team is another team to watch out for.
Team Falcons, excellent team. I've said it all throughout this tournament. Ultimately, they didn't really even need the home crowd advantage, I feel. Watching their gameplay, it transcended having the home crowd advantage, transcended having those cheers available to them. An excellent team to watch on the battleground, especially from those edge plays moving in against the rest.
Yeah, I would say that all the fans at home that have been watching Team Falcons in spring of PMPL Arabia, compared to what this team has been able to bring to the table in the fall season and this event in particular, they feel like a completely different team. This is a team that is ready for this level of gameplay, and especially the addition of Powerful to the roster was massive. And I think that give them even more time, if they potentially also do make it to PMGC, they could be very big contenders on that stage.
Yeah, but it could definitely be very big contenders, and there's a lot of questions now going into PMGC when that happens later on in this year. But we still have obviously a couple of months to go. You can see though, as we go down the list here, Damwon and Kia able to get 42K, 113 points for themselves. Nigma Galaxy getting 46,000. A lot of money being won here by these teams. What's up, Max?
I was going to say, 7C Esports actually a really good rise towards these last 3 games, right? They got themselves the chicken dinner, they got themselves a second place in that game. They were stuck in, 12th for the longest time when it comes to overall points. So big step up at the end. Unfortunately, a little bit late, but at least they do take some extra money on top.
51K, not bad at all for just the kind of, from the overall stipulations in the games themselves. I will say 9th through 12th, it's our teams that kind of got here via those invites as a whole. I kind of expected some of these teams to be languishing down here towards the bottom, considering that they were invite teams against some of those big names that were coming in from the top, as well as some of the other invite teams that we know have some punch behind them. So, yeah, kind of to be expected, I think, here for some of these.
You know what I think we overlooked, by the way, when it comes back to Vampire Esports, is to bring it back to them once again, because they are champions. They had
Double
2
champs.
days back-to-back. Well, yeah, that. 2 days back-to-back with 3 chicken dinners out of our 6 matches. They had a 50% win rate in the last 2 days. Who even does that?
Especially, and we talked about it earlier, right? In the format where every single game is a different map. Some of those never yet seen in competitive, even less at this level of play, right? Because their game plan was so good, the execution was so clean, and other teams just fell behind and could not replicate what Vampire were doing. So I think other teams are going to look at what Vampire did and learn a lot from it, because their macro was just so damn good. I think a lot of teams could learn from it.
Just not being the blue. I mean, clearly, as you pointed out, right? 5 minutes.
Go center. Woo.
All right, well, we actually want to take a look at the rewards rankings as well. Obviously, we saw how the points worked out for the teams, but how much money in terms, or where they ranked in terms of money. We obviously know Vampire Esports is going to be first. Alpha 7 should be second. 7C, as you pointed out, 51,000. They were a little bit lower on the leaderboard when it came to points, but they should be pretty high, as you can see here. 5th overall when it came to just money earned.
I think that's a big win for them. I really do. I had some question marks about 7C Esports coming in. I mean, I even had question marks about how Scout was going to fare coming in, to be perfectly honest, when he joined for along for the team. But it's been successful. I think this has been a great outing for them here for 51K. And I think overall, they're sat amongst giants here when you look at the names that they're sat with.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really big learning experience for them, and we'll see what they can potentially bring to the table in the future. I mean, most teams that are playing for the first time internationally in this lobby will definitely take a lot of learnings from this as a whole. But yeah, S2G, I think I would love to know exactly how much of the money from S2G is from, keep on getting those eliminations in Paradise Resort on R8 Esports. I think maybe half of it is from R8 alone.
They were good in Paradise.
They knew what they had to do. They had a plan. They committed.
Yeah.
All right, we can see here, R8 ending things out 6K, but again, they get money for participating, for being here in the event, so each team, each player going to get a pretty decent payout, and hopefully for them, a good amount of experience to take back, more importantly, for the future events.
I guess for me, R8 is probably the one main underperformer. I think I have a lot of reverence for these players, considering what we've seen from them in the past. If you think about Global Esports Tour that you and I covered before, this is a strong team, and I don't think they quite got opportunity to shine here on these 3 days.
I think we wanted to see more from Prestige in particular, right? He was our big standout player from the Global Esports Tour. So I think R8 knows just one event didn't quite work out for them, but there's still a lot of potential this team can achieve. So it's just a question of time.
Well, gentlemen, we did have a lot of money to give away in this event. And if you guys remember back to the first day, we had these team intros where teams could win a good amount of money based on how good their introductions were when they came out on stage. And I'm ready to present to you our 3rd place team here. Let's take a look. Who's it going to be? Oh, it's going to be Alpha 7. All right. I think a lot of us are actually fans of this, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. The reason why I voted for them for this one is because nobody uses the feature in-game, so it's like they use it outside the game. That's my that has my vote.
Good theming, I think is fair to say. And just for you, Max, I actually picked up Blank yesterday in-game, carried him around a corner, and rezzed him.
Wow. That's so nice of you. You're such a saint.
I am.
Oh, they won 4,000 for this. Nice. I would imagine you actually would have put Blink out in the open to potentially get shot.
Actually, that's a good idea. I should have done that. Oh well.
We'll play some tonight.
Next time.
Yeah.
I'll put you out.
No, thanks.
All All right, well, now it's time to see who is our second place team when it came to introductions. There's a couple that stand out in my mind. Let's check out who it's going to be.
Hey.
Okay. I mean, the heart was really well done. There was a... Like
I'm going to be honest.
We were skeptical
We were concerned here. Concern descended, and then...
Oh, awesome.
Yeah,
and he's doing the hearts as well at the bottom.
3 hearts in 1. That's great.
Lovely.
Yeah. We didn't even notice the glasses as well. Look at those, stylish.
What do you mean the glass? They've been wearing those the whole time.
Not when they're playing.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The little colored, glasses.
Did they? Oh, okay.
All right. They get themselves $6,000, but I think from seeing them on Kia be the second place team, I think we all know who that first place team is going to be.
That was the post.
Also, great theming for the team, to be perfectly honest.
I just love how Senator in the middle there, and he's going.
Proper commitment, I think, to the whole thing.
See, they had hearts as well, right? So they had the dance and the hearts. I think that's what won us all. But Stalwart Esports, they're going to take home some extra money for themselves for pulling that off. Very original. I liked it. I loved it. I loved the little dance. I was expecting to maybe pull out some Michael Jackson Thriller, but, you know.
Happy they have the coach in there, too.
Yeah, everyone's a part of it. $10,000 bucks.
$10K!
$10,000 just to figure out a way of how you want to walk out on the stage.
We should have had an opportunity to do it ourselves. I think we could have beaten everyone.
I mean, you think you can get $10,000 for a chicken dinner? That's like a 25-minute game. They got in like 20 seconds.
Let's be real. If all the talent crew from English Talent came out and we all had John Allen as our mask, we would have won.
And,
the
real question is, who's the real John Allen?
Who is the real John Allen?
You'll do the voice like, I think that one.
Find out next tournament.
All right, so that is obviously who won. Congrats to SD for taking home an extra $10K towards their tally. But we still had more awards than that, right? We had like the Eagle Eye. We had a lot of individual awards. Why don't we take a look at who's won some extra cash? I remember we'll send you our PayPal here after the show if you want to hook us up. But it's actually great to see. The thing is, this is all about different ways you can make money. And it's going to be our favorite player, a Scout.
What a surprise!
What a surprise!
It was really funny when I was looking on socials because he didn't even comment yet, and the comment of his fans got more likes than most of the other players. So I think it was pretty much a given, but Scout out there with the fans.
I feel like even 7C taking on Scout alone for this moment, this one slide, is like, it's worth it. Oh, great, cool.
Yeah, we'll bring him over 10K easy. Easy, man. That's
not too bad at all. Yeah. There you go. Good job, Scout.
The thing is, right, we've been told, and I don't remember if it applies to this one, that the teams actually get the money.
Right.
So I don't think it's Scout getting the money. I think it's 7C that gets the money.
I mean, he always has a share from all of the 51,000 they won during the games anyway, so yeah.
I did check, though, in second place behind Scout, it would have been Carrillo. So if Scout was not there, Carrillo would actually won an extra 10K for their team.
Not bad, not bad. All right, so Scout clutches things out day one in that show match in duos, and then he clutches out the fan favorite player.
There you go.
You know what it's time to go to now?
MVP?
I can always bait him to saying that. No, it's actually our award winners. I said before here when it came to like Eagle Eye and things just like that. Let's actually take a look at what our award winners were. We know who our duo winners were, as we did see before with Stalwart Esports. We're going to have Eagle Eye go into Stone. So Vampire Esports taking even more money here.
You know what's interesting? We didn't see these stats throughout the... Because normally we've been showing them, I guess. Like in terms of especially the Eagle Eye, we were watching it throughout the main tournament. And actually, 397 meters is very far here when it comes to elimination coming in. So impressive.
Not really surprised to see most special eliminations go over to Revo, to be honest. Like, they threw, at the start of the day, 130, so many nades. So, like, eventually you're going to hit them. Right? So I'm not surprised we've seen an Alpha 7 player get it. But Mythic there was the most headshots. Also impressive.
I reckon they're probably above 200 nades thrown by the end of today. Because we saw it was 136, right? Like, maybe they thrown quite a lot. Close to
200, yeah.
Probably,
I would say like 180, something like that.
We'll check it.
Okay, Max, you know what time it is now, right?
MVP.
It is, but
wow.
Before seeing it, prediction.
Okay. I don't know if you have the same. I'm going to go with Revo.
I'm going to go with Stoned.
Good pick.
I mean, it's going to be pick. It's Alpha 7 or it's a Vampires player. So
okay, let's see.
Revo's a good shout.
I'm the host. I don't have to actually use my prediction.
No, Revo's a good shout.
Hey!
Why did I go with that before? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Because he was the MVP at the start of the day, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we did, yeah. Yeah, a bit stupid.
It feels weird to see an MVP, though, with an average survival time of like almost 16 minutes.
Yeah.
Did you hear that?
No, what is it?
Stoned was actually 7th.
Ooh.
Oh, really?
That's actually, well, I guess it was an entire team effort. Because, I mean, when you look at Vampire, just
second place was actually Schweppes from Vampire.
Oh yeah, because he was third at the start of the
Yeah, he was
halfway through
up
the
there.
day. Okay, I've not been quite my observant self here today, Jason.
It's
I'm
fine.
sorry.
It's been 2 weeks we've been here, not
Been a
quite as
while,
long
yeah.
as obviously ESL with over 6 weeks, but it's still great to see. And gentlemen, I mean, I think everyone should be extremely happy about this. I actually love the fact that we're able to give out so much money to these teams, help them laser focus in what's coming up down the line in the end of the year, because you have PMGC right around the corner. A lot of regions have PMPL as well. It's going to get very scary for some teams. What's up?
Yeah, we have PMPL in 3 days for us, basically.
Yeah,
or 4 or something. It never ends.
You know, this was a warm-up event for us, actually, to go into the PMPL. But to be fair to us, we got some really exciting teams going into that. But obviously, we'll talk more about that when we do have it happen in a few days. But a big shout out here to MasterCard and to Saudi Investment Bank, because again, this would not be possible. This has been an extremely long event. Takes a lot of resources to make it possible, and well, they have been able to help us do just that. But it's been an extremely intense event, I think, is one of the best things to say here. Not only for the players, not only for talent, but definitely for the production crew as well. We've had, what was it, 6 weeks of competition, 5 different games, $15 million in money awarded. We got to check out how it's all done, and we got to check out a quick recap of this entire amazing event. Best part about that is the fact that you can just copy-paste that winning moment for Vampire Esports because they're able to win. It saves the editors a lot of time, which I'm sure they're extremely happy about. But gentlemen, I mean, we've been here for 2 weeks. We've had some really new up-and-coming teams able to show what they're able to do. We've had our eyes opened, and I guess our excitement levels pushed through the roof with what's coming up now down the line here for PMGC. I want to ask you really quickly, Max, highlight from the event for you. What was it?
I would say mostly coming back to offline. I think this is like the biggest event I've had the chance to work on, like for PUBG Mobile Esports in particular. We know that PMGC Grand Finals are going to be over in Indonesia. The fans are also insane over there. It's great to see. So I'm really over the moon with this event in particular, and hoping to see more offline events coming up.
For me, I love esports, and I love it when I get to study all of the regions coming into a tournament like this, seeing kind of the playstyles mesh, and then the playstyles even kind of be stolen from some of these other regions by the other regions as you enter these kind of moments. So for me, yeah, all of it, just all of that kind of journey to here and then the finish at the destination.
Yeah, for me, I definitely was a big fan of. Well, the fact is, the last couple of years have been extremely hard when it comes to esports, having like proper tournament environments. It's been really frustrating not to get to hang out with the lads here on the desk, and obviously the talent as well from other languages that we've never actually got to meet in person. It's been great to know a lot of individual players as well, and getting to chat with the different teams and really get to, solidify the friendships you make along the way here within esports, and specifically within PUBG Mobile. But before we do end out everything completely, I have to give a big thank you to obviously Maxman and Colaris for putting up with me on the desk, to John Allen, Blank, Avenger 7 Worlds Gaming for bringing us all the action when it came to casting, Banks and Fancy over on the stage. But my biggest thank you goes out to the staff here, the production teams, everyone involved at ESL to make this event possible. Not only was it 6 weeks for this event, we also had weeks and weeks before this to set everything up to make this possible. Last but not least, a big shout out to all of you guys at home who have watched the events these last 6 weeks. But remember, PUBG Mobile might be done for now, but we have more action coming up in the future, and we'll see you then.
gotta raise the bar, push the levels up, take them to the way beyond. All endeavors never settle when the play is on. Turning measures from a little to a major one. Activated like lacking patience, decision made it. Gymnasticated so innovative can't be debated. Flow aquatic, don't know a challenge, it been amazing. Fact of the matter,